businessman who has nothing to do with her profession. Uncle Lou is not wealthy enough, nor does he have anything worth plotting for. Why did she want to meet him? And why give him that strange talisman? The talisman, called like a dream, like a mist, does not exist in any historical records. Did she create it herself? A metaphysical master capable of inventing talismans. Now a top-tier idol in the entertainment industry. What a legendary life story. I smiled slightly and pulled a business card from my pocket. The day I dined with Xie Huili and Anaiyu, an agent walked into the wrong room. She claimed her name was Guan, currently working for Palm Media, the same company as Lu Shui. I searched for her WeChat using the number on the card. The profile picture matched the person I had met. Her nickname was likely her real name, Guan Yan. I added a note saying I was the person she met that day, and sent the friend request. Guan Yan must have been on her phone, because she accepted instantly. She even sent a cute emoji. Oh, I have finally heard from you. I thought you were not interested in the industry. She followed it with a crying little girl emoji. I backed up and clicked on her profile picture to double check, ensuring the person I was chatting with was indeed that capable. Short-haired woman I remembered. Not some delicate, overly sweet girl I would added by mistake. People these days, their online persona is so different from their real-life vibe. I replied, "Oh, I'm Zhongheng." Her typing speed was staggering. But what a beautiful name. She sent a clapping seal emoji. We chatted briefly about Lu Shui before ending the conversation. Holding my phone, I fell into a silence. Xie Rian sat opposite me, unaware of what I was looking at. She watched as the smile on my face gradually faded, my expression shifting from relaxed to solemn. She closed her laptop. "Aheng, what is wrong?" I hesitated for a moment. "I find it a bit strange." "Strange how?" I tilted my head. "I can't quite put it into words. It is like a physical, instinctive reaction." The realization made Xie Rian pause. "Is there danger?" "I'm not sure. Probably not. To judge someone, I usually need external information, like their facial features, their full name and birth details, or specific events that happened to them. But looking at Lu Shui's appearance, I do not see any disharmony, nor do I sense any unusual signals. Yet, she gives me this inexplicable sense of dread, but I can't explain why." Xie Rian pondered for a few seconds, then reached out her hand toward me. She grasped my open palm. Her fingers were fair and slender. I was confused, but I held her hand back anyway. "What is this for?" Xie Rian took my hand, gave it a gentle shake, and said softly, "Do not you always say I have incredible luck? Then I will share some with you." I was momentarily dazed, but felt my heart soften. "Do you think you are comforting a child?" Xie Rian hummed in agreement, and countered, "Are you not my little own?" No one had called me that in years. It felt novel and amusing. I could not help but lean back into the sofa, my eyes crinkling with laughter. The bright lights of the living room shone upon my exceptionally handsome face. It made me look even more striking. My usual calm and distant aura vanished almost entirely without me noticing, leaving only a soft, approachable warmth. Xie Rian thought to herself. Luckily, no one else was in the living room. She really did not want anyone else to see me like this. After I finished laughing, I noticed my phone screen light up. I opened it to see a new message from Guan Yan. "Our last meeting was too rushed. If you are interested, could we have a proper talk? Just give me the length of a song." Feeling in a good mood, I replied, "But I'm heading out for a few days. How about next week?" Guan Yan was ecstatic. "That works. Pick a place close to you. I am fine with anywhere." I thought for a moment. "I will come to your office to find you. Next Monday at 10:00 a.m. Guan Yan said no problem. She sent several more cute emojis to express her joy. The reason I scheduled the meeting for next week was because tomorrow I was heading to Ruishi, Yunnan, with Miao Zhuzhu and Anaiyu, because Xie Huili was worried about our safety. Xie Rian had arranged for bodyguards. They would arrive in Ruishi after us and follow us throughout the trip disguised as locals. Miao Zhuzhu's family private jet was a large business jet, capable of carrying 15 passengers. Besides the three of us, there was Miao Zhuzhu's uncle and a delegation of 6 core members from the Miao family business. We departed in the early morning. We all had breakfast on the plane and took the opportunity to get to know each other. Miao Zhuzhu had been involved in the business since high school, so the team treated her with great respect, which extended to their polite attitude toward Neu and me. Miao Zhuzhu's uncle was named Miao Rong. He had taken her to jade auctions twice before and understood how young people felt. "We won't tie you down once we arrive. Feel free to wander around. If you see any stones you like, Call us to take a look. If they are decent, you can buy them for fun. Miao Zhu nodded seriously. Got it. The uncle turned to us. Xiaoheng Xiaoyu. Truth be told, once we get there, we will be very busy, and won't be able to look after you at all. You will have to explore on your own. Yu was both excited and anxious. We're not here to learn the ropes. Is it okay if we just wander? Miao Zhu explained. The real action starts the day after tomorrow. The auction begins then. Today and tomorrow are our free time. Hearing this, I immediately perked up. Free to? That is great. Does not that mean we can play however we want? I pulled out my phone and started searching for travel guides for Ruishi, looking for famous local spots, and discussing them with Miao Zhu from time to time. Yu closed her eyes to rest, not joining the conversation. 3 hours later, the plane landed, and the group stepped onto the soil of Ruishi. As soon as we left the cabin, the humid air, mixed with the scent of flowers, hit us. Miao Zhu took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. She smiled at Yu and the others. I heard many people come here to travel, and then propose. Because here, you can buy the most flowers. With the least amount of money, you can easily arrange 90,000 blooms. Yu agreed. I have been to the neighboring city. The streets are also filled with flower sellers. It truly is a city of flowers. Everyone followed the floral scent to the hotel. Miao Rong and the delegation were indeed busy. They did not even stop to rest. They dropped their bags and rushed out immediately, leaving the three of us to settle in at the hotel. Yu was indecisive about the various travel guides. So Miao Zhu finally picked the spot. The city's largest raw jade trading market. Ruishi is near the country of Myanmar, and many locals are Buddhist. The market's architecture was designed to resemble a temple, with stacked pagodas visible from afar. Inside the red and yellow gates, the wide outer streets were lined with endless rows of stalls. Each stall was spaced 2 meters apart, all arranged in a neat, square layout. They were covered with raw stones of all sizes. Looking out from the entrance, the sight was truly magnificent. Yu looked along the way, getting more confused the more she saw. Why does seeing the stones in person feel so different from the books? It feels like many things do not match up. Books and reality are different. In the trading market, a never-ending stream of people bustled to and fro, but the three of us cut such striking figures that we seemed to stand out from the crowd. Yu's obvious amateur demeanor quickly caught the attention of several vendors. A man with a rugged beard and sun-darkened skin called out to us as we passed. Take a look. These are all top-quality raw stones, and the price is definitely right. Miao Zhu came to a halt. First-hand material. The vendor gave a wide grin, flashing a row of stark white teeth. You bet. Has not changed hands even once. Miao Zhu crouched down to examine the stones. Straight from the public auction. The vendor had not expected her to know about the auctions. He answered vaguely, something like that. Ever the curious novice, Yu asked, what exactly is a public auction? I explained, it is a government-organized auction for raw jade. The government actually organizes things like that. Yu was stunned. Is not this supposed to be a matter of free trade? Miao Zhu was equally shocked, turning to look Yu up and down. Have you never touched your family's business affairs? How can you ask such a naive, sweet summer child question? Feeling a bit looked down upon, Yu replied weakly, not yet. My mom says I am still young, and that I should enjoy myself for a few more years. No wonder you always look like someone who has never been roughed up by society. Miao Zhu said with a hint of envy. I guess blissful ignorance really is a thing. Yu's eyes widened. Are we resorting to personal attacks now? Seeing the two of them ready to bicker, I felt compelled to intervene. The government organizes it because it is vital, I said, answering Yu's earlier question. Yu immediately turned to listen intently. Myanmar is the world's primary source of raw jadeite, and the industry is a major pillar of their economy. Naturally, the state wants to keep a firm grip on it. There are strict regulations in Myanmar. All raw jadeite exports must go through the public auction. Otherwise, it is considered smuggling. Yu nodded slowly, still half confused. But there are so many stones here. Do they hold these auctions every day? Miao Zhu could not help but laugh, pointing at him as she giggled. From now on, do not go by Yu. Let us just call you naive. What are you thinking? The stock from the auctions would not be enough for everyone. Myanmar only holds those auctions a few times a year. The stones you see here now, most of them were circulated through illegal channels. You did not even care about the teasing. He frowned and asked, won't we get into trouble if we buy them? Could they be confiscated? This time, even the vendor could not suppress a laugh. He looked at In all my years of doing business, I have never met someone as interesting as you. He said interesting with his lips, but the look in his eyes suggested that his version of interesting was synonymous with clueless. He looked at me with an aggrieved pout, waiting for the only person who would not mock him to clarify. The corners of my mouth curled slightly. There might be issues before they are circulated here, but once they reach this side, they are considered local goods. Do not worry. Whatever happens before the goods reach Ruishi, that is an internal matter for Myanmar. How they are transported or moved is none of the outside world's business. Once the goods arrive in Ruishi, it becomes a local matter. You felt my words held a deeper meaning, though he could not quite grasp it at the moment. He turned the conversation back to the vendor. Since auctions are so rare, authentic, first-hand stones must be in high demand. How did you get your hands on them, boss? The vendor, who had just been mocking Naiu, felt his smile freeze. The naive kid might not know the trade, but his question was incredibly sharp. The vendor had originally seen 3 young, fresh faces, and assumed we were just tourists out for fun, mesmerized by the novelty of the stones. He thought we would be easy targets for a quick profit, but after hearing our conversation, he realized that while the dazed boy was a total layman, the pair beside him clearly knew their stuff. He did not dare spout any more nonsense, and began to stammer and hesitate. Seeing him unable to give a straight answer, Naiu knew something was fishy, and turned his gaze back to me. I felt like I was babysitting a troublesome kid, finding the whole situation rather amusing. Every vendor will claim they are the direct source. Whether you believe it is entirely up to you, but in reality, foreigners are not allowed into Myanmar's mines. Stones are usually handed over by mine owners to middlemen they have worked with for a long time. Those middlemen then sell to big companies or wealthy bosses, typically through the public auctions. I emphasized the words public auction slightly. Then, the stones bought by these companies and bosses are not necessarily cut open immediately. Most are resold, passing to processing masters, jade shops and so on, until they scatter into the market after several hands. You finally had an epiphany, so that is how it works. It is no wonder I did not know. I have never had any contact with this field before. Then, Naiu blurted out, "How do you know all this so clearly?" I gave him a look. "What do you think?" He met my eyes, at first blank, then suddenly illuminated. Well, because Jiang Heng is a hidden titan. He remembered revealing my shocking identity at dinner yesterday. The big boss behind the Qianshan Group. Qianshan Group's jewelry business was booming, and their Qianbao Pavilion was the undisputed industry leader. As the helm of the Qianshan Group, this information was likely just common sense to me. Yu, who was still crouching on the ground, did not even blink. With a sudden thud, he did a frog leap, right next to me, grabbing onto my leg. "Godfather, please take me under your wing." I was speechless. Do your real parents know you are out here, adopting fathers, with such practiced ease? Having lived in dorms before, Yu was well accustomed to acting as a godson, or even a grandson for a favor. He clearly had no verbal reservations. Seeing me unmoved, he grew even bolder, shaking my leg as he clung to it. "Godfather, if you do not agree today, I am never letting go." Almost the exact moment his words fell, a high-pitched childish girl's voice rang out nearby. "I want ice cream. If you do not buy it, I am not getting up." Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl about 5 years old, sitting on the ground, throwing a tantrum. She was sitting right on a man's shoe, wriggling around. "Daddy, I want ice cream." You had not noticed the scene nearby. He was fully committed to his performance. "Godfather, dear father, please guide me." The voices of the young and the old blended strangely. The vendor, Maoju, the little girl's father, heard the commotion on my side, and turned his head to look over. The father glanced at Naiu, then looked at me. He froze for a second, unable to process what was happening. Then he pushed his own daughter aside, rushed straight to me, and warmly shook my hand. "Big brother, you have taken such amazing care of yourself. Your son is this big, yet you look like you are barely 19. I truly could not tell at all." The man looked at me with deep enthusiasm. "Could you share what skincare products you use? Which hair salon do you go to? How do you usually maintain your looks?" It was the first time in my life I had been asked this. My twitch. I could not help but massage my temples. I wanted to say that I was naturally just 18 or 19. But meeting the man's eager gaze, I found it hard to get the words out. If I told the truth, we would all face total social suicide. Playing along would at least keep things seemingly normal. I managed to say with difficulty, "It is mainly because my kid is pretty easy to handle." The man looked in confusion at Naiu, who had just been clinging to my leg and throwing a tantrum. He asked hesitantly, That's all. I reached out and rubbed Niu's fluffy head. My attitude was gentle, and my tone was soft, though it sounded like I was gritting my teeth. Hurry up and tell this big brother. Niu also knew he had embarrassed himself, meeting my social death warning glare. His eyes trembled a bit. He said softly, "Yes, it is true." The man marveled, as expected of someone else's child. Even though he looks just as bratty, he is just different. I maintained my smile. The man chatted politely with me for a bit longer, before leaving with his kid. The few of us could even hear him whispering to his child, "Look at his dad. He does not worry, so he does not age. Now look at me, worrying about you all day long. I look a whole zodiac cycle older than him." The stall owners and Miao Zhuzhu were trying so hard to hold back their laughter, that their expressions twisted. Once the man and his child were far enough away, the two of them burst out laughing. "Ha! That is hilarious." Miao Zhuzhu frantically punched Niu's shoulder. "I really should have recorded you, so you could see a Heng's face just now." Niu carefully let go of me, inching away in a frog squat posture, babbling incoherently. A prime minister's heart is broad enough to pull a boat. A great man pardons the faults of a lesser man. Classmate friendship, classmate love. Even if the deal falls through, righteousness remains. I grabbed his hair, stopping him from retreating, and gave him a half smile. "I have tried many things in my life, but there is one thing I have never tried. Do you know what it is?" Niu asked weakly. I patted his head, and said softly, "I have not eaten human flesh yet." Of course, even though I really wanted to, I did not actually stew him in the end. After causing such an embarrassing farce, we did not have the face to stay there any longer, so we decided to walk back to the hotel. On the way, Miao Zhuzhu could not stop laughing. She would occasionally glance at Niu, and then burst out laughing again. Niu was angry but did not dare speak up, terrified that opening his mouth would trigger my interest in eating human flesh. He quietly rolled his eyes, stealing glances at me from the corner of his eye, only to find I was not paying him any attention. Miao Zhuzhu and I were thoughtfully looking diagonally ahead. What was over there? Niu followed my gaze, only to discover that diagonally in front of us three, there were 2 men and 2 women walking and talking. The 4 of them looked quite ordinary, dressed simply. They all seemed to be in their early 30s. Judging by their demeanor, they were probably 2 couples. One of the men, wearing glasses, and looking rather bookish, said, "In my opinion, we should skip the auction. Have you seen the local news lately? The storm is brewing." The other man dismissed it. "Brother Chow, you are worrying too much. You do not understand the Rueli area. It is always like this around here. Constant minor incidents, but no major situations." The bespectacled man disagreed. When minor incidents pile up, how could there not be a major outbreak? If we have not seen it, it just means the water here is unimaginably deep. Hearing him say this, the other man sounded a bit displeased. "We came here for a vacation, and happened to catch the rough stone auction. This is such a rare opportunity. How can we fret over every little thing, and just up and leave?" The man with glasses replied, "When traveling away from home, safety comes first." The other man retorted anxiously, "Can you stop being such a coward?" Seeing that a dispute was about to break out between them, the women beside them quickly pulled them back. "Let us talk this out peacefully. What are you getting worked up for? We are on the street. Why are you 2 arguing? Do not be impulsive." The bespectacled man's partner linked arms with him, and said softly, "I want to go take a look. I have never seen rough stones before. Won't you keep me company?" Facing his female companion, the man with glasses obviously could not maintain his stubbornness. "I'm just a bit worried." His partner did not argue with him either. "There is no need to worry about the environment here. Anyway, I just really want to go. We are always so busy with work. It has been a long time since we came out to play. I do not want to go back so soon." The man with glasses fell silent. His partner kept pushing. "Do not you want to spend more time strolling around with me? We finally got to take our annual leave together. It is only 2 days anyway. We will leave as soon as we finish watching the auction." Eventually, the bespectacled man compromised as expected. He pushed up his glasses and said, "Maybe I am just overthinking things. These people were not too far away from us, but because of the back and forth traffic of pedestrians and vehicles making the street quite noisy, some words were hard to hear clearly." Niu pricked up his ears and listened for a long while, piecing together the general conversation through guessing. Is not this just setting up a massive red flag? Since ancient times, whenever someone says, "I will do this after that," it generally does not end well. He continued, "We will leave as soon as we finish watching the auction. Does not that sound exactly like, I will go back to my hometown to get married after this last job. It sounds like an ominous sign. Miao Zhu heard his muttering, gave him a sidelong glance, and said coldly, having a low IQ is already fatal enough. If you jinx it with that crow's mouth of yours, we are completely doomed. He was unconvinced. I was just making a comment. I do not have a crow's mouth. The two of them started bickering again, all the way until we returned to the hotel. I collapsed onto the large hotel bed and scrolled through my phone. I saw that the upper management group chat happened to be active, so I typed and asked, is there any situation over in Bagan recently? King is in Bagan. What are you doing there? I am not in Bagan. There is a private auction in Rueli. I am here to check out some rough stones. We all knew each other's real-life identities, so they knew I built my early fortune in the jade business. Oh wait, is Brother King going bankrupt? Why are you running off to deal with stones yourself again? If things are not working out, little bro, come seek refuge with me. I will provide for you. I replied coldly. But I want your island. This person had no other hobbies, besides buying real estate, like houses, manors, and various islands. As soon as I mentioned wanting her island, the screen immediately showed that the other party had recalled a message. The phrase "I will provide for you" vanished from the screen. Sent a wildly laughing emoji. Is this the destruction of humanity or the decay of morals? Mentioning taking a few islands is like tying chicken feathers to her shoes. Makes her run incredibly fast. The few of them were just focused on bantering. Q was still the most reliable, answering my question. Has been spotted around there these past 2 days. Seems like Interpol has their eyes on her. I stared at the screen, having never seen what this quite famous Miss Wu looked like. Got a photo. It is very hard for the outside world to get photos of people like this, but Voss definitely had own. Q sent an image. I zoomed in on the picture and looked closely, memorizing her facial features. Did she offend you? Someone actually dares to cross the big boss of Voss. They must have a death wish. I will deliver her right to the doorstep of the International Police Bureau tomorrow. How does that old Chinese saying go? Yama decrees death at the 3rd watch. Who dares keep you until the 5th? Do you need me to step in? It is, weather's getting cold, let the Wang family go bankrupt time. The ace assassin joining hands with the underground king. Dying like this is honorable enough for her. They all acted like they wanted to watch the world burn, and in the blink of an eye, started discussing how to make the hit. I facepalmed. You guys never learn the good stuff. Why do you always pick up these weird phrases? Do not mess around. I have no beef with Wu, emphasized. Besides, this is China. Law and order are very strict here. You can't just mess around. I was quite disappointed. Alright then. Looks like this hero has no place to use her skills. I had no idea who she learned Chinese from back in the day, but she always loved using slang and idioms. I replied, you used the wrong phrase. You should say your sick sense of humor can't be fulfilled. Q, seeing that I was almost getting sidetracked by them, asked seriously, what did Wu do? She is globally recognized, especially famous overseas, but her line of business is quite unique, and Voss does not collaborate with her, or deal with her at all. Me asking about her out of the blue seemed a bit strange. She screenshotted several local news reports for us to see. I heard people discussing it on the road today. The accident frequency has been very high lately. I checked into it after coming back, and found that the commotion is indeed unusual. Own report says, a gang of robbers has been committing a string of crimes recently, pulling off several heists, and the police are tracking them. Another report mentions a gas explosion in a downtown residential area that caused many casualties, which has currently been handed over to the police for investigation. At first glance, these news stories seem fine, but if you think about them carefully, they feel off. For example, robbers aim to steal money, yet the report did not mention how much they stole. The residential area had casualties due to a gas explosion, but looking at the scale of the casualties, it definitely could not have been caused by a normal household's gas leak. An average person would just glance over it and move on, failing to notice anything fishy. That bookish man with glasses we met today clearly had a sharp mind, and had faintly sensed something was wrong. Looks like she crossed the border, chimed in. She really is like a mouse in the kitchen stove, scurrying around everywhere. I beg you, please just speak a foreign language. I could not tell if I was doing it on purpose, as she fired off 2 more messages in a row. I think she is looking for the kitchen god in the toilet, looking in the wrong place. If she happens to run into King, would not that be walking right into a trap, asking for trouble? Thought to myself, if I ever found out exactly who taught a Chinese idioms, I would definitely drag them out and beat them up. As long as she is in Chinese territory and does not mess with me, I won't do anything. We chatted for a few more sentences before I received a message from Miao Zhuzhu. Miao Zhuzhu told me to go downstairs to the restaurant to eat, saying her uncle and the others had returned. Although the private jade auction is a privately organized event, its procedures are basically the same as the public ones. Before entering, one needs to apply for a membership card, which acts as an entry pass. Miao Rong went out on an inspection tour with the delegation this afternoon, and conveniently got everyone's entry passes sorted. He handed us 3 transparent badges, attached to blue lanyards. You will need to wear these to get in the day after tomorrow. He also asked Miao Zhuzhu where we went this afternoon. Hearing that we went to the trading market, he smiled and said, "Did not you guys buy anything? Time was short today, so we did not browse thoroughly." Miao Zhuzhu saved face for NIEU by not mentioning his embarrassing exploits, just making up a random excuse. "We will go look again tomorrow." Miao Rong would not have time to accompany us tomorrow, so he said, "If you come across something with a high price, you can take a picture and ask me first. Do not be in a rush to pay." Although the kids present all came from well-off families, it was better not to waste money unnecessarily. Miao Zhuzhu readily agreed. Got it. Hearing this, NIE secretly shot me a glance. He knew I was the real expert in this field. What? He wanted to play, but he did not want to lose. Just like playing video games. He was terrible at it but highly addicted, only wanting someone to carry him to an easy win. I threw him a side eye, but eventually agreed. Sure. Miao Zhuzhu looked confused, leaning over. "Why do I feel like you two are speaking in riddles?" NIU chuckled cheekily. "You will find out tomorrow." After finishing dinner, everyone was getting ready to head back to their rooms. But Miao Rong stopped Miao Zhuzhu, urging us to stay safe. Miao Zhuzhu replied, "Do not worry, we won't wander off." Miao Rong told us to be careful on our way back, and not to gather around to watch any commotions we might see. Rayleigh is quite chaotic lately. Miao Zhuzhu was puzzled. Did something happen? Miao Rong initially did not want to say, but on second thought, the few kids in front of him were not ordinary kids, so he revealed a little bit. Recently they are hunting down a drug lord. It is a huge operation. It has nothing to do with our family, so do not worry. Just pay attention to your safety when you go out. Since we were in the hotel, and there were security cameras everywhere, Miao Rong was worried about being overheard, so he spoke in a very low voice. Only Miao Zhuzhu and the rest of us could hear it clearly. I lowered my eyes, thinking that Miao Rong's phrasing was very strange. He said, "It has nothing to do with our family." Did that imply it had something to do with other families? And who exactly did other families refer to? There was an unwritten saying in the imperial capital, referring to the noble houses of the capital. There were only the 4 great families, and the 7 wealthy houses. Last time, when I was buying earrings for Xierian at the mall, the Su Zhengwo I ran into belonged to the Su family, one of the 7 wealthy houses. And the Mi family that Mi Ping belonged to, along with Miao Zhuzhu's Miao family, were both among the so-called 7 wealthy houses. The Wang family was not on the list. When Wang Ting used to hang out with Mi Ping, he was always kissing up to Mi Ping. Meanwhile, the family of NEU's father, namely the NIE family, was of an even higher tier, being one of the 4 great families. Now that Miao Rong said it had nothing to do with their family, then the ones involved were mostly those who could be mentioned in the same breath as the Miao family. My mind raced, remembering when I contacted Q to ask her to investigate strange individuals and events in the capital. Q had once mentioned something in passing. The imperial capital is not so peaceful this year, so it actually involved this kind of mess. I wonder which family had the guts to pull something like this. Miao Zhuzhu was startled by Miao Rong's words. A drug lord, how big of a boss? Miao Rong lowered his voice even more. The boss of the entire foreign region. Miao Zhuzhu's scalp tingled with fear, and her local dialect even slipped out. Oh wait, is our luck really that rotten? We actually ran into this. Luck being that rotten means luck is quite bad. Running into an unfortunate event. Miao Rong said, I did not expect it either. If I had known, I would not have let you guys tag along. He had only received the news this afternoon as well, but since they were already here, they could not just drop the rough stone auction and abandon everything because of something that had not even happened yet, and head straight back to the capital. They could only be extra careful when going out, and avoid running into anything they should not. After Miao Rong left, the completely clueless NEU finally dared to speak up. Why would he be arrested while outside? Fortunately, he at least knew better than to ask in front of Miao Rong. After all, Miao Rong had kept praising him for being handsome and mature. treating him like a proper young master of the NE family. If this question sounded too stupid, it would ruin his image, would not it? Miao Zhuzhu and I, seeing our speechless expressions, NEU asked, "Is it what I think it means?" Though he was sweet and naive, he was not completely stupid, he just was not entirely sure. Miao Zhuzhu was glad to see he was finally catching on, and did not mock him. She pinched her nose with own hand, held out her other hand flat under her nose, and closed her eyes to mime a drug addict snorting. That is exactly what it means. This classic addict gesture made NEU's expression shatter. He asked again, "So Uncle Miao just meant that there is a huge drug lord currently in the exact same city as us?" After receiving a nod of confirmation, he shuddered. That is kind of terrifying. Those horrifying events suddenly felt way too close to home. Miao Zhuzhu nodded. "Exactly, that is why my uncle told us to be careful. But it is fine. We are not going to any shady places anyway. Besides, did not your cousin arrange bodyguards?" The fact that Xie Rian had assigned bodyguards to Niu and me was not kept a secret from Miao Zhuzhu. She knew about it. This afternoon, when the three of us went out, Niu and Miao Zhuzhu even turned back to observe for a moment, discussing who among those completely normal-looking people was actually sent by Xie Rian. Niu breathed a sigh of relief. "We still have bodyguards." Suddenly, his expression changed, making Miao Zhuzhu think he had remembered something major. "What is wrong?" Niu looked utterly devastated. "I was so embarrassing this afternoon. They definitely saw it and reported it to my cousin. If my cousin knows, my mom definitely knows too. I am doomed. They might have even taken pictures." As soon as he finished speaking, my phone vibrated, indicating a new message. I opened it to look. It was a photo sent by Xie Huili. It was exactly from this afternoon. The scene of Niu squatting on the ground, hugging my calf, and throwing a tantrum. Even though the photo was taken secretly, the resolution was surprisingly high. The image was clear, and the subjects were captured quite well. At first glance, he even looked a bit handsome. Xie Huili also sent me an earnest voice message. "We are all family, so I won't hide it from you. Niu is indeed an idiot. If he does anything stupid outside, beat him if you have to. Do not hold back on my account." I smiled faintly, and replied. I looked up and waved my phone at Niu. "You really are a jinx." Niu took a closer look, and let out a wail. "Deleted, hurry." At this moment, Xie Huili sent another new message. "If you must hold back on my account, you can hit him a few extra times." Niu looked utterly crushed. "See that? This is what it is like being adopted." Miao Zhuzhu laughed out loud. "I could not tell before, but Aunt Nei actually has this kind of personality. Like it." The three of us chatted and laughed, went to Miao Zhuzhu's room to play a few rounds of games, before returning to our own rooms to shower and sleep. Early the next morning, after everyone had breakfast together, we split into two groups. Miao Zhuzhu's uncle, Miao Rong, took the delegation to handle official business, while Miao Zhuzhu, Niu, and I followed the maps we had looked up, to stroll around the city's various rough stone markets. After checking out a few small markets, we all felt they were not as impressive as the trading market we visited yesterday. So we found a restaurant to eat, planning to go back to that market after finishing our meal. While eating, I vaguely heard a group of people 2 tables away, discussing someone. They seemed to mention someone coming from the imperial capital, but the distance was a bit far, and the restaurant was noisy, so I could not hear the exact words clearly. More than half of Rueli's population comes from out of town. Since a private auction was about to be held, it was perfectly normal for people from the capital to be here. I did not take it to heart, just glancing back when we walked out the door. That table of people was very sharp. Noticing someone looking their way, they immediately turned their heads to look, but only caught a glimpse of a stunning side profile disappearing at the doorway. Someone at the table asked, "Miss Feng, what is wrong?" The person addressed as Miss Feng straightened up and shook her head, saying, "Nothing. I thought I saw someone I knew just now, but I must have been mistaken. What a coincidence. But this private auction is, aside from the public auctions, the largest own around. It is quite normal to run into acquaintances." Another person said, "Miss Feng, were not you looking at that handsome guy at table 03 just now? I noticed him the moment he sat down. He is genuinely handsome, even more so than any celebrity I have seen. In real life, such incredibly handsome guys are truly rare finds." Someone next to them immediately chimed in. "I saw him too, but I did not dare to stare, afraid of being taken for a creep." Miss Feng had her back to my table the whole time, so she had not seen the person, but hearing her table mates describe him as a rare, incredibly handsome guy, She could not help but think of the boy she saw at Xie Yanran's engagement party. Continued from above line, connecting that with the fleeting side profile she had just glimpsed. Her heart skipped a beat. She wondered aloud. What did he look like? What was he wearing? The person at her table described. His skin was very fair, practically glowing. He had short hair, and his features were exceptionally exquisite. His overall aura was a bit cold, but looking closely, you would realize his looks were actually quite stunning. As for his clothes, the person hesitated for a long time. I did not pay attention to his clothes. I think it was black or maybe gray. Their description was rather lacking in detail. So Miss Feng could not be sure if it was me or not. She could only say with a hint of disappointment. But sitting at the table was also an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, wearing a traditional Tang suit. Seeing the conversation drifting further and further off topic, he tapped the table in displeasure. But you invited me here to look at Jade, not to listen to you gossip about some random man. The people at the table quickly stopped talking and said apologetically, "Please do not be angry, sir. Let us continue chatting. Miss Feng came all the way from the capital, specifically because she admires your skills." Only then did the dinner table conversation return to its original topic. Miao Zhuzhu and I returned once again to the place we visited yesterday, the city's largest jade rough stone trading market. Looking like a thief, Neu deliberately avoided the spot where he had left his dark history yesterday. With the private auction approaching, the foot traffic in Rueli was massive. The trading market was even more packed with people coming and going, exceptionally bustling. Almost every stall was surrounded by a crowd. Neu followed behind me, repeating like a broken record. What do you think of this piece? How about that piece over there? And what about this own? I kept shaking my head. Not good. Do not recommend buying it. Miao Zhuzhu could not stand watching anymore. She grabbed Neu and pulled him aside. Why do you keep asking Jiang Heng? Do you really think of yourself as an unweaned baby? Neu put on a profound look of, you do not understand. I am actively seeking professional advice on crucial choices concerning major life events. In layman's terms, I want to be carried to an easy win. Miao Zhuzhu finally caught on. Jiang Heng is an expert in this field. Just as Neu was about to say something, I said lightly, I suppose I know a little bit. At this point, Miao Zhuzhu still had not realized what my know a little bit actually meant. She thought that since I said it like that, I really only knew a tiny bit, maybe just slightly more than Neu. So she patted her chest and said heartily, no worries. If you are not up to it, you still have me. Neu gave her a very weird look. Miao Zhuzhu did not see his expression. She excitedly grabbed me and Neu, pointing to a storefront not far away. There are so many people gathered over there. Are they cutting open a stone? Let us go, let us go. Let us go take a look. This trading market was divided into open-air stalls and storefronts. The open-air section consisted of square stalls laid out outside, while the storefronts were located at the far end of the stalls. Miao Zhuzhu led me and Neu closer, and we saw that indeed, someone was preparing to cut open a rough stone. People who came to the trading market were all there to look at stones. So everyone had a huge interest in the cutting process. Therefore, whichever store was cutting a stone would inevitably attract a crowd of onlookers. The person who wanted to cut the stone was a down and out looking man, about 30 years old, wearing a knit sweater and trousers. His face looked a bit haggard. The shop owner asked him if he wanted to draw the cutting line himself, and he was hesitating. In the world of stone gambling, there has always been a saying, own cut makes you poor, own cut makes you rich. Own cut leaves you wearing sackcloth. This is because the risk of cutting stones is too high. It is possible that a stone might look like a winner on the outside, but once cut, it turns out to be worthless. It is also possible that the stone itself is actually good, but gets ruined during the cutting process. You overheard the people who arrived earlier than them discussing. This piece of material cost 150,000. For an average person, that is okay. But this man does not look like he has much money. I think this piece looks like a winner. It is best to cut along the python band. Not necessarily. It might just be green on the edges. Neu tugged at my sleeve and asked in a low voice, what is a python band? I motioned for him to look closely at the rough stone about to be cut. It is that raised band-like layer on the surface of the rough stone. The US. Then why cut along the python band? I explained. Generally, beneath a python band, there is a root. The root is a crystalline structure that, during the weathering process, forms the band on the rough stone surface. So, if a piece of stone has a python band, it means there is a high probability it will yield green jade. Neu let out an oh, only half understanding. Although we had tried our best to lower our voices, there were many people around, and those standing close could still hear us. A few people cast strange glances my way. They felt that although this handsome man's words were not technically wrong, it just sounded off. It was probably too scientific. Is this how young people nowadays explain the basics of rough stones? And you asked me again, how do you think this piece will turn out once it is cut? I pondered for a moment. It should be all right. My answer was ambiguous. You pressed on. Will its value go up? That if the value of the cut stone was higher than its purchase price, it was called going up a win. If the cut stone was worth less than the rough stone itself, or completely worthless, then it was a collapse, a loss. I nodded. Yes, it will go up. The people nearby could not help but look at me strangely again, feeling that this handsome young man was speaking too confidently. It was as if he had X-ray vision, and had already seen what was inside the stone. How could he dare to say it would definitely go up? While they were talking, the shop owner was already urging the man. Have you decided yet? The buyer had not decided, and looked around as if pleading for help, but everyone around him who met his eyes remained silent. There is a rule in the stone gambling industry. When someone else is picking a stone, you can't intervene, or offer ideas. Otherwise, no matter how good it looks, if it turns out to be a loss, who could bear the responsibility? Seeing that he could not get any advice from anyone, the buyer could only rely on his own meager knowledge. He thought, I will just cut along the python band. This was the easiest way to see results, and also the method least prone to mistakes. The shop owner said, but as soon as the crowd saw that the truth was about to be revealed, they swarmed forward, craning their necks to see. The three of us were all tall, so we could easily see over everyone's heads, and clearly observe the cutting situation. Therefore, we did not push our way to the front. Miao Zhuzhu stood beside me, having just heard my conversation with Niu. She was actually feeling a bit nervous now, holding her breath as she watched. The stone was cut open, revealing a thin layer of green just below the surface, but the rest of it was entirely grayish-white stone. It is just green on the edges. What a waste. I told you it was entirely possible for it to be edge green. It collapsed, completely collapsed. His luck just is not good enough. That is normal. Who has not cut open a few pieces of edge green? Let us go. There is nothing more to see here. Edge green means that after the rough stone is cut open, only the area close to the python band has green, while the rest is waste. This kind of stone material is useless, so it is considered a complete loss. A collective sigh of pity rippled through the scene. The face of the man who bought the stone turned ugly, looking even more defeated. Miao Zhuzhu had seen stones being cut a few times before, and knew this was just how stone gambling worked. The outcome was very hard to predict, so although she felt a bit let down, she merely sighed. Yu, however, was greatly shocked. Aheng, you read it wrong this time. He still remembered back when he and I went to the antique street, and I casually picked out a piece of imperial green. What is more, I was also the founder of the Qianshan group. You had 200% confidence in my judgment. Miao Zhuzhu, afraid I would feel embarrassed, quickly chimed in. It is normal to get it wrong. That is how stone gambling is. No one dares to say they will definitely get it right. She immediately gave an example. I heard that the owner of Qianbao Pavilion, who is now the big boss of the Qianshan group, even made a mistake back in the day. Just think about what level of godlike figure he is. Someone called the emperor of stone gambling. But even he makes mistakes. So is not it perfectly normal for ordinary people to make mistakes? He muttered to himself. So he actually made a mistake before. Then I guess it is excusable. My expression twisted for a moment, unable to tell the truth. I could only say dryly, I have not. The people nearby had already heard the whole exchange. Hearing me still being stubborn, they kindly advised. It is no big deal. You just guessed wrong, that is all. No need to feel embarrassed, handsome. Besides, you did not spend the money to buy it, so you have not lost anything. Miao Zhuzhu agreed. Thought to myself, if I do not step in today, I am afraid there is going to be a huge misunderstanding. What if my secret identity is exposed one day in the future? Would not the rumor spread again that the owner of Qianbao Pavilion missed the mark, standing in front of the stone-cutting machine, staring blankly at the ruined stone? The disheartened man suddenly heard a magnetic male voice from the crowd. This stone can still be saved. The buyer looked up toward the voice, meeting my gaze. He was slightly taken aback. On one hand, it was because I was truly too handsome. He was stunned by it. On the other hand, he had not expected anyone to actually say the words, the stone can still be saved. The stone had already been cut open. It was clearly just green on the edges. How could it possibly be saved? The surrounding crowd, who were just about to disperse, could not help but turn back upon hearing this. What is going on? Someone said the ruined piece can still be saved. How is that possible? Has not it already been cut? The person who had just kindly advised me was also stunned. How can this be saved? I pushed past the people in front of me and walked straight up to the stone cutting machine. I picked up a tool nearby and drew a line on the half of the stone that had been cut open. Cut it from here. The shop owner was intimidated by my calm demeanor and almost instinctively followed my instructions to start cutting. His hand had just touched the stone when he suddenly realized, hey, this stone is not yours. I can't just cut it because you say so. He looked at the actual buyer. Should I listen to this handsome guy? The buyer, completely flustered, said, I do not know either. Just moments ago, when he saw the result after the stone was cut, he had been so remorseful he wanted to hang himself. He fiercely hated his impulsive and greedy self from 10 minutes ago. He did not have much savings to begin with, and now, just when his family desperately needed money, how could he have squandered it in a place like this? It was all his fault for indulging in wishful thinking, always dreaming of a sudden windfall. Well, now look at him, over 100,000 yuan gone down the drain, without even a splash to show for it. But the strikingly handsome young man standing before him was saying that this stone could still be saved. He did not know if he should trust me, if he allowed himself a shred of hope, only to have it publicly crushed again. He truly would not be able to go on living. Then you might as well sell it to me. Another person stepped out from the crowd. This time, it was an old gentleman wearing a tang suit. Behind him trailed a dense group of 7 or 8 people. He looked somewhat familiar to me. After a moment of thought, I remembered he was part of the group I saw leaving the restaurant at noon. I recalled hearing someone at their table mention something about coming from the imperial capital. Could this old gentleman be from the capital? Before I could ponder further, someone directly gave me the answer. An outstandingly beautiful young woman standing next to the old gentleman took 2 steps forward in pleasant surprise. Mr. Jiang, it really is you. So, that fleeting side profile from earlier was indeed Jiang Heng himself. She had thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. From the capital to Rueli, separated by thousands of miles. Yet they still managed to run into each other. It was practically a heaven-sent romance. I glanced at her. She did have good looks, but I had no memory of this face. I asked doubtfully, you know me? The young woman smiled elegantly. We met at Xie Yanran's engagement party. My surname is Feng. My name is Feng Li. After the engagement party, she had even wanted to invite me to dinner to get acquainted. But Father Wang told her I was busy with exams, so they never had the chance to meet again. She never expected to bump into me here today, thought to myself. So this is the Miss Feng that Father and Mother Wang wanted me to meet for dinner back then. The Feng family is one of the 4 great families. I remembered now. I see. Feng Li's phrasing was quite clever. At that engagement party, there were no more than 5 people. I had actually looked at directly. This Miss Feng had clearly only seen me one-sidedly. Yet she made it sound as if we had some sort of prior interaction. I remained polite but distant. My memory has never been good. I do not have much of an impression. My apologies. I had absolutely no intention of reaching out to shake hands, making it clear I did not want to continue the conversation. But Feng Li seemed completely oblivious to this, smiling as she said, that is quite all right. The fact that Mr. Jiang did not remember me is because I am not outstanding enough to leave an impression on you. It is not Mr. Jiang's fault. Good heavens, who would not praise such sweet talk? Miao Zhuzhu put on a serious face and pinched her arm, saying, we're doomed. We have run into a tough opponent this time. This Owen is a master. In the past at school, while it was not like no Owen ever fawned over Jiang Heng, they were basically all politely rejected. Sometimes Jiang Heng did not even need to say anything. A few lukewarm words from Miao Zhuzhu were enough to scare them off. However, facing such a gentle and considerate beauty, even someone with her temper would find it hard to say anything harsh. And Yu pulled out his phone, opened his notes app, and started observing the scene live. Let me learn a thing or two. But I clearly was not falling for it. I gave a half smile and said, is that so? Then you really need to reflect on yourself more. Miao Zhuzhu also opened her notes app, filled with I need to learn from this too. Added a new conversational tactic to the arsenal. Feng Li was choked by my response. Instead of getting angry, a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. Then I will need Mr. Jiang to guide me more. She actually fielded my remark with perfect poise, and even turned it around to playfully tease me back. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. Brilliant. For once, I also felt this person was somewhat interesting. I did not speak, but my cold attitude thawed slightly. The old gentleman in the tang suit, hearing our back and forth banter, frowned so hard a deep crease formed between his eyebrows. Enough. Is this a place for you to be flirting? If you have something to say it in private later. He then turned to the dejected buyer and said, since you do not know whether you should cut it again or not, why do not you just sell it to me? The buyer looked hesitant. How much would you? He wanted to ask how much the old gentleman was willing to pay, but seeing his own difficulty in getting the words out, he did not dare to finish the sentence. The old gentleman in the tang suit, however, had already grasped his unspoken meaning. You spent 150,000 on this stone. I will give you 200,000, letting you make a 50,000 profit. Not a bad deal, right? 200,000. The buyer's eyes widened. Was this a sudden ray of hope in the darkest hour? He had originally thought his savings of over 100,000 yuan had just bought a useless, broken stone. He never imagined someone would actually be willing to spend 200,000 to buy back scrap. This was simply an unexpected windfall. The buyer was almost ready to nod in agreement immediately, but then he suddenly heard intense murmuring erupt from the crowd around him. What is going on? I just went next door for a quick look. Why has not the crowd dispersed yet? Someone said that broken stone that just collapsed can still be saved. It was that handsome guy over there, and someone else wants to buy it for 200,000. That old gentleman over there. Has not the stone already been cut? Why would anyone buy a ruined stone? Someone asked in confusion. I do not know, but someone is actually buying it. Is there some hidden mystery in this stone? Could it be that we just can't see it? Is not this a ruined stone? Why would this old gentleman in the tang suit offer 200,000 for it? The buyer suddenly cooled down, looking at the old gentleman's impatient expression. He knew this man was definitely not the type to extend a helping hand to a stranger out of pity. Then why was he spending so much money to buy scrap? Did he just have too much money and nowhere to spend it? There was still something inside this stone. Thinking of this, the buyer looked at me. Just now, I was the one who said the stone could be saved, and then drew a line on the scrap. His expression and actions were noticed by the old gentleman in the tang suit. The old gentleman let out a cold laugh. Do you suspect there is treasure hidden in this scrap? His words hit right on the speculations running through the minds of everyone present. The crowd fell silent. The old gentleman continued coldly. With your greedy and foolish mindset, I would advise you to stay away from things like stone gambling in the future. When you lose, you act like it is the end of the world. But the moment someone wants to buy it, delusional greed sprouts up again. You know absolutely nothing about the trade, but your head is completely filled with greed. Although the buyer was a 30-year-old adult, being told off like this, which hit right on his secret thoughts, made him instantly furious, anxious, and deeply ashamed. He wanted to deny it, but his actions seemed to perfectly validate every single word the old man had said. For a moment he could not formulate a rebuttal. His face flushed red, then turned green, and then went pale. The surrounding crowd nodded in serious agreement. This old gentleman makes a lot of sense. People who are not mentally stable should not gamble on stones. Otherwise, how many lives would they need to lose? Human nature is inherently greedy. I listened to the old gentleman's words, but I did not agree in my heart. You can't really say that. The old gentleman in the tang suit curled his lip. Did I say something wrong? I replied. Everyone who gambles on stones hopes to uncover extraordinary luck from the rough material. People without this thought would not come to gamble in the first place. By that logic, who is not greedy? Perhaps you want to say that you do it purely out of a hobby. I said calmly, but you should not judge others by your own circumstances. Besides, you do not understand what others are going through. The moment I laid eyes on this buyer, I noticed someone in his family is severely ill, likely an older female relative. When people are driven into a corner, they easily make extreme choices, even if that choice might seem unwise. Hearing my words, the buyer showed a look of profound gratitude, bowed to me, and mumbled incoherently, "Thank you." Being spoken to like that, he actually made up his mind. He turned and nodded to the old gentleman in the tang suit. "I'm sorry, sir. I can't sell this stone to you." Then he gritted his teeth and told the shop owner, Cut it right where that handsome guy drew the line." The shop owner asked if he was sure. The buyer confirmed he was. The old gentleman in the tang suit let out a dissatisfied snort, but did not try to stop them either. At this moment, someone in the crowd recognized the old gentleman's identity. They whispered in shock, "Is that Mr.?" The old gentleman in the tang suit did not respond. But several people had already spontaneously searched for photos online to compare. Confirmed. It is definitely Mr. The own from Hong Kong. Look, they look exactly the same. But really is Chubo? Why is Chubo here? Just now Chubo said he wanted to buy that stone. What is so special about that stone anyway? Things are getting lively. To think that even Chubo came to this private auction. The person next to the old gentleman in the tang suit asked him in a low voice. Elder Chu, someone has recognized you. Should we find a quiet place to lay low? Chubo said irritably. Lay low for what? Am I some sheltered maiden from ancient times, who can't be seen by outsiders? Being rebuked to his face, that person felt a bit awkward, and did not know how to respond. Feng Li smoothed things over for him, by asking Chubo for advice. Elder Chu, you wanted to buy this rough stone just now. Is there still something good hidden inside it? Chubo was originally invited by Feng Li anyway. Feng Li was mild-mannered and polite, without the nasty habits typical of wealthy heirs. Logically speaking, Chubo should have been relatively polite to her. Who knew Chubo treated her the exact same way, not even bothering to offer a smile. It does not count as something good, it is just rare. I originally wanted to buy it back to broaden the horizons of the useless kids at home. If I can't buy it, then so be it. They spoke at a normal volume, and did not try to hide from anyone. Those with sharp ears heard it all clearly. Chubo said it. What kind of rare thing? Even the highly knowledgeable Chubo says it is rare. Is it cut open yet? Are they not done cutting? The crowd discussed animatedly. Then they suddenly heard the shop owner let out a startled, "Oh my God." Chubo and his group were standing near the front. The others did not dare to push forward, so they could only crane their necks to look. They saw that in the half of the ruined stone held in the shop owner's hands, there was actually a patch of faint purple. The scene fell silent for a second. In an instant, speculations erupted. Violet. It must be the hibiscus type. Why does not it look like it to me? Amazing. Quick, let me post this on my moments. A ruined stone actually turned out to be a winner. Is this the hibiscus type you mentioned? Feng Li asked. Chubo denied it. Jiang Heng, since you could tell there was something inside, you can probably also tell what variety it is, right? Everyone was waiting for the answer. I did not keep them in suspense. Stating directly, it is the lotus root powder type. The surrounding people suddenly understood. So it is lotus root powder. No wonder Chubo just said it was not worth much. It is indeed not some precious variety. That is only relative to Chubo. Not being worth much is already pretty good. I actually thought it was the hibiscus type. It really does look like the lotus root powder type. The rough stone had a fine texture, presenting a faint purple or pinkish purple hue. Its structure was similar to the hibiscus type. It was very easy for average people to mistake it. This variety of jade was not considered highly precious on the market, but it won on the fact that the material was scarce, and the jewelry crafted from it had a soft and graceful color, making it deeply loved by the female demographic. Given the size and texture of the stone cut open before us, its value was around 200,000 yuan. Chubo offering 200,000 to buy it just now was actually quite fair and reasonable. The buyer had not expected that something would actually be salvaged from this piece of scrap. He covered his mouth, too shocked to speak. I lowered my voice by his ear, and kindly reminded him, based on the current market price, it is worth about 200,000. The buyer snapped back to his senses. While thanking me profusely, he excitedly reached out to grab my hand. Thank you, handsome. If it were not for you, this stone of mine probably would have been thrown into the trash can. I smiled faintly. This is your own serendipity. It has nothing to do with me. Someone nearby could not hold back anymore and called out an offer. I bid 180,000. Are you selling this jade? I bid 190,000. Chubo just offered 200,000 a moment ago. Are not you guys just taking advantage of him? I will use Chubo's offer as the standard. I bid 200,000. This jade is quite interesting. I am willing to offer 210,000. Please consider it, sir. Admittedly, the intrinsic value of this jade was limited, but its origin story was very appealing. It heavily carried the symbolism of turning waste into treasure, and of a sudden twist of good fortune. When average people buy jade, apart from using it as a decorative accessory, it is also because jade has always had a good reputation. Since ancient times, people have generally believed that jade represents wealth and auspiciousness, and can even turn disasters into blessings, turning bad luck into good, warding off calamities and averting disasters for the wearer. The ultimate extraction of this lotus root powder jade right before their eyes. Did not it naturally embody the twists and turns of just when you think there is no way out? You find a new village in the shade of willows and bright flowers. Continued from line 631. Once anything has a story, it becomes valuable. Jade is no exception. The buyer ultimately sold the jade material for the price of 260,000. He bowed to me repeatedly in gratitude, and even wanted to take out 10,000 yuan to repay me, which I refused. I reached out and patted his shoulder, saying softly, "Go handle your affairs. Everything will be all right." Inexplicably, the buyer suddenly felt that his recently exhausted body seemed to feel a bit more comfortable. His eyes welled up, feeling warmed by the kindness from a stranger. "Thank you." He firmly memorized his benefactor's face and name, hoping that one day, after his family's situation improved, he would be able to find me again, to offer a heavy reward. Now that the matter was concluded, the surrounding crowd either dispersed, or were ushered into the shop by the owner to pick out rough stones. Chu Bo and his group also walked elsewhere. Someone asked him cautiously, "Elder Chu, if you ask me, we should have bought that material. Why did you stop me?" Seeing that Chu Bo had made an offer at the beginning, he knew that Chu Bo liked it. It was not that much money in total. Buying it to curry favor with Chu Bo would have been worth it. Chu Bo frowned. "It is not worth more than 200,000. There is no need." His eyes seemed to say that anyone who bought it for over 200,000 was an idiot. The person who asked the question smiled awkwardly. Although they had not spent many days together, everyone had gained some understanding of this master. From the collecting world, Chu Bo's temper was stubborn and foul. He did not give face to anyone. There was hardly a single nice word from his mouth, and he would always mock people when he spoke. Of course, managing to live to such an old age with this kind of behavior meant he truly had real skills. He often left people dumbfounded with his lectures. Only after listening to him finish, could unknowingly say, "So that is how it is." This was also why Feng Li had spent heavily and pulled strings to invite him to Rueli. It was said that because Chu Bo was here, many figures from Hong Kong's collecting circle had followed to join the excitement. At this private auction, there would surely be many unexpected VIPs. As Chu Bo was walking, he thought of something out of the blue. He turned his head and asked Feng Li, "That kid from just now, do you know him?" Chu Bo had only spoken to an unfamiliar young man today. Feng Li knew he was asking about me. She smiled faintly and said, "I met him once at a banquet, Elder Chu. He is also from the imperial capital." Regarding the affairs of the Wang family, Feng Li was well aware of them. But he did not live in the capital before. Chu Bo nodded thoughtfully. He rarely showed this kind of expression. Feng Li could not help but be curious. Did Elder Chu remember something? Chu Bo was thinking of a time a few years ago when he attended an overseas rough stone auction. He had encountered a young man there. His judgment was so sharp it was superhuman, but at the time, both he and the other party were in private VIP rooms. He had never seen the other's face, and had only heard a few sentences spoken by him. Seeing me today, my manner, my style, and my voice were all somewhat similar. However, regardless of whether it was me or not, Chu Bo had no intention of mentioning this matter to Feng Li. He did not answer Feng Li's question, but merely sized her up and down. Chu Bo said coldly, "You begged a good friend of mine, using a favor to invite me to Rueli, saying you invited me to help you appraise rough stones. But observing your actions these past few days, it really does not seem like you are here to look at anything. What exactly are you trying to do?" Being questioned to her face by him, Feng Li's smile remained unchanged. "Elder Chu, you must be joking. I invited you here purely to look at jade. Otherwise, going through all this trouble to invite you, would not it be a bad deal? Do not you agree?" Seeing that he could not get an answer out of her, Chu Bo scoffed coldly and ignored her. Meanwhile, Miao Zhuzhu was utterly stunned. Her family was in the jade business, so of course she knew how small the probability was of getting green from such scrap material. She knew even better how miraculous it was for someone to be able to tell with just the naked eye under such circumstances, especially when I even accurately drew the cutting line for the man. No matter how you looked at it, it did not seem like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Connecting this with Neu's attitude towards me from the very beginning, she felt something was hugely amiss. She could not help but stare at EU in suspicion. EU bristled under her gaze. "Why are you looking at me?" asked Jiang Heng. I remained very calm, and said innocently, "I told you, I only know a little bit." Miao Zhuzhu said, "You call this knowing a little bit?" She did not believe a word of it. Miao Zhuzhu wanted to ask more, but then heard someone calling her from behind. The few of them turned around, and saw that Miao Rong and the inspection team had also arrived. Miao Zhuzhu was surprised. Did not you say you were going to look at the material a friend had their eye on? Miao Rong chuckled and said he had already finished looking. While scrolling through his moments, he saw a video someone posted saying Elder Chu from Xiangjiang had arrived. It seemed he had appeared at this trading market, so he hurried over. I did not expect you guys to be here too. So let us take a look together. Miao Zhuzhu nodded. Elder Chu is indeed here. We just ran into him. She pointed in a direction. He seemed to have gone that way. Miao Rong was dumbfounded. While taking pictures and sending messages to his friends, he asked, you actually ran into Elder Chu. Did not you ask for an autograph? Miao Zhuzhu felt helpless. Although Elder Chu was highly respected, was there really a need for an autograph? It was definitely because her uncle's daughter was a hardcore celebrity chaser, causing her uncle to subconsciously slip into fanboy mode too. Miao Rong laughed. You do not understand. Elder Chu actually has real fans in the collecting world. I heard from my friend that people even started fan clubs for him online. Now it was Miao Zhuzhu's turn to be surprised. No way, everything can have a fandom now. Even the collecting world has celebrity chasers. Miao Rong waved his hand that I do not know. By the way, I heard something strange happened here just now. Someone managed to cut lotus root powder jade out of a piece of scrap. It is a pity the crowd had already dispersed by the time we got here. We missed it. Did you guys see it? Miao Zhuzhu thought to herself, not only did we see it, the person responsible is standing right in front of you. I gave a dry laugh. We saw it. It was quite a rare sight. Fortunately, Miao Rong was just asking casually, and did not inquire about the specific details. Although we bumped into each other at the trading market, we did not continue walking together. Instead, we separated and strolled around on our own. Miao Rong and his group knew that young people do not like hanging around their elders all the time, fearing their company would make us feel constrained. On the other hand, Miao Zhuzhu and NEU subconsciously felt it would not be good for me to walk with outsiders. This for why even they could not clearly explain it themselves. Later on, based on my suggestions, both NEU and Miao Zhuzhu bought a few rough stones, and each had own cut open. How could my judgment ever be wrong? Naturally, they both yielded good quality jade. The two of them were overjoyed, knowing that cutting more stones in public would cause too much of a stir, and easily attract unwanted attention. They chose to ship the remaining rough stones back to the capital. The next day, the three of us followed Miao Rong and his inspection team, using our passes to enter the venue of the private auction. Although it was called an auction, stone gambling was different from auctioning other items after all. Buyers needed to examine the goods up close and in detail. Therefore, all the items for sale today were guarded by designated staff and displayed on both sides of the hall. The long tables were covered with dark red cloth, upon which sat rough stones of varying sizes and shapes. As people entered, the greeting staff at the door handed everyone a flashlight and a magnifying glass. Each of these stones had a number and was labeled with its weight, origin, as well as its starting price. If someone took a liking to a piece, they only needed to remember its number. Later, when the formal auction began, they could participate in the bidding. The crowd dispersed, gathering in small groups of 3 or 5 to inspect the stones. Inside the hall, Elder Chu became the center of attention. When Miao Rong said yesterday that he actually had fans, it was no exaggeration. We watched helplessly as a group of people with an average age of 30 plus surrounded him. With gleaming eyes, Miao Rong even discreetly pointed at someone and told us, see him, that is Xiangjiang's financial secretary, a famous fan of Elder Chu. He follows him everywhere. Miao Zhuzhu was greatly shocked. A secretary, such a high-ranking official. So Miao Rong started explaining to her the gossips and anecdotes of the Xiangjiang circle. Everyone listened with great interest. I, alone, absent-mindedly scanned the hall, slowly frowning. I felt like something was wrong. While holding my magnifying glass to inspect a stone, and discussing the transparency and waterhead with Miao Zhuzhu, I used my peripheral vision to observe the people moving around. This ominous premonition was not confirmed until the auction officially began. At that time, the host was introducing a rough stone from Bagan. As everyone knows, most Lonking stones from Bagan have excellent water bases, and often yield high-quality emerald green jade. The piece being shown to you all right now weighs 3.8 kilograms. It has the distinct characteristics of a Lonking stone on its surface. It is from one of the top 10 famous pits in Bagan, and is highly sought after. Therefore, the crowd listened attentively, all looking at the giant screen behind the host, which clearly displayed the rough stone. Just as the host was halfway through his sentence, A tall, dark silhouette suddenly appeared at the edge of the screen. The host froze for a moment, just as he realized that someone had walked onto the stage from the side and was about to wave for security to intercept and question them. He saw the person raise something towards the ceiling. Following that, bang, a gunshot rang out, exploding in the hall like a clap of thunder. The person finally stepped out of the shadows. He was about 1.85 meters tall, with a fit but not overly bulky physique, dressed entirely in camouflage, wearing a rock-patterned ski mask, revealing only a pair of eyes radiating sheer malice. He kicked the host over with own foot, slammed the AK-47 in his hands heavily onto the podium, and spoke coldly into the microphone. "Everyone, gather in front of me. Put your hands on your heads and squat down." For a few seconds, the hall was completely dead silent. It was as if everyone had lost the ability to breathe at that moment. Nobody moved. The man on the podium fired another shot at the ceiling, repeating impatiently, "Hurry up." Within one minute, "Everyone gather here, hands on your heads and squat." After the second gunshot, the crowd finally realized the reality of the situation. It was not a dream. It was not a movie shoot. Someone was actually shooting. "Call the police." Screams erupted throughout the hall. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Everyone scrambled frantically toward the exits. Then there was another loud bang. Next to the main exit doors, stepped out another man dressed identically to the first brute. This man did not shoot at the ceiling. Instead, he shot the first person who rushed to the door right in the head. The first person to reach the door was a man in a suit. He did not even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground. Blood mixed with unidentifiable fluids spilled all over the floor. The people behind him abruptly stopped in their tracks. Someone in the front row began to vomit uncontrollably. The man at the door blocked the exit. Raising his still smoking AK, he said in a deep voice, "1 minute, everyone to the stage." The crowd was scared silly. Nobody moved. The man raised his gun and shot another person dead. He continued, 58 seconds. The crowd was in an uproar. One woman, likely suffering a mental breakdown, screamed uncontrollably, "Murder! Where's security? Someone is killing people here." The man aimed at her. The third shot was fired. The screaming abruptly ceased. 56 seconds. "I do not like slowpokes. Move faster." Killing 3 people had an immediate effect. Almost instantly, the crowd stopped trying to use their numbers to rush out. Facing the 3 disobedient people who had been shot dead at the door, they immediately swarmed toward the main stage, crying and begging as they squatted down. "Please, I have money. I can give it to you. What do you want? Please let me go. I have elderly parents and young children to feed. What do we do? Are we going to die here today? I do not want to die." In the chaos, Miao Rong's face was deathly pale. He desperately searched for Miao Zhuzhu in the crowd. As far as he could see, there were only faces of panic and terror, taking advantage of everyone's wailing. He anxiously shouted for her, but his voice, falling into the chaotic cries of over 200 people, was like a drop of water falling into the ocean. There was no response at all. The figure on the podium fired another shot. The bullet hit the giant screen, blasting off a shower of glass and plastic shards. Holding the AK, she shouted, "Quiet, put your hands up, do not cause trouble for me." 2 more burly men dressed in the same attire emerged from backstage. One of them sneered, "Why are you wasting your breath on them? Just kill a few more." The person called Lao Diao glanced at him, scanning the crowd. "Who here is from Shangjiang?" No one answered. Lao Diao slammed the butt of her gun against the table. "A bunch of cowards." She started calling out names directly, dragging people out one by one. I do not know where these people got their list, but they accurately called out the names of Chu Bo and the financial secretary, as well as several billionaire-level figures. One of them was right next to Miao Zhuzhu. When he was called out, he was trembling all over from nerves. He grabbed onto Niu's arm tightly, his face turning pale from fright. The man who had called out Lao Diao's name earlier added, "There are also people from the capital." Miao Zhuzhu's heart skipped a beat. She watched as the man handed Lao Diao a piece of paper. Lao Diao took it, looked at it, and read aloud, "Miao Rong." Miao Zhuzhu's eyes widened and she was about to cry out, but Yu quickly covered her mouth. Miao Rong stood up from the crowd, his expression grim, barely maintaining his composure. Lao Diao sized him up out of the corner of her eye. "Be obedient, and you won't die." They did not want to make enemies out of the capital's noble families just yet. They just needed some leverage. As long as they held enough important figures, the police would have to hold back for fear of casualties. Lao Diao continued reading. Feng Li stepped out of the crowd. She kept her eyes lowered, looking seemingly very nervous. That is me. Niu panicked internally. Miao Rong and Feng Li had both been pulled out. There was no way he would be lucky enough to be overlooked. However, since Miao Zhuzhu's uncle was called out, she should be safe. Niu leaned into Miao Zhuzhu's ear and whispered breathlessly, "Do not make a sound. And do not panic. They do not dare lay a hand on people from the capital." Miao Zhuzhu nodded. "You let her go." After a moment's hesitation, he whispered again. After the second gunshot, I saw Jiang Heng seemingly head backstage. I was originally sitting right next to them, but when the crowd erupted into chaos, you saw me seemingly flip over the seats in midair and head towards the backstage area. My movements were too fast, and the situation was too chaotic. You only caught a fleeting glimpse of my silhouette, but could not clearly see what I did next. Miao Zhuzhu clenched her fists tightly and nodded heavily again. In this kind of situation, being separated from the group was far more dangerous than staying in the crowd. She did not know what I was going to do, but she would keep an eye on the backstage direction. Niu's intuition was right. After Lao Diao looked Feng Li up and down, she looked at the paper again and read out his name. Niu squeezed Miao Zhuzhu's arm on last time, let out a long breath, and stood up. Lao Diao let out a sound of surprise. So young. Niu did not know if he should reply, so he just imitated Feng Li, keeping silent and lowering his head. Lao Diao did not mind. She crumpled up the paper and tossed it aside casually. She muttered something to the two burly men who came out later, and the few of them casually pulled up chairs and sat down in front of the crowd. Apart from some faint whimpering in the hall, there were no other sounds. In a hidden spot behind the stage, tucked in the gaps between the stacked audio equipment, I quietly shifted my position. I had felt something was off from the moment I entered the hall. So, under the guise of inspecting the stones, I had circled the entire venue. I found that in the layout of this hall, there were simply too many places to hide people, and some of these spots did not seem coincidental. Rather, they seemed intentionally designed. When that person named Lao Diao walked onto the podium, because no one else moved, I did not move either. Later, when the scene descended into chaos, I quickly took advantage of the commotion to hide. These desperados never expected that someone would pull a stunt right under their noses. They did not notice me at all, and in the brief time that had passed, I had carefully observed the equipment and attire of all four individuals. They were definitely not your average robbers or criminals. They were extremely proficient with firearms. I could almost guarantee they were mercenaries. So-called mercenaries do not belong to any particular military or the regular forces of any government. They are a special type of combatant born for profit. They fight only for money. Armed personnel who can be hired by anyone. For someone to hire mercenaries to hijack a private auction. What was it for? For the rough stones here. I rejected this answer in my heart. Too much trouble. For a pile of rough stones. Blatantly deploying mercenaries on Rueli's turf. It simply was not worth it for the mastermind. The risk and the reward were entirely disproportionate. Thinking of this, my mind stirred. A proportion between risk and reward. What kind of profit was worth causing such a massive commotion and taking such a huge risk? What exactly were these mercenaries planning to do by trapping everyone here? Wee woo wee woo wee woo. The sound of police sirens ringing out outside the hall made the spirits of all the trapped hostages soar. The police are here. Did this mean they were going to be saved? However, the four heavily armed individuals all just crossed their arms and watched coldly without moving, seemingly completely unaffected. A burst of electronic static came from Lao Diao's body. The financial secretary, who was closest to her, trembled in fear at the sudden noise. Lao Diao threw him a sideways glance and pulled a two-way radio from her jacket. My eyebrows twitched. They had radios. This meant that these four people had other accomplices, and they needed to stay in contact. I just did not know where the others were scattered. The radio crackled twice. A gruff voice spoke in a foreign language. "They're here." Lao Diao replied in the foreign language. "Understood. Everything on our end is proceeding as planned." The voice on the other end of the radio changed. This time, it spoke in Mandarin. "Damn it. One of the guys in the SWAT team is a damn good shot. While driving around the city just now, my leg almost got blown off." He cursed a few more times. He sounded exactly like a Chinese native, but then he scoffed and said in an impatient tone, "I knew it would be tough operating on Chinese turf. I am running low on bullets. Do you guys have enough magazines over there?" Lao Diao replied, "We have barely used any bullets on our end." The person on the other end said, "Got it." Then there was a crackle on the radio, and the sound cut off again. Seeing that the other side had stopped talking, the man who had handed Lao Diao the note earlier cursed under his breath. They are raising hell in the city, and now they are playing the victim with us. What a bunch of cowards. Lao Diao snapped. Shut up, quiet. Save your breath for later. This middleman spoke fluent Mandarin, but he was not Chinese. It seemed he really did have a mercenary background, knowing the situation in China like the back of his hand. Thought to myself, could this person be that infamous mercenary leader? The biggest news lately was none other than the currently hunted mercenary leader, Wu. Could this incident be connected to Wu? It seemed this situation was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. I was afraid it involved an even deeper chain of interests. I re-evaluated Lao Diao and her accomplices, calculating how long it would take to take them down. If it were just me alone, taking on these four single-handedly would not be a big problem. But the tricky part now was the scene. There was a crowd of innocent ordinary people. During a firefight, the probability of others not getting caught in the crossfire and getting hurt was practically zero, especially the ones standing at the door. If not handled carefully, the bullets from the gun of the guy at the door could easily drop dozens of people. I needed to come up with a more foolproof plan. I let out a silent breath, feeling a slight headache. The radio in Lao Diao's hand rang out again. This time, it was yet another voice. Lao Diao, stall the cops. Find something for them to do. The man next to Lao Diao sneered. The four of us are holding down over 200 people, and you are telling us to find something to do. The voice on the other end replied helplessly. It is just that we have the goods on our end. It is not very convenient. The man next to Lao Diao cursed. What a fucking pain in the ass. Lao Diao said in a deep voice. Finish up quickly and pull out. Then she raised her gun, pointed at Chu Bo and the financial secretary, pulled Feng Li out again, and said to the man beside her, show those cops exactly who we are holding hostage. Our lives might not be worth much, but if these VIPs die randomly, it will become a massive international joke. My heart tightened. In an instant, I realized what she meant. Chu Bo and the financial secretary were both heavyweights from Xiangjiang. If they met with an accident here, it would inevitably spark political conflicts. And if they were attacked by mercenaries on top of that, the resulting fallout would be unimaginable. The guy on the radio told Lao Diao to stall the police and find something for them to do. By parading these VIPs out, the police definitely would not dare make any rash moves. They would probably even call in more backup, escalating the situation further. My mind suddenly cleared up, connecting the clues from beginning to end. I instantly saw through the true plan of the mastermind behind the scenes. The person on the radio just said they needed to get something. Assuming this incident is connected to Wu, then what they want to get is self-evident. I heard Wu has been spotted around Bagan recently. Since Interpol is hunting her down, why would Wu pass up better opportunities to escape and come all the way here? Is it because she specifically came to get something, but because she is being watched? During the process of retrieving the item, she needs to distract the police. They might have also split into several groups. This would perfectly explain why they were willing to spend money on mercenaries. The corners of my mouth twitched, and a trace of coldness flashed in my eyes. I was not going to just sit back and accept this unprovoked disaster. Wu wants to get her hands on something. I will make sure she does not succeed so easily. The burly man next to Lao Diao, after hearing her out, let out a loud laugh. He pointed his gun at the hostages and said, let us go. Come take a walk outside with me, so that Lao Diao could monitor the situation outside. The burly man kept his walkie-talkie on. The people inside the hall could clearly hear the conversation outside. First, the police shouted through a megaphone. Listen up, people inside. You are surrounded. If you surrender now, you can still get a lenient sentence. The burly man acted as if he had heard a joke. He laughed out loud. Surrender. Take a good look at who we have here first. Commotion could be heard from the police's side. A short while later, more sirens wailed. Clearly, new reinforcements had arrived. This time, the police asked directly, what do you want? Through the walkie-talkie, Lao Diao instructed her accomplice on how to answer. Tell them, we want the jade in here and a military helicopter. When they said they wanted the jade, the police could understand that. They figured it was a hostage situation for financial gain. But when they demanded a helicopter, the police were momentarily stunned. You guys know how to fly a helicopter. Do ordinary robbers nowadays possess such high-end skills? The burly man facing off with the police said, that is none of your business. Whatever we ask for, just get it ready. The authorities discussed it briefly, and eventually agreed. But they said a military helicopter would take time to coordinate, and hoped they would not harm the hostages in the meantime. The burly man said out of sheer boredom, We have no interest in the people. Once you have the things ready, we will leave. I hope you do not make any sudden moves. Otherwise, bullets do not have eyes. He retreated to a concealed spot, keeping himself well hidden, with his gun pointed at Chu Bo and the others. As expected, the police did not dare make a rash move. After listening to the whole exchange from inside, Lao Diao switched the radio frequency and spoke to the other group. Another dozen or so cops just arrived on our end. How are things? Did you get your hands on the item? The other side replied. Almost. We are about to shake them off. Sweat beaded on my forehead. I pulled out a face mask and put it on. This was what Miao Zhuzhu had prepared for me when we left this morning. Annoyed by people constantly hitting on me. Now it actually came in handy. There were now only 3 enemies left inside the hall. But aside from the guy standing by the door who was farther away, Lao Diao and the other person both had their guns pointed at the crowd. I had to find a way to take out one of them instantly, to prevent the other from firing wildly and causing innocent casualties. Did I really have to wait until everything was over before making a move? Just as my mind was racing, a phone suddenly rang. In the corner of the hall, filled only with soft whimpering, a crisp ringtone suddenly pierced the air. Lao Diao and her accomplice were startled. They immediately raised their guns to fire. Who is it? Who is over there? There is actually someone else in the hall. I cursed inwardly. Such terrible luck. But my movements were not slow in the slightest. I kicked a few speakers into the air to perfectly block the bullets. The bullets hit the speakers, creating a massive bang. Debris exploded into the air. I did not dodge or hide, while rapidly throwing everything around me out to block the bullets and obscure their line of sight. I took advantage of the intervals between their shots to quickly close the distance by stepping on the tables. In practically the blink of an eye, I flipped behind Lao Diao's accomplice, dropping down from mid-air. I locked my legs around his neck and twisted hard. The nearly 2-meter-tall burly man could not react in time, before crashing heavily to the ground. My movements were incredibly fast. I snatched the AK from the burly man with own hand, and fired toward the door without even looking back. My foot kicked with absolute precision toward Lao Diao. Lao Diao had no time to fight back, let alone any chance to fire her gun. Her pupils contracted. Years of battlefield experience made her instinctively fall backward, narrowly dodging my attack. But the accomplice at the door clearly did not have her good luck. I shot him right in the right hand. His gun dropped. Of course, would not give him a chance to pick it up again. I ruthlessly fired 2 more shots right into his chest. Few kills will always be killed. The burly man who had just murdered 3 innocent people had a final expression of pure disbelief. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Lao Diao did not have time to save her accomplice, nor did she have time to shoot at me. She only had time to execute a roll on the ground and hide behind a solid wood high table nearby, swapping in a fresh magazine. I leaned down and chuckled. Not bad reflexes. I effortlessly held the AK that belonged to Lao Diao's accomplice, facing off against Lao Diao from a distance. So, how about it? Wanna have a little contest? Let us see whose gun is faster. The person on the walkie-talkie just said they needed to get something. Assuming this incident is connected to Wu, then what they want to get is self-evident. I heard Wu has been spotted around Bagan recently. Since Interpol is hunting her down, why would Wu pass up better opportunities to escape and come all the way here? Is it because she specifically came to get something, but because she is being watched? Lao Diao did not even dare to move her eyes. For you, the speed and ferocity of this man's movements were simply beyond ordinary imagination. It practically did not look like a speed a human could achieve. In an instant, Lao Diao mentally ran through the names of internationally renowned assassins and mercenaries, but none matched. Who I am is not important. I smiled faintly. Where Wu is, that is what is more important, right? Lao Diao's finger twitched, nearly misfiring. How do you know? I looked at her gun and answered with a question instead. Want to test our guns against each other? See who is faster? Lao Diao warily refused. I was trying to goad her into shooting, planning to strike during the interval. What might seem like an immobilized split second to an observer could be the opening for a fatal blow for me. I sighed regretfully. All right then. My arm throbbed with a dull pain, a graze left by a bullet just now. I was a bit annoyed. At this moment, I truly regretted how slowly I had been cultivating my techniques. If I had progressed a bit faster, my cultivation would have formed a natural barrier to protect me. Even bullets would not be able to harm me. I did not move, and Lao Diao did not move either. The two of us were completely deadlocked. The hall was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by this man who had suddenly jumped out and suddenly killed someone. Who was this person? Why was he wearing a mask? Was he an enemy of these thugs? Or someone with a different agenda entirely? The crowd could not be sure, and they did not dare speak. They were terrified of the fresh corpses on the ground and the standoff between the two of us. Miao Zhuzhu covered her mouth to stifle a scream that almost slipped out, staring fixedly at the masked man. Others might not recognize me, but she could tell at a glance. Was not this Jiang Heng? What was going on? Was this the Jiang Heng she knew? He had actually taken down the thugs all by himself, and was now in a standoff with the boss of these desperados. Miao Zhuzhu could not believe it, but she did not dare call out my name either, terrified of drawing attention. She just subconsciously looked toward Nau. Nau also turned to look at her. The two exchanged a look of mutual confirmation and tacit understanding. That person was Jiang Heng. It was not an illusion either of them was having. Just as Lao Diao and I were locked in a stalemate, the walkie-talkie on Lao Diao's body suddenly crackled. Someone was trying to communicate with her. Lao Diao subconsciously looked down and pressed a button. Just that own movement, and the outcome was decided. She caught a glimpse of a shadow in her peripheral vision. Before she could look up, she felt a sharp pain in her arm, and the gun in her hand immediately dropped to the floor. I had struck her gun-holding arm, then delivered a chop to the side of her neck. She fainted without making a sound. I removed the magazine from her gun, kicked her a little, and muttered, "Still have to keep On alive." I casually pressed the button on the walkie-talkie, and heard the other side ask, "Lao Diao, how are things on your end? We're almost done here." I gave a hum of acknowledgement and said, "You might not be getting anything done." Hearing a male voice, the person on the other side was shocked. "For you?" I smiled faintly. "Just an ordinary, unremarkable citizen of Chaoyang." After saying that, I held the walkie-talkie, raised the gun, and kicked open the main doors of the hall. Outside the hall was the lobby. Lao Diao's only remaining accomplice was leaning against the wall, holding his AK and facing off against the police outside. The noise I made kicking open the doors was too loud. He turned his head in shock, right as I hit him with a 3-round burst. I used a very specific technique with my firepower, first hitting the forearm, then the wrist, and finally the ground. The impact of the bullets knocked his dropped gun several meters away. The police surrounding the outside of the lobby were stunned for a moment, then swarmed in, and firmly restrained the thug. In the chaos, I glanced at the hostages, who were quickly being surrounded and comforted by the police, and thoughtfully met Feng Li's surprised gaze. The police officer who approached me only got 2 words out, before I raised a hand to cut him off. I handed him the walkie-talkie and said, "I understand you have many questions, but perhaps you should first concern yourselves with whether the biggest drug lord of the outer regions can extract his goods from Rueli today." The captain of the SWAT team snapped his head around, his expression cold and sharp. I said concisely, "He deliberately caused multiple disturbances, just to scatter the police force. Now that things here are resolved, I do not know what other incidents are happening elsewhere, but I think you should be clear on the situation." The captain's face changed drastically. He clearly thought of something. "So that is how it is." I kindly added, "These thugs have all been dealt with. There is no major situation left to handle here." The captain gave me a deep look. "Thank you." He did not know what this man's background was, or how he managed to break through from the inside and take out several armed robbers. But now was clearly not the time for questions. Without hesitating for another second, he directly assigned a few people to stay behind and handle the aftermath, then took the rest of his men, got into the police cars, and sped away with sirens wailing. I had just engaged in a gunfight right in front of so many people in the hall. I did not want to go back in and be gawked at, so I glanced at the police who were too busy to pay attention to me, did not say goodbye, and directly hailed a car back to the hotel. I sent a message to Miao Zhuzhu and Nau on the way. I thought the two of them might be called in to give statements first, but to my surprise, I had barely finished taking a shower when they had already returned. I sat in front of the desk, ran my fingers through my hair a couple of times while looking in the mirror, stood up and asked, "How did you guys get back so early?" Miao Zhuzhu and Nau were sitting on the sofa behind me, their backs straight, hands resting obediently on their laps, looking like 2 elementary school students. Nau said, "The police were very busy. They said they do not have time to take statements right now, saying there is another major case." I understood. It must have been that cunning Wu who drew their fire. I examined myself in the mirror. "Do you two have anything to ask?" Miao Zhuzhu hesitated, opening her mouth but stopping. "It is just because what happened was too shocking." She was still feeling a bit dazed even now. She even suspected I had used some kind of mystical method. I carefully considered my explanation. I specifically trained abroad before. Miao Zhuju's eyes lit up. Is that achievable through training? I told the truth. Not necessarily. It also depends on natural talent and physique. The light in Miao Zhuju's eyes dimmed again. But she and NIEU had actually both learned basic self-defense. But those basics were only good against ordinary people. Against true experts, they were woefully inadequate. Seeing my skills today, after their initial shock, they felt envy. NIEU whispered, "Brother Hing." I looked at him through the mirror, questioning with my eyes. "What is it?" NIEU said. "I want to learn too." Miao Zhuju took the opportunity to raise her hand. I thought for a moment and said, "Probably not right now. Let us wait until summer vacation next year. You can go train for 2 months. NIEU and Miao Zhuju immediately cheered. Young people are young people after all. They were scared half to death in the hall just a moment ago. But now that they had recovered, they were full of energy again. I asked Miao Zhuju, "How is Uncle Miao?" Miao Zhuju replied, "He is fine, just got a bad scare. Real guns and live ammunition. It was quite terrifying." There was an elderly expert in the inspection team. Miao Rong, afraid the shock might have been too much for him, accompanied him to the hospital for a checkup. Miao Zhuju was very perceptive, mentioning Miao Rong and the inspection team. She promised me, "Do not worry. I will explain things to my uncle, even though they saw everything. They won't go around spreading rumors." I also had no intention of making the incident widely known. So I nodded and said, Only then did Miao Zhuju notice that I was applying hair wax. Yes, I answered helplessly, even though I wore a mask. My clothes and hairstyle were still very conspicuous. I am going to have to change my style for the next few days. I stood up, turned around to show Miao Zhuju and NIEU. How does it look? Is it very different? Miao Zhuju and NIEU took a closer look, froze for a moment, and were completely stunned. As the saying goes, a Buddha relies on gold leaf, a man relies on clothes. But if a person's appearance and aura are too overpowering, then it is the person carrying the clothes. My previous attire showed no obvious preferences. Since it was autumn, I wore the trench coats and trousers typical of the season. When Xie Huili went shopping with me at the mall, she bought me a lot of clothes, and I just mixed and matched from those. Even though they were just standard designs from brand name stores, I managed to wear them with a unique, haute couture flair. That is why Miao Zhuju always joked that it did not really matter what I wore. A truly incredibly handsome guy would look stunning even wearing a rag. People meeting me for the first time would find it hard to notice what clothes I was wearing. Now Miao Zhuju felt she would been proven wrong. It turned out it did matter. It mattered a lot. Earlier she and AU were so unsettled that they surprisingly had not noticed the clothes I was wearing. Miao Zhuju stared blankly for a while, then said, "I always thought these kinds of clothes were too flashy. Why do they look so perfectly suited when you wear them?" This shirt involved heavy craftsmanship, with exquisite details, and its overall style was very flamboyant. But strangely enough, once I put it on, the shirt's inherent style was subdued. Anyone looking at it would only notice the divine appearance and posture of the wearer, while the clothes themselves no longer seemed important. I continued styling my hair. I bought this at the mall across the street after coming back. The sales assistant recommended it. He marveled, clicking his tongue. Let alone people who did not know you before. Even people who do know you would find it hard to connect the person involved in the gunfight this afternoon with you. Who would have thought that a noble young master in a gorgeous suit could so cleanly and decisively shoot down terrorists? Miao Zhuju nodded eagerly in agreement like a pecking chicken. This is exactly the effect I wanted. I chatted with them for a bit longer, then urged them to go back to their rooms to eat and rest. Today's experience was thrilling enough, and we would likely have to go give statements tomorrow. We needed to rest and recuperate. I was just packing up my things when the doorbell rang again. I thought it was Miao Zhuju and NIEU coming back, so I casually went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Xie Rian's beautiful face came into view. "Rian, why are you here?" Xie Rian had clearly rushed over. There was a hint of anxiety between her brows. She looked me up and down. "How are you?" Xie Rian actually knew about it. The situation here was tightly under wraps. How did she get the news? I smiled reassuringly at her. "I am fine. Do not worry." I let Xie Rian into the room. "How did you find out about the incident here so quickly?" Xie Rian looked slightly helpless. "Did you forget about the bodyguards I assigned to you?" I really had forgotten. The bodyguards following NIEU and me could not enter the venue, so they had been waiting outside the whole time. They never expected an emergency to erupt inside. They immediately contacted Xie, forced by the fact that the thugs had guns. They could not storm in. Just as they were planning a tactical approach, I burst through the doors, took out the thug, and then easily returned to the hotel. The bodyguards were dumbfounded. They were not your standard bodyguards. They could tell that the thug was not an ordinary person, which made them even more shocked by how effortlessly I handled him. The bodyguards first reported the latest situation to Xie, left 2 people to stake out the scene, and the rest followed me back to the hotel from a distance. During their report, the bodyguards truthfully stated that they saw my arm was injured, the sleeve was torn, there seemed to be faint traces of blood. The bodyguards had not seen it clearly, so their description was vague. This made Xie even more anxious, not knowing the true extent of my injuries. Even though logically she knew that since I could return to the hotel normally, it should not be anything serious. Emotionally, she could not find peace without seeing me with her own eyes. She flew non-stop from the capital to Rueli, and rushed straight to the hotel. I heard your arm is injured. Her gaze fell on the white sleeve of my forearm. I did not expect her to even know this, so I could only roll up my sleeve to show her. It is really not a major injury, just a graze. I have already simply disinfected and bandaged it myself. Xie was not reassured. She carefully lifted the bandage to take a look, and only breathed a sigh of relief, after confirming it was not very serious. The unusually cold and severe expression she had since we met finally softened. Seeing this, you are too tense. People who do not know better would think I am made of crystal. Look at you, all travel worn. Did you go see and do not tell me you came straight to see me without even checking on you. Xie expression stiffened. She actually froze. I had just made a joke. I did not expect this reaction from her. I could not help but ask in astonishment. You came specifically to see me. Xie did not know how to answer. And she did not want to lie. So she fell silent. If she had maintained a normal attitude and played along with the joke, it would have been fine. But with her acting like this, the atmosphere immediately felt off. I was slightly shaken. Both you and I were in Rueli when an unexpected incident occurred in Rueli. Although Xie rushing over seemed like making a huge fuss, it was also out of concern for her family, especially since Au was her biological cousin. By all reason and logic, her coming to the hotel should have partly been because of him. So my initial comment was truly just a joke. But based on Xie reaction, she heard I was injured and came specifically to see me, without even thinking of anyone else for a moment. No matter how little I understood about how ordinary siblings interacted, I still realized Xie reaction was a bit extreme. As this thought crossed my mind, I suddenly realized Xie and I were too close. Xie was still holding my injured arm, her warm palm resting on the outside of my wrist, providing a constant stream of heat. Her lowered head was only inches away from my ear, our breaths seemingly intertwining. Is this too close? I instinctively pulled my hand back, and took a step back, to cover up my emotions. I hurriedly said, have you eaten yet? I will call the hotel to send some food up. Xie gave a distracted hum of agreement. I will go check on Nau first, and come back in a bit. Both of us were clearly not in our right minds. Neither of us thought about the fact that we could go downstairs or eat outside. And precisely because both of us were out of it, we did not notice the other's strange behavior. Xie stepped out of the room, and only then did her stiff muscles relax. She opened her palm, thinking about the arm she had just held. She only needed to lightly close her fingers to completely encircle it. I was mysterious, powerful, and unfathomable. Despite Xie status and position, she still frequently felt I was too far out of her reach. When we were at Bitao Courtyard, several times when she saw me standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, or standing in the corridor of the courtyard looking into the distance, she would have the illusion that I could leave at any moment. Someone like that. Perhaps only by completely grasping them in the palm of her hand could she stop feeling constantly terrified of losing them. Xie slowly closed her hand, stood lost in thought for a moment, then walked toward Nau's room next door. Nau was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor of Xie arrival. He lunged at Xie without even closing the door properly. Although Xie disgustedly extended an arm to block him, Nau was still in a great mood. Heaven knows, his cousin was always cold and restrained when handling matters. She was the quintessential domineering female, so for her to actually rush over without a moment's pause, even knowing the incident had been resolved, It smacked of caring too much leading to chaos. What did this mean? It meant familial love. He was so moved his eyes teared up. He brought Ciarian tea and water, asking after her well-being. Cousin, how did you get here? It must have been a tiring trip. Are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Cousin, have some water. Cousin, how long are you staying? Where are you sleeping tonight? Did you bring an assistant? Ciarian had already learned from the bodyguards that Niu was completely fine, not missing a single hair. Therefore, after examining him upon meeting, and confirming he was in good spirits, her thoughts began to wander. She checked the time, feeling that after staying here for 20-odd minutes, it was probably about enough. As Niu talked to her, she allocated a sliver of attention to give brief answers. Plain. Not hungry, not thirsty, not drinking water. Staying own day, sleeping at the hotel. No assistant. She had always been cold and taciturn, so Niu did not notice anything amiss. The more he talked, the more excited he got. Cousin, you did not see it. Brother Heng was incredibly cool today. Everyone was scared half to death back then. At that time, everyone was scared to death. The whole room reeked of blood, and that smoky smell of gunpowder. Then 3 2-meter-tall burly men glared at us like tigers watching their prey, just like wolves looking at sheep. I almost thought I was going to lose my life right then and there. But then, suddenly, a phone rang. Those 2 terrorists raised their guns and started spraying bullets, crackling and popping everywhere. A Heng just swooshed out of nowhere, and a Heng did not get hit by a single bullet. It was too amazing. I completely could not see a Heng's movements. It just felt like swish, 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 and he jumped from here to there. And then, somehow, he took down the terrorist. Cousin, after talking excitedly for a long time, he suddenly noticed that Ciarian's face seemed to have darkened. Displeasure was written all over her eyes and brows. Hiyu asked cautiously, Cousin, what is wrong? Ciarian frowned and said, Nothing. What happened next? The bodyguards could not see what was happening inside the hall, and only described the state I was in after coming out. She had not expected that my situation inside the hall at that time was so dangerous. And you saw that Ciarian was not in high spirits, and said in a low voice, afterwards, the terrorists were all knocked out by a Heng. Ciarian gave a hum of acknowledgement. Without saying a word, Hiyu quietly observed her expression, roughly guessing Ciarian's thoughts. Is cousin angry? A Heng's actions were too dangerous. The son of a wealthy family does not sit near the edge of a hall. Human nature is to seek fortune and avoid misfortune, to be averse to any potentially dangerous behavior. Back in high school, Niu once wanted to go to F province with classmates for a photography trip, but faced extreme opposition from Xiehueli. Xiehueli found it hard to understand. The world is so big. Why do you insist on going to the most chaotic, most turbulent country? She felt he was deliberately putting himself in danger. So Niu guessed that Ciarian's thoughts must be somewhat similar, just like in those TV shows and movies. When the protagonist takes risks, afterward they are always scolded by family and friends. It was so dangerous. How could you do that? Even though they are angry, their starting point is concern. But Ciarian pursed her lips. I am not angry. And you muttered. Your expression says otherwise. It is truly not anger, just frustration. Ciarian rubbed the space between her eyebrows, restoring her calm demeanor. You guys were in such a dangerous situation back then, and I had no way to provide you with any help. A Heng relied on himself to solve the problem for everyone. What right do I have to be angry? Hiyu was stunned. Ciarian said softly, I am just frustrated that I did not assign you guys more bodyguards, who could closely accompany you into the hall. That way, when the accident broke out, they could have provided a Heng with at least some help. Even if she was terrified out of her wits by me being in danger, she would not use concern as an excuse to blame her negative emotions on me. Outside the unclosed door, I stopped in my tracks. I had originally come to call Ciarian for dinner, and did not expect to hear the two of them talking about the day's events. The lights in the hallway were bright, and the shadow cast from the top of the doorframe enveloped me. Ciarian said, So I am not angry, I just did not protect him. You guys well enough myself. I remembered last time, when I used my fingertips to draw talismans for her, to help speed up the recovery of her legs. She had said something similar back then too. I should not be unhappy. You did it for my own good, but I hope you won't get hurt over such insignificant little things, even if it is just a tiny bit. It is not about the size of the wound. It is that no one is worth it. Do not start a precedent like this. I lowered my dark eyelashes, thinking to myself, this person seemed to always be like this, clearly appearing very cold and aloof, but sometimes showing unexpected gentleness. It was simply a massive contrast. Wang Teng stammered. Cousin. Xie Rian said lightly. What about me? Wang Teng wanted to say. You talking like this feels like it completely shatters your image. It is not like a domineering female hoe at all. But just as the words reached his lips, a flash of insight hit him, and he suddenly changed his tune. Did you really come to see me? That is not right, is it? When I was talking about my own stuff. Cousin was just giving half-hearted replies. So why, when talking about Jiang Heng's stuff, did she look like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart, having pondered it for a long time? And just now, when Xie Rian said that last sentence, had she smoothly meant to say did not protect him well enough, and then changed it at the last second? Hey, you looked at Xie Rian suspiciously. I stood outside the door and curled the corners of my mouth up, then knocked on the door to bail her out. The food has been brought up. Are you two coming over to eat? Any you indeed had not eaten dinner yet. Hearing that I had ordered dinner up, he happily ran over. Xie Rian lagged a step behind, talking to me in a low voice as we walked. The police should be looking for you guys tomorrow to take statements. If you do not want to show your face, I will handle it. I shook my head. I should still go. Given my situation, I won't be giving a statement together with everyone else anyway. Besides, I even laid out Wu's plan at the time. Whether the police successfully caught him or not in the end, they will definitely come to question me. Xie Rian did not know the details, but seeing me say this, she figured I had my own arrangements. So she said, then I will accompany you there tomorrow, and head back to the capital in the evening. I agreed with a smile, but I thought of the Xie family situation, and asked out of concern, are things at home being handled smoothly? Hearing me say this, Xie Rian was momentarily dazed. At home, hearing these two words come from my mouth, evoked an inexplicable sense of stirring emotion. There was no abnormality on her face whatsoever, as she replied as usual, everything is going smoothly. It should settle down in another half a month. With her and old master Xie joining forces, the execution was flawlessly comprehensive. They were just one final step away from squeezing Xie Deyong out of the Xie family's list of shareholders. Thinking of Xie Deyong's family, Xie Rian felt a slight annoyance. The reason was none other than Xie Deyong's daughter, Xie Yanran. Ever since the last time Xie Rian caught Xie Yanran actually daring to harass me to my face, she had someone secretly keeping an eye on her movements. Learning that she recently custom ordered a set of jewelry designed in the shape of snowflakes, she guessed what she was plotting. Xie Rian felt both bitter and angry in her heart. She had already decided that from now on, she would not give Xie Yanran the chance to see me. Naturally, it was even more impossible for her to bring this matter up in front of me. While we were having a warm and tender meal here, back in the capital, someone was furiously confronting Xie Yanran. Speaking of which, the fact that Xie Yanran had many men was truly no secret. The close friends she would known for years were all very clear about it. However, although Wang Teng had not seen it with his own eyes in his early years, they had interacted during daily gatherings. At the very beginning, he was also aware of Xie Yanran's past romantic affairs. But ever since the two confirmed their relationship, he rarely heard any more gossip or scandals about Xie Yanran. On one hand, this was because the people around him knew about his relationship with Xie Yanran, and would not openly bring it up in front of him. On the other hand, it was also because Xie Yanran later became busy handling affairs for Xie Deyong, and did not have as much time to go looking for men. Coupled with the fact that Xie Yanran was consistently gentle and affectionate towards Wang Teng, constantly showering him with sweet words, due to a variety of reasons, it gave Wang Teng the illusion that Xie Yanran had settled down. Wang Teng was even quite smug about this. They say a prodigal who returns is more precious than gold. For a wealthy heiress like Xie Yanran, being a bit of a playgirl in her youth was nothing. Was not she completely devoted to him now? After getting engaged, Wang Teng and Xie Yanran's relationship became even more intimate. He frequently went to the house where Xie Yanran lived alone, to have meals, spend the night together, or bring her soups and meals. On this day, he had just learned a new dessert recipe, so he went to Xie Yanran's place to cook it himself, planning to give her a surprise. But he happened to arrive just as the custom jewelry Xie Yanran ordered was delivered. The person delivering the jewelry was always a smooth talker. He had met Xie Yanran once when she customized the jewelry, and knew she was a lady who spent generously. Now, having arrived at the designated address, seeing that the person answering the door was a handsome young man, he naturally assumed this gentleman was the intended recipient of the jewelry. With a face full of smiles, he said, "Oh, excuse me, is this Miss Xie Yanran's residence? This is the custom jewelry Miss Xie ordered. Could you please sign for it?" Wang Teng said in pleasant surprise. Is it men's jewelry? Although the delivery man was a bit puzzled, he still smiled and said, "It is a very exquisite and expensive set of men's cufflinks and a pendant." Miss Xie communicated directly with the designer to have it custom made. Hearing him say this, Wang Ting naturally assumed Xie Yanran bought it for him. He said softly, "I will sign for it on Yanran's behalf. Thanks for making the trip." Hearing this, the man was even more certain of his assumption, and could not help but say a few more words. "No trouble at all. It is my job. You must really like snow and ice, handsome. This pendant is shaped like a snowflake." Miss Xie is incredibly thoughtful. Wang Teng's smile froze. What snowflake? He hated winter and snowy weather the most in his life. The other party did not notice the change in atmosphere, and continued smiling. There are not many people who are this attentive to their boyfriends nowadays. "You are truly lucky, handsome." Wang Teng maintained a stiff face. He forced a smile, exchanged a few pleasantries, and saw the man out. As soon as the front door closed, filled with suspicion, he immediately tore open the beautifully packaged gift box. Opening it up for a look, it was indeed an entire set of snowflake-shaped jewelry. Pendant, bracelet, cufflinks, everything was there. It was definitely worth a fortune. Snowflakes. No matter how foolish Wang Teng was, he knew he had absolutely no connection to this imagery. This set of jewelry was definitely prepared by Xie Yanran for someone else. At first, he really did not connect it to me. After all, in his eyes, Xie Yanran and I had absolutely zero interaction. He just assumed Xie Yanran was keeping some man on the side, and that this person liked things related to ice and snow. Even so, Wang Teng still gritted his teeth in hatred. Xie Yanran had not even put this much thought into the gifts she gave him. Did some random gigolo who popped out of nowhere actually deserve this? Wang Teng almost wanted to call Xie Yanran immediately to confront her, but he knew that doing so would make it very hard to catch who the man was. So he gritted his teeth and endured it. He repackaged the gift box exactly as it was, cleaned up the kitchen and left. He contacted Xie Yanran's cook, and gave her a sum of money, asking the cook to pretend she was the one who signed for the jewelry, creating the illusion that he had never been there today from start to finish. When Xie Yanran came home that night, he affectionately hugged her. In Xie Yanran's charming peach blossom eyes, there was not a hint of guilt. The sweet words flowed easily. "I was just thinking of you, and here you are. We really have a telepathic connection." As Wang Teng acted intimately with her, he casually glanced around, and noticed that the jewelry gift box had indeed been put away. And in the time that followed, Xie Yanran showed absolutely no intention of mentioning it to him. The last shred of wishful thinking in his heart shattered. When Xie Yanran went to take a shower, Wang Teng quickly unlocked her phone, and began scrolling through her chat history. He first searched for the words Jiangheng, but found no relevant chat content. He then searched for gifts, and shockingly found over 100 records. They were basically all of Xie Yanran arranging for her secretary to pick out gifts that men liked, and then sending them to different men. Mixed in were various mall and travel information. Wang Teng scrolled through quickly, feeling a lump in his throat as he read. What? Prodigal returning. It was just rivers and mountains are easy to change, but On's true nature is hard to alter. He thought Xie Yanran had settled down after maturing, but it turned out she was just keeping the red flag flying at home, while letting the colorful flags flutter outside. Those nights Xie Yanran claimed to be busy with work were just her fooling around with other men. However, looking at it this way, Wang Teng became even more wary of the intended recipient of that snowflake jewelry set. It was not hard to see from the chat records that Xie Yanran had always had her secretary prepare gifts for her. She personally never cared. Her casual, playful attitude glaringly obvious. Comparing the two, her personally communicating with the designer to custom make jewelry seemed exceptionally thoughtful. Who made her get serious? Wang Teng clutched her bathrobe, took a deep breath, and switched to searching for the word investigate. Based on his understanding of Xie Yanran, if she became interested in someone, she would definitely investigate their background information first. This time, even more chat content popped up. Most of it was work-related, but a small portion was personal. Wang Teng swiped his finger, reading down line by line. Finally, he stopped on own screen, staring fixedly at a message Xie Yanran sent to her secretary. Investigate Jiangheng. Jiangheng. Xie Yanran had her secretary investigate Jiangheng. Wang Teng read this sentence carefully twice, to confirm he was not seeing things. His vision went dark. He absolutely never expected that Xie Yanran would actually be interested in me. How could that be? When had those two ever met? He steadied his mind, and checked the timestamp of Xie Yanran's message. It was exactly the day after he and Xie Yanran held their engagement party. Thinking of the stunning effect of my appearance that night, Wang Teng practically wanted to grind his teeth to dust. No wonder Jiang Heng dressed up like that. No wonder he was so high profile back then. Had he been scheming all along, trying to hook up with his fiancée? The day I moved out of the Wang family home, Wang Teng was not there. Father and Mother Wang, having faced my sarcasm, naturally did not recount their conversation truthfully to Wang Teng. What they told Wang Teng was, I was rebellious and unreasonable, talked back to them, so they told me to move out and reflect on my behavior. Wang Teng believed it to be true, seeing that I still had not moved back to the Wang family home after so long. He thought I had given up on Father and Mother Wang, and could no longer pose a threat to him. He never expected that I had already secretly hooked up with Xie Yanran. It had even reached the point where Xie Yanran was personally custom ordering jewelry for me. Thinking of Jiang Heng's cold, handsome face. No wonder the jewelry was designed in the shape of snowflakes. So it was him. So that was the meaning behind it. Wang Teng hated it so much he almost threw up blood. Yet an uncontrollable sense of panic also welled up inside him. If it were anyone else, he could not possibly harbor this much hatred. But I was the sole exception. Because of the switched at birth incident, he and I had already swapped identities for over a decade. During the time right after I returned, he lived in constant fear that I would steal his life away, especially my appearance and demeanor, which brought him immense pressure. Fortunately, between him and me, Father and Mother Wang still favored him more, and as for his original social circle, I was unable to blend in. Later, when I left the Wang family, and he only occasionally bumped into me at school, did he finally feel a little at ease? It turned out he was too naive. I pretended to be aloof and arrogant on the surface, but behind the scenes, I had long since hooked up with his fiancée. What did I want to do? Did I want to steal Xie Yanran away, and then slowly scheme to take back the Wang family, ultimately leaving him with nothing, forcing him to leave in disgrace? Hearing the sound of water in the bathroom gradually stop, Wang Teng put Xie Yanran's phone back where it was, and closed his eyes. He had once harbored some malicious thoughts at the engagement party, which had originally dissipated after my departure, but now they surged back into his heart. He could not afford to be this naive anymore. Otherwise, sooner or later, I would openly walk into his home and completely replace him. Wang Teng thought of the last message he saw. Someone had invited Xie Yanran to meet at Zhongling Spring, and even told her to bring Little Heng. He sneered coldly. Little Heng? Who else could it be? It had to be the Jiang Heng for whom Xie Yanran specially custom-ordered jewelry. They sure called each other affectionately. Then tomorrow he would catch them in the act, drag that gigolo out right to their faces, and leave him nowhere to hide. Let us see if he still had the face to steal someone else's wife. When Xie Yanran came out of the shower, Wang Teng casually put his arm around her and probed. I heard a newly released movie is pretty good. Are you free tomorrow? Will you go see it with me? Xie Yanran undid the buttons on his bathrobe and mumbled vaguely. What movie? Have your secretary arrange it. Is not it quieter to watch it at home? Besides, I have work tomorrow. Wang Teng's heart sank. More likely she had someone to meet. Xie Yanran kissed and groped for a long time, but seeing Wang Teng was distracted, she could not help but feel completely turned off. She had recently taken a new male celebrity as a sugar baby. He had not been famous for long, but he possessed a world-class beauty within the industry. Around the eyes and brows, he somewhat resembled Jiang Heng. Coincidentally, he also had the character Heng in his name. His skills in a certain area were quite good, keeping Xie Yanran thoroughly entertained. Seeing Wang Teng acting like this now, she was reminded even more of the male celebrity's charms. She figured she might as well just go to Zhongling Spring tomorrow to have some fun. So she rolled off him, left a bedside lamp on, and said, "Let us sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow." After saying that, she actually fell asleep peacefully, leaving Wang Teng alone to stay awake until dawn. The next afternoon, Wang Teng staked out near Zhongling Spring for over an hour, before finally spotting Xie Yanran's car. Xie Yanran was nestled in a man's embrace. He was bundled up tightly, his face obscured, so Wang Teng could only vaguely make out an excellent figure. From a distance, Wang Teng sized up the man's height and build, becoming even more convinced it was me. His face turned livid with rage. Gritting his teeth, Wang Teng watched the two of them enter, planning to go in and catch them red-handed half an hour later. Inside Zhongling Spring, in a specifically reserved private room on the top floor, Xie Yanran walked past a group of scantily clad people, and took a seat with her arm around Li Heng. Not far away sat a young woman smoking a cigarette. Seeing her enter, she raised her eyes. Sister Xie has finally arrived. I have got a gift prepared here. Xie Yanran glanced at the male celebrity groveling at her feet, then looked at the row of men kneeling behind her, who were not wearing a single shred of clothing. She let out an ambiguous laugh. No good goods lately. The young woman pointed her cigarette at Li Heng, her gaze lingering on him for a moment. How come you are willing to bring him over and let me have a taste today? Li Heng was a rising traffic star who just got popular this year. He gained massive fame thanks to his world-class looks. In a recently hit urban idol drama, he played the male lead, Xie Yan, after she took him as a sugar baby. His resources became so good it made others green with envy. He was about to join the cast of a Xianxia drama, co-starring with top-tier female celebrity Lu Shui. Xie Yanran patted Li Heng's cheek ambiguously and smiled. Hear that? Miss Yan is waiting for you to serve her. The person who just spoke was named Yan Nan. She was own of Xie Yanran's fair weather friends, own of the shareholders of Zhongling Spring, and owned a quite famous film and television company. Li Heng was originally signed under Yan Nan's company, but before Yan Nan could make a move, Xie Yanran claimed him first. Being teased by the two of them, Li Heng was not shy at all. He boldly reached an arm out from Xie Yanran's embrace, towards Yan Nan's arm. Then Miss Yan, why do not you guess what color little Heng is wearing today? Yan Nan crushed her cigarette out in the ashtray on the side table, and reached her hand over. Stop pretending. Which time have you come here, and not gone commando? The private room was spacious and brightly lit. The atmosphere between the three of them gradually heated up. Among the group of men behind Yan Nan, someone quietly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had narrowly escaped disaster today. After all, not everyone was like Li Heng, willing to participate in this kind of transaction. Some were purely forced into it with no other choice. As a result, Yan Nan, perhaps feeling it was not stimulating enough as they played, casually pointed back at someone. Get on over here. Hurry up. The person who had just sighed in relief instantly froze, falling from heaven to hell in a split second. He looked at Li Heng sandwiched between the two women, and viciously pinched himself. Just as he was about to fall into despair, he heard the door to the private room being forcefully swung open with a bang. A handsome young man strode in. Without even looking, he raised his hand and hurled his phone towards the sofa. The phone flew over their heads with a swish, hitting the woman on the sofa. Wang Teng cursed furiously. You bitch, watch me tear your face off today. With the door wide open, the draft from the hallway instantly rushed in. Everyone in the private room shivered. Li Heng let out a scream, grabbed his clothes and rolled onto the rug behind the sofa. In his panic, his first reaction was to cover his face. Yan Nan was stunned by the hit. This was the first time she had been so brutally interrupted while having fun, and on her own turf, no less. She did not care about pants or shirts. Whipping her head around, she saw a familiar face. Wang Teng. Being fair weather friends with Xie Yanran, she had naturally seen Wang Teng before. She was usually very sweet, always calling him brother-in-law. But in her shock and anger, she threw formalities out the window and blurted out his full name. After calling it out, Yan Nan finally came to her senses. She looked at the furiously angry Wang Teng at the door, then looked at Xie Yanran beside her who was in the same state as her, and instantly understood what was happening. The official partner had come to catch them in the act. The very first thought that popped into Yan Nan's mind was that this was unbelievable. Oh wait, Wang Teng had been with Xie Yanran for so long. Did he have absolutely no understanding of her temperament and personality, or her lifestyle? Did he not know that Xie Yanran was a player? Taking a step back, even if he truly did not know, he could not just publicly and so blatantly embarrass her like this. In the eyes of wealthy heiresses like Yan Nan, the official partner at home, no matter what absurd scene they witnessed, had to swallow their pride and keep quiet. They had to put the woman's face first. Nothing in the world is more important than face. Wang Teng's current behavior was practically tantamount to throwing Xie Yanran's dignity on the ground and stomping on it. Fortunately, she was the only acquaintance present today. If a few more people had seen this, would not Xie Yanran be gossiped about and mocked behind her back? The service staff who rushed over from outside were also startled by Wang Teng. None of them knew how Wang Teng had gotten up to the top floor, especially when they caught a glimpse of the situation inside the room. They were so shocked their faces turned pale. The two major shareholders of Zhongling Spring, along with several major and minor celebrities and influencers who frequently visited, were all inside. Someone immediately stepped forward, wanting to pull Wang Teng away. Before they could finish speaking, They heard Yan Nan call out Wang Ting's name. Wang Ting paused, seemingly only realizing who was in the room, after he had smashed things. Seeing that Wang Ting knew the major shareholder, the service staff instantly grew tense, sharply sensing that something fishy was going on. Without a word, they closed the door from the outside, leaving the entire space to the bosses. Gossip is precious, but keeping Owen's job is priceless. You absolutely must not listen to the boss's gossip. Xie Yanran also finally recovered from the massive shock. Her neck still bore a few hickeys left by Li Heng. Frowning, she looked at Wang Ting. What are you doing? Wang Ting looked at the pale, naked crowd near the door. Men dressed up like large dogs or cats. His gaze paused on the leather leashes around their necks, and the way they were kneeling and crawling. It was unbelievable. Xie Yanran, Yan Nan, and their group looked like proper ladies of noble upbringing. Who would have thought they acted like this in private? No matter how hard Wang Ting tried, he could never have imagined they played this excessively. Xie Yanran's face darkened. I asked you what you were doing. This was the first time Wang Ting had heard Xie Yanran speak to him in such a dark, harsh tone. Normally, he would have cowered in fear long ago, but right now, bombarded by various emotions, he could not care less about her attitude. After his initial shock, the biggest thought in his mind, surprisingly, was not how his fiancée Xie Yanran had betrayed him, but rather, given the atmosphere in this private room, what was Jiang Heng's position in all this? Thinking of the ever-present coldness and condescending aloofness I always carried myself with, Wang Ting surprisingly felt a bizarre sense of vindictive pleasure. He did not even answer Xie Yanran, and headed straight for where Li Heng was hiding. Xie Yanran instinctively blocked him, scolding him in a low voice. Wang Ting, have you had enough of this nonsense? Wang Ting shoved her aside. Compared to whatever Xie Yanran was doing, right now he wanted nothing more than to see Jiang Heng's wretched state with his own eyes. Caught off guard by his sudden madness, Xie Yanran was completely ignored by him, and was forcefully shoved aside. Meanwhile, Wang Ting had already swiftly and decisively torn away the clothes covering Li Heng. He sneered coldly. So your day has come. Wait, who are you? You finally got what is. Upon seeing Li Heng's face clearly, his expression went completely blank in that instant. He cried out in disbelief. Li Heng's face and body were covered in unidentifiable fluids and various marks. As for what he had been doing earlier, the evidence was undeniably conclusive. Knowing he could not talk his way out of it, and having just gathered that this man had a deep relationship with Xie Yanran, although he did not understand why Wang Ting looked ready to tear him apart one second, and utterly shocked the next. He did not want to confront Wang Ting directly, so he quickly propped himself up, scrambled to his feet, and hid behind Yan Nan. Sister Yan, save me. Yan Nan instinctively pulled Li Heng into her embrace. She was also quite furious about today's farce, but with Xie Yanran here, she had to show some respect for her friend's sake. So she forcibly suppressed her anger, and looked at Xie Yanran in an awkward position. Look at this. The implication being, deal with your own man yourself. Wang Ting still could not believe that this man actually was not Jiang Heng. He reached out and grabbed Li Heng's hair, ignoring Li Heng's miserable cry of pain, and stared intently at his face. It really was not him. Wang Ting felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face changed drastically. You're not Jiang Heng. Where is Jiang Heng? Xie Yanran's face also changed. What Jiang Heng? What does this have to do with Jiang Heng? Wang Ting, did you come here looking for Jiang Heng? Xie Yanran was a smart person. Connecting the dots, she figured out most of it in a flash. You went through my phone. If Xie Yanran's anger was originally at a 7, it now instantly surged past a 12. Wang Ting still wanted to lunge at Li Heng, but Yan Nan had already pulled Li Heng several steps back. Seeing Wang Ting being so relentless, and acting like a madman, whatever patience Yan Nan had for Xie Yanran's sake, was completely exhausted. She made Li Heng hide behind her, and mocked verbally. Wang Ting, if you keep being so inappropriate, keep in mind that as Sister Xie's friend, I am still completely naked right now. Are not you afraid of touching something you should not? Saying that, she provocatively swayed forward a couple of times. Only then did Wang Ting suddenly realize the environment he was in. His pale face instantly flushed beet red. He did not dare step forward anymore. What? With Yan Nan saying that, Xie Yanran lost every last shred of her dignity and face. Why would she be willing to listen to him speak any further? In a fit of rage, she pointed straight at the door and yelled at Wang Ting. Inside the lavishly decorated private rooms of Zhongling Spring, Wang Ting and Xie Yanran were currently locked in a bitter dispute intent on turning everything upside down over me, creating a storm of dramatic proportions. Meanwhile, back at the quiet and secure hotel in Rueli, I had just pushed aside my bowls and chopsticks. Having finished a rather satisfying dinner, I then called for the hotel staff to come up to the suite and clear away the dishes and tidy up the room, taking the opportunity to casually see Neu and Sierrian out. Sierrian walked a bit slower than the others, lingering slightly behind. She stood near the doorway, pausing to turn her head back and speak to me directly. "The way you dress today is very unique," she said softly. "It looks really good on you." Her compliment suddenly brought to mind a popular internet meme I had seen recently, so I decided to tease her a little, my tone mischievous. "Does that imply I do not look good on an ordinary day?" To my surprise, Sierrian did not offer a quick, reflexive denial. Instead, she genuinely paused to think for a moment before answering with complete, earnest sincerity. "You have always looked good," she stated firmly. "It is just that every time you wear something, you manage to endow these clothes with an entirely new, elevated sense of aesthetic beauty." Standing there in the transitional space between the bright hallway and the shadowed room, the half-light played across her features. Her facial features were exceptionally exquisite and finely drawn, and her overall aura was one of aristocratic nobility mixed with a cold, serious detachment. Yet at this moment, her gaze was clear, warm, and carried a subtle, genuine smile, acting as if she did not find her high praise to be the least bit exaggerated or overly flattering. Perhaps it was exactly because she was so incredibly candid and sincere that I, someone who was deeply accustomed to hiding my true thoughts and wearing masks, actually found myself momentarily choked up and caught off guard. I quickly regained my composure, giving a calm and steady hum of acknowledgement. "Thank you for the compliment." Sierrian then shifted the topic, asking, "Are you all planning to stay and play around here for another 2 days? I have to return to the imperial capital tomorrow morning. After all, it has not been long since I made my official public reappearance, and the Xie family still has a massive mountain of affairs and chaotic issues waiting for me to handle." Being able to split my time to make this sudden trip to Rueli was already me squeezing out time from an impossibly packed schedule. "I am not entirely sure myself," I replied honestly. "It depends on what arrangements Miao Zhuzhu has planned, though we probably won't be staying for many more days either. Niu and I originally came here tagging along with the Miao family's delegation, so naturally, it would not be appropriate or polite for us to just leave on our own without them." Sierrian raised a hand in a brief wave of understanding. "Then once you have your itinerary finalized, send it over to C11. I will have him drive to the airport to pick you up when you land." I nodded in agreement. "But that works." Miao Rong and the members of the inspection team needed to quickly resume their schedule of purchasing jade rough stones, while I still had an obligation to go to the police station to provide an official statement regarding the incident. Yesterday, in the immediate, chaotic aftermath of the hostage situation, the police had not had the time to question me properly, as they were completely overwhelmed with securing the scene, arresting the suspects, and handling the terrified hostages. But the very next day, as soon as they managed to free up some manpower, they came knocking on my hotel door bright and early in the morning. After I opened the door to let them in, I saw that they were not standing on ceremony either, and they got straight to the point, asking directly, "Would you prefer to talk here in the hotel? Or should we head back to the police station for the interview?" The SWAT team captain I had met the previous day gave a slight, polite smile, and said in a very amiable tone, "We really do not want to trouble Mr. Jiang by making you run all the way down to the station. If it is convenient for you, we can just have our conversation right here." The fact that he could address me by my surname so directly and confidently made it clear to me that before they even came to see me today, they had already conducted a preliminary background check and possessed a solid understanding of my basic information. "It is perfectly convenient," I replied. I took a step back, gesturing for them to enter the room. The accommodations booked by the Miao family were all spacious suites. The hotel room featured a comfortably sized, well-furnished miniature living room, so hosting 3 guests for a meeting was absolutely no problem at all. Accompanying the SWAT captain were 2 other officers, one noticeably tall and the other quite short. The tall one appeared quite young, probably fresh out of the academy, and the moment he stepped into the room, he habitually and sharply scanned the entire layout of the space out of ingrained vigilance. The shorter officer, however, seemed like a seasoned veteran. He merely took a natural, sweeping glance at the suite's floor plan, before calmly retracting his gaze. I knew full well that they had not come here with the mood to sit back and sip hot tea, so I went to the mini fridge and simply handed each of them a cold canned beverage. Do you need to conduct a sweep or inspection of my room? I offered casually. If it is required for your standard operating procedures, I really do not mind at all. I could clearly tell that, with the exception of the captain. The other two officers were highly alert and deeply suspicious of me. The captain offered another slight, reassuring smile. There's no need for that. Our primary purpose here today is to formally express our gratitude to Mr. Jung, and to casually ask a few questions about the situation while we are at it. He took out a business card and placed it onto the glass coffee table, gently sliding it across the surface towards me. My surname is Liu, written with the double mouth character. I am the lead investigator temporarily stationed in Rueli to handle major criminal cases. So, it turned out he was not actually a local Rueli police officer at all. He was a specialist brought in specifically to hunt down high-profile fugitives. I raised a single eyebrow in mild surprise, accepted the business card, but did not immediately rush to scrutinize the details on it. Instead, I casually set it aside on the table. I could see right through him. This Captain Liu was clearly a very cautious man with excellent composure, someone who could hold his breath. He seemingly wanted to progress step by step, feeling out the situation gradually. But I did not want to waste time playing games with him. So I cut straight to the chase and asked the core question. Have you caught Wu yet? The expressions on both the tall and the short officer instantly changed drastically. They both snapped their heads to stare at me intensely, their eyes wide. Captain Liu, however, remained completely calm, simply shaking his head slowly. He replied with a tone of heavy regret. We have not caught her yet. We are currently in active pursuit. I felt a sudden, unexpected jolt of annoyance. But then I quickly let the feeling go, relaxing my posture. I figured I would just have my own people keep an eye on her movements later. She caused me to get involved in a violent physical altercation for absolutely no reason. And now she thought she could just escape scot-free. Where in the world do such easy things exist? Captain Liu then added a crucial piece of information. However, despite all her scheming and meticulous planning, we successfully intercepted the items she was so desperate to get her hands on. It was all thanks to the timely warning I had provided during the hostage crisis. That they realized the auction hijacking was a diversion and noticed the secondary incident unfolding elsewhere, allowing them to swiftly redeploy their police forces in time. If I had not stepped in to subdue the heavily armed mercenaries, saved the terrified hostages, and passed on that critical piece of intelligence to the SWAT team, they would have almost certainly missed Wu's accomplices completely. Captain Liu maintained a very polite and respectful demeanor, expressing his profound gratitude for my crucial tip-off. However, he then paused slightly, his tone shifting into an investigative mode, asking where exactly I had managed to obtain such highly classified information. The two officers sitting beside him stared at me unblinkingly, their gazes intense and scrutinizing. It felt as if they were trying to observe the exact frequency of every single flutter of my eyelashes, to detect any sign of deception. I had, of course, already prepared a perfectly plausible cover story long in advance. The whole thing was purely a coincidence. I began smoothly. At the time, the auction had not officially commenced yet, according to the narrative I meticulously spun for them. Before the event started, I had accidentally dropped an expensive cufflink, and was wandering all over the venue searching for it, when the armed thugs suddenly stormed the hall. I just so happened to be crouched down near a stack of massive audio equipment, which perfectly placed me in the mercenaries' blind spot. Later on, one of the thugs happened to be standing quite close to me while using his radio to communicate with the others. The conversation I recounted was carefully constructed to sound believable. They mentioned something about flour or powder. I honestly did not understand what they meant at first either. I deliberately mimicked NAEU's typical clueless reaction from that day, making my performance seem exceptionally authentic and grounded in reality. But after thinking it over for a bit, I started to form a few vague guesses about what might be going on. As for how I, a seemingly ordinary wealthy young man, managed to take down hardened mercenaries, my explanation was equally smooth. Well, you know how it is. Nowadays, young people like me love going abroad for extreme hobbies, playing around with firearms at shooting ranges, participating in equestrian events, and taking up various martial arts for self-defense. To tell you the truth, my actual skills are just average. The main reason I succeeded was simply the element of total surprise, and taking advantage of the fact that they completely underestimated me initially. I could not help but wonder if those highly cautious, fully committed mercenaries would cry tears of frustration if they could hear my dismissive explanation now. I put on an expression of sheer, lingering terror mixed with relief, playing the part of a lucky survivor perfectly. Thinking back on it now, in hindsight, I am terrified out of my wits myself. I really was just incredibly lucky. Captain Liu and his men remained silent. The three of them stared fixedly at the young man claiming to be terrified out of his wits. He sat there looking exceptionally handsome, radiating a calm, vibrant energy. He truly did not look the least bit frightened. However, my carefully constructed narrative was logically sound and flawless. Furthermore, it perfectly corroborated the statements given by the other terrified witnesses at the scene. Captain Liu then feigned curiosity, asking several more probing questions, all of which I answered seamlessly, leaving absolutely no loopholes for them to exploit. At this point, the three officers found themselves with nothing left to interrogate me about. Realizing he was not going to extract any new, actionable intelligence from me, Captain Liu had no choice but to express his thanks once more, stand up, and formally take his leave. I courteously escorted them downstairs to the lobby. As we walked through the hotel lobby, however, I unexpectedly spotted them again, the very same two couples that Niu, Miao Zhuzhu, and I had coincidentally overheard on the street a few days prior. Back then, the slightly built, bespectacled man had seemingly pieced together the recent reports of minor local incidents in Rueli, and acutely sensed that the city was currently unsafe and brewing with trouble. He had earnestly tried to persuade his girlfriend and the other couple to cut their trip short and head back early, but the other three had been stubbornly dead set against leaving. His girlfriend had pleaded with him in a soft voice, even resorting to whining and acting spoiled, eventually wearing him down and convincing him to stay together with them, so they could all attend the Jade Rough Stone auction. I cast a brief glance in their direction, and noticed that the man from the other couple traveling with them now had his arm entirely encased in a thick plaster cast, the cause unknown. It seemed highly probable that during the terrifying chaos at the auction venue, he had sustained a significant injury in the stampede. I subtly shook my head, secretly admiring the bespectacled man. He clearly did not possess any special, insider intelligence channels, yet he had managed to deduce the underlying danger solely from subtle clues and public news. His mind was undeniably sharp and observant. It was just a pity that the people closest to him completely disregarded and dismissed his accurate judgment. On the contrary, I was the one who had benefited from his insight. If I had not overheard his concerns that day, I would not have specifically asked Q to look into the situation, and thus would not have been alerted to the news regarding Wu's presence in the area. After Captain Liu and his two subordinates climbed into their unmarked official vehicle, they watched me walk back into the hotel through the dark, privacy-tinted windows. The tall officer furrowed his brow deeply and asked Captain Liu, "Do you think his story just now is credible?" Captain Liu slowly shook his head side to side. "I would say about 70 to 80% of it." 70 to 80% credible, the tall officer chimed in, thinking back on the interview, and added thoughtfully. Looking at him when he spoke, his gaze was clear and steady, and his body language was completely natural and relaxed. I almost believed every word he said was the absolute truth, even though it relied heavily on coincidence. It is impossible to poke any logical holes in his story. Captain Liu, however, continued to shake his head slowly. What I meant was, 70 to 80% of what he just told us was a complete fabrication. 70 to 80% lies. The tall officer was thoroughly shocked. Captain Liu let out a wry, helpless laugh. While it is true that incredible coincidences do happen in this world, do not you think that this particular string of just so happened events is taking it a bit too far to be believable? He just happened to overhear the mercenaries' secret plan. He just happened to possess the skills to single-handedly wipe out a squad of heavily armed terrorists. The first part is difficult to swallow, but perhaps barely acceptable. But the latter part, that level of combat proficiency being written off as coincidence and luck, do you really buy that? Think about it rationally. He was completely alone, actively protecting a massive crowd of hostages. Yet he directly and flawlessly neutralized four heavily armed, combat-trained mercenaries, all over 1.9 meters tall. Someone with that kind of terrifying psychological fortitude and lethal capability. Do you honestly believe that when facing us, he would not even know how to construct a convincing lie? But the tall officer hesitated, struggling to process this. If it was not a series of lucky coincidences, then it is even more incomprehensible. He looks far too young and far too refined and handsome for that. If it was not luck, how on earth did he actually pull it off? Captain Lu fell silent for a long moment. His gaze dropped downward, as if he were carefully weighing the most appropriate words to use. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. Perhaps the old saying is true, there truly are hidden masters walking among the common people. At that moment, the short officer suddenly spoke up, voicing a dark suspicion. Could he actually be secretly affiliated with Wu? Impossible. Captain Lu rejected the idea categorically and instantly. He does not strike me as a stupid man. If he were truly working with Wu, there would be absolutely no reason for him to tip us off, allowing us to pursue the investigation further and intercept the goods, while simultaneously exposing himself to our scrutiny. The short officer pondered this logic for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That makes perfect sense. However, should not we still run a deep background check on him just to be safe? Or perhaps just assign a team to keep him under surveillance for a while? A cold, sharp smile touched the corners of Captain Lu's mouth. Did neither of you notice? From the very second we arrived at this hotel, we have been under constant, intense surveillance ourselves. The tall officer violently grabbed the back of the seat in front of him, highly alarmed, frantically scanning his surroundings through the rearview mirror, desperately trying to spot who was tailing them. The short officer asked, his voice tight with vigilance. Could it be Wu's people? Does she still have undiscovered accomplices lurking around? Relax, do not panic, Captain Lu said, calming his men down. It is highly unlikely to be Wu's people. It is almost certainly the personal security detail belonging to that Mr. Zhang. Bodyguards. Both subordinates were stunned. But if they are his personal bodyguards, why would not they follow him inside the hotel to protect him closely? Why are they lurking outside playing tail? Captain Lu fell into deep thought for a while, before speaking slowly. Do you think ordinary run-of-the-mill private security would employ this kind of highly covert, aggressive surveillance style? This kind of tactical posture? It feels much more like the standard operating procedure of elite military special forces. His voice dropped even lower, as if sinking into a morass of deeper uncertainty and hesitation. The true background and origins of this Mr. Zhang, I fear they are far more complex than they appear. The information we have the clearance to dig up on him might be extremely limited and sanitized. The short officer looked thoughtful, and suddenly offered a suggestion. Captain, did not you mention having a very well-connected friend working inside WAS? WAS's intelligence gathering department is supposedly the most formidable in the world. Why do not you try reaching out and asking him to look into it? The tall officer, however, pursed his lips dismissively. Is that really necessary? Even if he does possess some impressive combat skills, at the end of the day, he is just an unusually handsome young civilian. There is no justifiable reason to mobilize such massive, high-level intelligence resources. Captain Lu remained deep in thought for a long time. Finally, he gave a decisive nod. But I will contact him tonight when I get back to base and ask. In truth, the only reason they had managed to catch any trace of Wu's operation this time was entirely due to the favors called in by Captain Lu through his WAS contact. Although he harbored deep suspicions about my true identity, he was not a man to leave any stone unturned or ignore any potential lead. That very night, Captain Lu reached out to his contact at WAS. To his surprise, after hearing his request, his friend did not immediately hang up the phone. Instead, he agreed to help with unexpected readiness. Sure thing, I can run a trace on the Wu situation for you. I will allocate a bit more manpower to your case. With our help, you should definitely be able to nail her this time. You are actually willing to help me actively track and locate Wu. Captain Lu was simultaneously shocked and overjoyed by the offer. His friend replied, well, while I was running a routine sweep earlier, my queries triggered flags and I got noticed by the higher-ups monitoring the internal network. The higher-ups contacted me directly and demanded to know who requested the intelligence. They explicitly stated they were willing to provide active tracking assistance. I told them it was for you, and they asked if you had received some sort of classified orders from above to infiltrate the operation. A wave of joy washed over Captain Lu, but it was immediately followed by an even deeper, more profound confusion. He naturally possessed absolutely zero connection, or deep ties to the upper echelons of WAS command. Could this really be yet another bizarre coincidence? Regarding that Mr. Zhang you asked me to look into. His friend paused noticeably, and when he spoke again, his tone had become incredibly grave and cautious. His friend held an extremely high security clearance, one of the highest levels attainable within the WAS hierarchy. Brother, when it comes to files classified at that level, my strongest advice to you is to stop digging immediately. It is far better for your own safety to maintain a respectful distance and stay entirely out of it. Captain Lu sat in stunned silence for a long time before finally uttering a low, solemn response. Understood. I read you loud and clear. Meanwhile, entirely unbeknownst to him, my personal assistant, Q, had long since notified the WAS executive board to provide a bit of casual assistance regarding Captain Lu's minor request to track the mercenary, while I was officially the nominal supreme commander of WAS. The day-to-day operations and management were almost entirely handled by Q. I did not care much for these trivial administrative matters, so I had simply tossed out a casual instruction. Just ignore him. After wrapping up my statement at the police station, I headed back to the hotel. As I arrived, I happened to run into Ciarian, who had come looking for me. The two of us sat down in the lounge and chatted for a while. The conversation was not particularly long or deep, but it was remarkably relaxed and comfortable. However, we had not been talking for very long before it was time for Ciarian to head to the airport for her flight back to Beijing. I insisted on personally seeing her off at the airport, staying to watch her retreating figure until she finally passed through the security checkpoint and disappeared from sight. Given that such a massive, violent incident had occurred at the auction, the ripple effects were substantial and widespread. The Miao family's meticulously planned schedule for purchasing rough stones had been completely thrown into disarray. Miao Rong had no choice but to lead his inspection team in search of alternative sourcing channels, leaving early in the morning and returning exhausted late at night, incredibly busy. For the next 2 days, I did not catch a single glimpse of any of them. As for Niu and Miao Zhuzhu, they had already explored numerous local spots over the past few days, and had purchased all the items they wanted. Having temporarily lost interest in looking at more rough stones, they pivoted their focus and began dragging me around to try every single highly rated restaurant recommended online. We ate 3 massive meals a day, never visiting the same place twice. They systematically worked their way down the internet's top-ranking food lists, looking incredibly blissful and deeply satisfied with their culinary adventure. And I, of course, was perfectly happy to tag along and sample the local delicacies. When we finally made our way to the 8th-ranked restaurant on the list, we unexpectedly bumped into a farewell dinner party, hosted by Feng Li, Chu Bo, and their entire entourage. The interior design of this particular restaurant was exceedingly elegant and tasteful. The seating areas were cleverly partitioned by climbing floral vines, miniature artificial mountains, and gently flowing water features, creating a series of private, secluded little worlds. As we strolled past their table, we did not pay them any special attention, but just as we walked by, I happened to overhear the man seated next to Feng Li raising his glass for a toast. He respectfully addressed Chu Bo, saying, "We are truly grateful for Elder Chu taking the time to make this trip. It has truly caused quite a stir and impressed everyone." Hearing this specific phrase, I subconsciously turned my head to glance in their direction. But that single glance changed everything. My line of sight fell perfectly upon the guest of honor, Chu Bo, who was seated at the head of the table, facing directly towards me. Chu Bo possessed a face that was truly unforgettable once seen, especially characterized by his perpetually stern, authoritative, and deeply composed expression. And this moment was no exception. It was blatantly obvious that he recognized me the instant our eyes met. He immediately raised a hand and called out to stop me. "Hold on a moment." Faced with this sudden, unexpected summons, I could not help but halt my steps, a flicker of mild confusion showing in my eyes. Beside me, Niu and Miao Zhuzhu exchanged alarmed glances, staring at each other in dismay. Their very first panicked thought was, did Chu Bo somehow recognize that I was the masked man who saved everyone at the auction that day? That is impossible, right? Chu Bo abruptly stood up from his chair. His sudden departure from the table caused everyone else seated there, including Feng Li, to look up in complete bewilderment. They immediately began asking in confusion, "Elder Chu, is something the matter?" He dismissively waved his hand at them, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable, commanding authority. "I need to step out to meet someone. None of you need to follow me." With that declared, he walked away from the table and headed straight toward me alone. As Chu Bo drew closer, he was finally able to examine me clearly. For the past few days, I had been exclusively wearing very relaxed, casual styles, a stark contrast to the sharp, highly capable look I had sported during the auction. Chu Bo seemed slightly taken aback by the change. He furrowed his brow and muttered a soft sigh of surprise. "I recall your style being quite different just a few days ago. Tell me, are all young people nowadays this remarkably changeable?" However, it was clear he had not come over to critique my fashion choices. He quickly lowered his voice and asked pointedly, "What exactly is your relationship with Qianbao Pavilion?" The moment those words left his mouth, my eyes flickered slightly, betraying a hint of surprise. But my facial expression remained perfectly neutral and unreadable. He probably had absolutely no idea that the young man currently standing right in front of him was the living answer to the burning question in his mind. As it turned out, years ago, when Chubo was attending an exclusive overseas rough stone auction, he had crossed paths with an exceptionally brilliant young prodigy. This youth possessed a terrifyingly sharp eye for jade, and made his moves with absolute, ruthless decisiveness. He also vividly remembered that when he later found himself inadvertently entangled in a dangerous local financial dispute, this youth, acting out of a sense of shared heritage and camaraderie, had secretly sent someone to pass on a critical warning, effectively saving him. Although he had never seen his benefactor's face in person, he had heard his voice clearly, knowing for a fact that he was a young man. Later, after making numerous discreet inquiries through various channels, he finally discovered that his savior was none other than the elusive owner of Qianbao Pavilion. Rumors also heavily suggested that this owner was extraordinarily handsome, possessing an aura that set him apart from the crowd. Chubo had originally planned to travel to Bindu next year to formally visit the Qianbao Pavilion headquarters and pay his respects. He never expected that he would randomly run into a young man here who was equally youthful and possessed an incredibly similar, discerning eye. He had a nagging, growing suspicion that the person standing before him was remarkably similar to the brilliant youth etched into his memory. Miao Zhuzhu, standing just to the side, overheard Chubo's direct question, and froze instantly, rooted to the spot. Her gaze locked onto me, burning with intensity, and her voice could not hide her profound shock. "Jiang Heng, you actually have connections to Qianbao Pavilion." Chubo, however, was far too focused on me to even notice Miao Zhuzhu's stunned outburst. He pressed on. "The person I encountered abroad back then, was that you?" Knowing I could not hide it anymore, nor did I plan to, I gave a slight nod, and said candidly, "Indeed, I had the honor of attending the same auction as you, sir." Upon hearing this, Chubo revealed a profound smile. He nodded, and said, full of praise, "Just as I thought." With that discerning eye, and that demeanor, I felt even then that you were no ordinary person. I asked, "Are you the owner of Qianbao Pavilion?" Miao Zhuzhu's already stunned little face went completely slack with sheer disbelief. Her eyes widened to comical proportions, utterly unable to process the words her ears had just registered. The elusive owner of Qianbao Pavilion is actually the very same person she thought was just her switched at birth. Country bumpkin childhood friend, Jiang Heng. A massive, earth-shattering thunderbolt seemed to violently strike through Miao Zhuzhu's mind. As a direct descendant of the prominent Miao family, Miao Zhuzhu had naturally heard the thunderous reputation of Qianbao Pavilion since childhood. It was the absolute, undisputed leading titan of the entire jewelry and jade industry. The hegemonic dominance of its affiliated enterprises was practically unshakable. In its early years, when Qianbao Pavilion was just beginning to aggressively expand its business empire, its ferocious momentum had triggered a massive, coordinated boycott by numerous long-established, traditional brands. Those old brands, firmly grasping the established industry resources, had ruthlessly attempted to cut off Qianbao Pavilion's supply chains entirely, trying to force them to back down in the face of insurmountable difficulties. However, somehow, seemingly against all odds, Qianbao Pavilion managed to forge entirely new paths, establishing direct, robust connections with major suppliers in F Province and Pen Province. Not only did they successfully weather that existential crisis, but they even managed to stimulate the market, providing new cooperative opportunities for numerous smaller brands to thrive. At the time, the elders of the Miao family had solemnly assessed that the owner of Qianbao Pavilion was absolutely no ordinary individual. They concluded that his strategic maneuvering, as well as the depth of his connections and background, were unfathomably profound. From that pivotal moment onward, Qianbao Pavilion's dominant position only became increasingly entrenched. Backed by the colossal Qianshan Group, it had long since evolved into an immovable behemoth, a rival the Miao family could not shake, and an entity they could only look up to with a mix of awe and trepidation. But now Miao Zhuzhu was suddenly discovering that this Jiang Heng, who had been casually accompanying her, eating and drinking like a normal person, was actually the big boss of that towering mountain, casting a shadow over her own family's business. "This is impossible," she screamed internally. Jiang Heng was the exact same age as she was. How old could he possibly be right now? She herself had not even officially entered her family's business to start working properly. Yet he already held the reins of an entire, massive corporate group. Miao Zhuzhu felt a loud, continuous buzzing in her ears. Had not everyone said that because Jiang Heng was switched at birth? He had spent the first 10+ years of his life growing up in a remote mountain village in the southwest. Was not the exact reason the Wang family abandoned him? Because he was completely ignorant of the imperial capital, possessing no connections and no social network whatsoever, leading them to choose Wang Ting, whom they had raised from childhood, instead. What the hell? Were these all just meticulously crafted, blindingly deceptive illusions? Miao Zhuzhu weakly tugged at Niu's sleeve, her face looking utterly drained. You knew all along. No wonder. No wonder over the past few days, Niu had shown such unwavering, blind confidence in Jiang Heng. Whenever it came to stone gambling, if even the owner of Qianbao Pavilion could not be trusted on the subject, then there was truly no one left in this world to trust. Niu quickly explained in a hushed, apologetic whisper. I actually have not known for that long myself. My reaction back then was pretty much exactly the same as yours right now. Hearing this, Miao Zhuzhu felt marginally comforted. However, as she thought about it further, remembering that her initial, earnest intention in bringing Jiang Heng here was supposedly to broaden his horizons and show him the world, she felt so mortified she wanted the ground to open up and swallow her whole. Mindful of the fact that Chu Bo was still standing right beside them, she did not dare speak too loudly, so she let out a pathetic, breathy sigh. After all this fuss, it turns out the biggest clown was me all along. He offered a goofy, comforting smile. Try to look on the bright side. You are the second person in our entire school to know this massive secret. Bizarrely enough, Miao Zhuzhu actually felt somewhat consoled by this logic. That is true, I suppose. The biggest clowns in all of this are definitely the Wang family. The two of them continued muttering and whispering to each other, keeping their voices low. Neither Chu Bo nor I paid them any mind. Chu Bo and I spent a few minutes fondly reminiscing about the scene at that overseas rough stone auction we had both attended years ago. Then, we naturally shifted the conversation to the terrifying incident that had occurred a couple of days prior. Although Chu Bo was exceptionally sharp and perceptive, he genuinely had not recognized that I was the young man who had swooped in to save everyone at the venue. While I was inside the hall engaged in a deadly firefight, Chu Bo had already been taken outside as a hostage to stall the police. By the time I broke out and neutralized the remaining thug at the entrance, he was instantly swarmed and ushered away by the responding officers. He had not even gotten a clear enough look to tell if his savior was male or female. It was only afterward, listening to the buzzing gossip of the crowd, that he learned it was a masked, incredibly cool and capable young man. And my outfit today, no matter how you looked at it, was a far cry from cool and capable tactical. Completely unaware, Chu Bo even sighed emotionally to me. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. First, there is you, leading the Qianshan group at such a remarkably young age, and developing it to its current towering heights. And now, there is that brave young lad who single-handedly fought terrorists to save lives. He was entirely, blissfully oblivious to the fact that these two individuals were, in fact, the exact same person. My expression remained perfectly neutral and unchanged. After listening to his praise for a few moments, I smoothly steered the topic away. I had heard that Elder Chu has been focusing on resting and recuperating these past 2 years, rarely leaving Shangjiang. I never expected a mere private auction would be enough to draw you all the way here. Hearing my prompt, Chu Bo inevitably thought of Feng Li, whose behavior he found somewhat peculiar. He furrowed his brow slightly and spoke bluntly. To be perfectly honest, I really did not want to come. But that Feng Li, I noticed the two of you seem to be acquainted. She specifically begged a good friend of mine to invite me. I owed my friend a significant favor, and found it too difficult to refuse. That is the only reason I made the trip. I certainly did not expect to get caught up in such a terrifying ordeal, I replied, my tone carefully neutral. So that is how it is. Miss Feng and I are not exactly what you would call acquainted. We have merely crossed paths once. Even though it was technically a one-sided crossing of paths on Feng Li's part, it served as an adequate enough excuse for the current conversation. However, from what I understand, Miss Feng's family business does not involve any ventures related to the jade or jewelry sectors. I wonder why she would suddenly show such intense interest in a private jade auction. I asked, my tone laced with genuine curiosity. Chu Bo replied, She claimed that an elder in her family has a significant birthday coming up soon. She said she came specifically to personally select top-quality jade and design a custom piece as a gift. He had taken quite a liking to me as a junior, and combined with his usual blunt, straightforward nature, he added without hesitation, "However, based on my observations, she is mostly just putting on a show for her family, using me as a convenient front to lend legitimacy to her trip. She does not seem to have any genuine intention of searching for jade. Her mind has not been focused on examining the rough stones for a single day she has been here." Even though Feng Li appeared exceptionally refined, gentle, and elegant, with flawless manners and etiquette that offered no room for criticism, Chu Bo could not help but feel annoyed. Seeing her go to such extraordinary lengths to invite him all the way here, only to show zero genuine interest in appraising jade, naturally bred dissatisfaction in the old master. I fell into deep, calculating thought. It was abundantly clear, Chu Bo never anticipated, that his prestigious name, aside from serving as a golden standard in the jade world, could be exploited for entirely different, darker purposes. For instance, the presence of the financial secretary, who had followed him here out of sheer admiration, or the attendance of several other billionaires and high-profile tycoons. Even while being relentlessly hunted by Interpol, Wu had stubbornly insisted on coming here in person to retrieve her goods. This clearly indicated that the shipment in question was of paramount, critical importance. To ensure absolute success and zero margin for error, Wu had meticulously orchestrated this entire massive incident. She had deployed her forces in a three-pronged attack, with the explicit objective of scattering and diverting the attention of all law enforcement. The sudden, shocking appearance of heavily armed terrorists at a private auction, resulting in the terrifying hostage situation involving over 200 people, was undoubtedly a crucial, central pillar of her grand diversionary plan. But the fact that the hostages included extremely high-profile figures from Xiangjiang, was this merely a fortunate coincidence, or a deliberately calculated part of the design? One had to consider, if Chu Bo and the other VIPs were harmed or killed in a crossfire, the potential for sparking severe, international political fallout was immense. This terrifying possibility would force the police to act with extreme caution and hesitation, thereby drawing in and tying down even more specialized law enforcement resources. And the sole reason Chu Bo had appeared in Rueli at this exact, critical juncture, was entirely due to Feng Li's persistent invitation. This Miss Feng, who appeared so incredibly gentle, elegant, and the absolute epitome of a refined, noble lady. What role did she truly play in this horrifying incident? Was her involvement a mere, tragic coincidence? Or was she a key player in a deeply sinister, meticulously calculated plot? On the surface, she appeared to be nothing more than a wealthy heiress who had traveled from afar, only to become an innocent, unlucky victim caught in the crossfire. But was the truth truly as innocent as it appeared on the surface? I formally bid my farewells to Chu Bo, promising that if the opportunity arose, I would certainly visit him in Xiangjiang. I watched him walk back behind the artificial mountains and floral vines to rejoin his dinner party. Before turning away, I cast a brief, lingering glance at Feng Li, who was seated at the same table, right next to Chu Bo's empty chair. My eyelashes lowered slightly, concealing my thoughts. Never mind. This was, after all, merely my own personal, unverified speculation, without any hard evidence. Voicing these suspicions would serve absolutely no purpose. In any case, once Wu was finally apprehended and brought to justice, regardless of whether this Miss Feng was involved in the conspiracy or not, the matter would definitively end there. After taking my leave from Chu Bo, Neu, Miao Zhuzhu, and I returned to our own table. Although Miao Zhuzhu was still deeply shaken by the revelation, she surprisingly did not bombard me with an endless stream of questions. You asked her, looking puzzled, "Why do I get the feeling you accepted this mind-blowing news a bit too quickly?" Miao Zhuzhu pondered seriously for a moment. "Probably," she began slowly, "because of Jiang Heng's face." "What on earth does this have to do with Jiang Heng's face?" Niu was completely baffled. "He looks so incredibly, devastatingly outstanding," she explained matter-of-factly. "So what if he casually went and founded the Qianshan group? Is it really that hard to accept?" Niu was rendered utterly speechless. Bizarrely, he even found her logic somewhat compelling. He thought about it for a second, then smiled and said, "But if you really think about it, regardless of whether Jiang Heng is a massive corporate titan or not, he is still our friend. So, his status really is not all that important." Miao Zhuzhu put on a look of utmost seriousness. "Actually, I would say it is still a little bit important. He looked at her strangely. Hasa. Miao Zhuzhu stated with absolute, righteous conviction. It directly impacts who is paying the bill for all our meals these next few days. Miao Zhuzhu proudly lifted her chin, grinning mischievously as she declared, in honor of celebrating Jiang Heng's phenomenal entrepreneurial success. Should not Jiang Heng treat us to a massive feast? I must be the first person in history who is asked to treat people to a celebratory meal years after their entrepreneurial success. I laughed, genuinely amused. No problem at all. I will cover every single expense for the rest of our trip. Miao Zhuzhu looked incredibly smug and delighted. Other people bragging about being sugar babies for handsome guys is nothing. I am officially being kept by a devastatingly handsome billionaire. And Yu was utterly defeated by her shamelessness. The sheer thickness of your skin is truly unparalleled in human history. Miao Zhuzhu rolled her eyes dramatically at Yu. If you have got so much pride, then do not eat a single bite of the food he pays for. Yu instantly clamped his mouth shut, and immediately made a gesture of total surrender. However, over the course of the next few days, Yu was truly introduced to Miao Zhuzhu's terrifying, hidden talent, acting. Whenever we went to a restaurant to order our meals, Miao Zhuzhu would suddenly cling to my arm tightly. She would rest her head heavily against my shoulder, rubbing against me like a spoiled cat. Jiang Heng, she would whine in a cloyingly sweet voice. I do not like eating stuff with soupy whoopie broth in it. I do not want to eat it, I do not wanna. My eye twitched violently, but before I could even get a word of reprimand out, Miao Zhuzhu ruthlessly cut me off. Am I not your precious little baby anymore? That is certainly not what you were whispering to me in bed last night. What? She fake sobbed. When you first decided to keep me as your sugar baby, you agreed to my every whim. Is this how it is? Now that you have got me, you do not cherish me anymore. The poor waiter's eyes were practically spinning with dizzying question marks. He was simultaneously dumbfounded by the explosive, scandalous gossip he was suddenly privy to, and having an existential crisis trying to logically process Miao Zhuzhu's absurd complaints. He weakly interjected to finish the sentence I had not been able to say, but this is a hot pot restaurant. After I paid the bill, I discreetly slipped him a generous amount of cash on the side. This is your tip, I murmured sympathetically. I am so sorry for what you had to witness. Later, when we went to a high-end mall to purchase souvenirs, to bring back for our friends and family in the capital, the moment a sales associate approached us, Miao Zhuzhu once again threw herself dramatically into my embrace. She fake cried with pathetic little whimpers. You are absolutely forbidden from speaking to any other women. You can't even speak to anyone with hair. In the end, the utterly terrified sales associates had to urgently summon a colleague from the neighboring boutique who knew sign language, just to safely process our credit card transaction. Miao Zhuzhu was completely addicted to her theatrical performances. Whenever outsiders were present, she would automatically seamlessly slip into the role of the spoiled, kept female college student. Every day, enduring the deeply weird, judgmental stares of everyone around us, Yu did not even dare to lift his head in public. He wished desperately he could just cover his face and sprint away. The only silver lining he could find was that we were in Rueli, a city where he was a complete stranger. Even if he lost every ounce of his dignity, no one he knew would see it. At the same time, he developed a profound, almost reverent admiration for my ability to perfectly accommodate Miao Zhuzhu's chaotic theatrics without so much as a change in expression. He was truly thoroughly impressed. When the day finally arrived for us to depart from Rueli, as Yu settled into his seat on the Miao family's private jet, he let out a massive, heartfelt sigh of profound relief. I swear to God, I am never, ever coming back to this city for the rest of my life. Miao Zhuzhu, on the other hand, had had the absolute time of her life these past few days. Why would not you want to come back? She asked brightly. I think this city is incredibly fun and interesting. I merely nodded in agreement, clearly enabling her behavior. Yu let out a hollow, defeated laugh. He thought to himself, it is precisely because you find it fun that I am terrified to ever return. The return flight was the same 3+ hours. We departed in the morning, had a pleasant lunch served on the plane, and touched down in the imperial capital in the afternoon. Miao Zhuzhu agreed to meet Yu and me back at school, then hopped into the waiting Miao family car and departed. As for Yu and myself, we got into the car driven by Xie 11. Xie 11 first drove Yu back to the Nie family residence. Since Xie Huili was not home, I did not bother getting out of the car. I simply handed the gifts I had purchased for Xie Huili to Yu, asking him to pass them along to her on my behalf. Only then, Did Xia 11 finally drive me towards Bitao Courtyard? Xiaxi's personality was remarkably steady, observant, and reliable. Seeing that I had just endured a several-hour flight, he correctly assumed I must be quite fatigued. Therefore, he refrained from initiating any unnecessary conversation with me, and instead focused entirely on his driving, expertly keeping the vehicle's speed within the smoothest, most comfortable range possible. However, just as we were less than 10 kilometers away from Bitao Courtyard, Sierra 11 suddenly felt a violent shudder ripple through the car's body. It felt as if something had gone critically wrong mechanically. Before his conscious mind even fully processed what was happening, his honed instincts kicked in, and he immediately slammed on the brakes. I had been resting with my eyes closed. Feeling the car come to a sudden halt, I was mildly surprised. What happened? Sierra 11. I will step out and run a quick check, sir. A few minutes later, he climbed back into the driver's seat, looking at me with an expression of sheer bewilderment. There does not seem to be anything visibly wrong with the car, but it is completely stalled and won't start. He then held up his smartphone in frustration, and bizarrely enough, my phone is completely dead too. I distinctly remember checking it right before we departed the airport, and it had a nearly full charge. The vehicle inexplicably breaking down. A perfectly good phone suddenly dying. Why did this exact scenario feel so incredibly familiar? Before I could even voice my suspicions, a luxurious RV slowly pulled up and parked right behind us. A young woman stepped out tall, possessing an excellent figure, and wearing massive dark sunglasses that obscured most of her face. She confidently walked right up to the side of our disabled car, and lightly rapped her knuckles against Xiaxi's window. Her voice was exceptionally light, melodic, and pleasing to the ear. Hey there, friend. Is something wrong with your car? Do you need any help? A profound sense of realization washed over me. I already knew exactly who this person was. As the old saying goes, do not repeat the same trick 3 times. This person was truly becoming far too arrogant and complacent to actually try and use the exact same, tired setup for a 3rd time. Previously, in a desperate bid to get close to Uncle Lou, she had orchestrated this exact same stunt. Then, to trap Director Doe and secure a role, she pulled the identical trick again. And now, running into me, what exactly was she planning to achieve? Xia 11, trained to be wary of strangers, was originally fully intending to politely decline her offer. However, he then heard my voice from the back seat instruct him calmly, just play along with her. But her Xia 11 was deeply confused by my command, but he obeyed without hesitation, stepping out of the vehicle. Under the woman's excessively enthusiastic assistance, he borrowed her phone and placed a quick call to Bitao Courtyard. He requested they dispatch a new car to pick me up immediately, and also asked them to send a tow truck to deal with the stalled vehicle. When returning the borrowed phone, Xia 11 expressed his thanks with polite caution. Then, he hesitated slightly, looking closely at her. Strangely familiar to me, even though Lu Shui was wearing oversized sunglasses specifically designed to hide half her face. The bone structure of her face and her overall silhouette were simply far too distinctive and recognizable. Xiaxi's reaction was entirely within Lu Shui's calculations. She smiled charmingly and gracefully removed the sunglasses. So you recognized me after all. I just happened to be passing by today on my way home. We must be quite fated to run into each other like this. Finally seeing her face clearly, Xia 11 exclaimed in genuine surprise. You are Lu Shui. He was not shocked because he had met a massive celebrity. He was just incredibly surprised that someone of Lu Shui's status would be so utterly unpretentious, actually stepping out of her RV personally to offer assistance to a randomly stranded vehicle. Was not this a bit too remarkably down-to-earth and approachable for a top-tier star? Lu Shui casually hooked the sunglasses onto the neckline of her shirt. Without the dark lenses obscuring them, her beautiful, expressive eyes seemed to sparkle even more brightly. She cast a deliberately assessing glance at Xiaxi's car. Feigning casual curiosity, she asked, Yes, I am. Is there someone else still inside your car? Xia 11 was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively turned his head to look back into the vehicle. However, because the windows were heavily tinted, from the inside looking out, visibility was perfect. I was sitting right there in the back seat. I must have definitely seen Lu Shui clearly, and I had absolutely heard everything Lu Shui had just said. Yet, I remained seated, showing absolutely no intention of stepping out. It seemed as though I had absolutely no desire to meet Lu Shui face to face. This struck Xia 11 as incredibly odd. Did not he distinctly remember that I was quite a fan of Lu Shui? That time previously, when I was riding back from the mall with Xie Huili, Was not I watching Lu Shue's videos intently on my phone in the car? He had even helpfully relayed this information to the third miss, telling her that I liked Lu Shue, specifically so the third miss could cater to my preferences in the future. So why was I showing absolutely zero reaction now that the star was right outside? As Xia 11 stood there hesitating, unsure of how to respond to her question, the rear door of the car suddenly clicked open. I slowly, leisurely stepped out of the vehicle. I took a slow, measuring look at Lu Shue, and spoke with a faint, unreadable half-smile on my lips. Is this the famous Miss Lu Shue? Xia 11 saw everything transpire with absolute clarity. Before I stepped out of the car, Lu Shue had been facing Xia 11 directly, her body angled sideways away from the direction of my door. But the very second the sound of my voice reached her ears, Lu Shue's expression underwent a terrifyingly drastic transformation. She whipped her head around violently, her eyes widening in profound shock, as if she had been physically struck by the sound of my voice. Jiang Heng. Xia 11 only heard Lu Shue let out a sharp gasp, a sound intricately laced with overwhelming joy and devastating sorrow. And then, before Xia 11 could even blink, his vision blurred. By the time he blinked again, that top-tier, universally adored female celebrity had literally thrown herself at me. Not exactly into my embrace. Rather, she had dropped down and thrown her arms tightly around my legs. What on earth was going on? A stunning young woman, standing at least 1.7 meters tall, known for her flawless elegance and bearing, with those beautiful, expressive eyes, was currently clinging desperately to my legs, sobbing loudly and uncontrollably. Jiang Heng, I finally found you. Xia 11 was utterly petrified, frozen in disbelief. No matter how he tried to process the scene unfolding before him, it looked exactly like a toddler, rushing home after their very first day of kindergarten to desperately hug their father's legs. Or perhaps, it evoked the vivid image of a small, loyal kitten that had been waiting anxiously at home for a very long time, finally seeing its beloved owner return. He turned to look at me, his eyes wide with profound confusion and utter shock. I, too, seemed to be momentarily stunned into silence. To be perfectly honest, in that split second when Lu Shue lunged at me, my immediate, ingrained combat reflex was to brutally kick her away. However, for some inexplicable reason, when my gaze met Lu Shue's eyes brimming with genuine, desperate tears, something deep within my heart suddenly gave a strange throb, and my foot simply could not follow through with the kick. Who in their right mind could have ever anticipated that this person would actually cling to my legs and bawl her eyes out, the way she wept so heart-wrenchingly, with such absolute, devastating grief, left me feeling completely at a loss, unsure of what to do with my hands. I hesitated for a long moment, catching sight of the fact that the fabric of my trousers was already completely soaked through by her copious tears, almost as if possessed by some strange compulsion. I slowly raised my hand and gently patted the top of her head. I murmured softly, "Stop crying. What kind of scene are you making out here in the middle of the street?" Lu Shue violently sniffled, still refusing to let go of my legs. She stubbornly nuzzled her face deeper against the palm of my hand. I froze completely, watching this bizarre interaction unfold. Xie Shi's expression became even more complicated and unreadable. As for myself, I suddenly felt an incredibly bizarre, powerful sense of familiarity wash over me. This specific action, this exact way of acting spoiled and seeking comfort, even this very scent. Why did it all feel so overwhelmingly familiar to me, like a memory hovering just out of reach? I steadied my breathing, gathered my scattered thoughts, and attempted to speak again. Lu Shue slowly tilted her head back, looking up at me through tear-filled eyes. Her eyes were brimming with tears. Her voice, choked with sobs, carried a profound sense of longing as she called out to me. Jiang Heng, meeting her tear-streaked, reddened, and watery eyes, along with her obedient yet heartbroken expression. My mind plunged into utter chaos. A flash of light streaked across my consciousness. Fragments of memories flickered in and out of view. In an instant, my pupils contracted. It was as if I had grasped onto something, but it remained frustratingly blurred. Little Nine. The name slipped out of my mouth before I could stop it. Hearing those words, Lu Shue let out a loud wail and cried even harder. She clung tightly to my legs, sobbing uncontrollably. I knew it. There's no way Jiang Heng could forget me. Jiang Heng, having a massive celebrity hugging my legs, covered in snot and tears. This scene should have been incredibly awkward. Yet, Xia 11 found himself speechless. He actually started to feel a growing sense of melancholy. He did not know what kind of relationship Lu Xue and I had, nor did he know what little 9 meant, but it was clear that Lu Xue's grief was genuine. In her crying, it seemed as though years of accumulated grievances and pain were pouring out, mixed with a sense of profound relief from finally being released from it all. I did not laugh either. A glint of emotion flashed across my eyes. I blinked, forcing that surge of feeling back down. I reached out and ruffled her hair again. Finally, I extended my hands to help her up, saying gently, "How old are you now? Why are you still hugging people like this? And still such a crybaby?" Lu Xue sniffled and hiccuped, clutching my sleeve, and said with immense grievance, "Jiang Heng." It is me," I replied softly. Lu Xue raised her reddened eyes to look at me, and softly repeated, "Jiang Heng." It is me. Lu Xue lowered her head, buried her face in my shoulder, and gently rubbed against it. She choked out, "Jiang Heng, I missed you so much." My Adam's apple bobbed slightly. I lifted my chin, and turned my face away to hide my momentarily misty eyes. I patted her on the back, and said in a low voice, Lu Xue grabbed my hand and placed it on top of her head. Her voice was muffled as she said, "Pemi." I could not help but laugh. "How are you still exactly the same?" I casually stroked her head, coaxing her as if she were a child. "This is not the place to talk. Let us go somewhere else." Lu Xue answered in a tiny voice, but she still clung to my sleeve, refusing to let go, as if terrified that the moment she did, I would disappear again. Xie 11 had watched the entire exchange, feeling that the intimacy between us was somewhat bizarre. Still, he diligently fulfilled his duty and asked, "Should we take Miss Lu's car back to Bitao Courtyard first?" I nodded, and replied. Xie 11 then looked toward Lu Xue, but Lu Xue did not spare Xie 11 a single glance. Ever since I appeared, it was as if I was the only person left in her world. Xie 11 was taken aback for a moment, then promptly held out the car keys. I glanced at Lu Xue, took the keys from her, and handed them to Xie 11. "You sit up front." The drive was very short. Xie 11 drove from the front, while Lu Xue and I sat in the back. First, Lu Xue remained huddled beside me with a red nose, looking exactly like a wronged little animal. Xie 11 secretly watched us through the rearview mirror, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. No matter how he looked at it, he felt the atmosphere between us was indescribably weird. Honestly, he had been with me for so long, yet he had never seen me act this way toward anyone. Our relationship did not seem like friends, and it certainly did not look like family or lovers. What did it look like? Xie 11 frowned in deep thought. It was not until Lu Xue and I stepped out of the car that he suddenly slapped his forehead. It looked like a master and their pet, just like how the old lady from the neighboring street walked. Her little Samoyed in the morning, that clingy, utterly dependent feeling a pet has for its owner. Xie 11 had finally found the perfect description. He still found it unbelievable, shaking his head, in an attempt to clear his mind of these absurd thoughts. When we walked into the living room, Xie Rian was sitting on the sofa, typing on her laptop. Looking up, she saw me walk in with Lu Xue. A distinct look of surprise flashed across her eyes. She sized Lu Xue up, her eyebrows raising slightly. I was not entirely sure how to introduce Lu Xue, so I said vaguely, "This is Lu Xue, an old friend I have not seen in a long time. I just ran into her today." Lu Xue. Xie Rian repeated the name, a half smile playing on her lips. "The celebrity Lu Xue, I presume." Her tone remained neutral, but I knew she clearly remembered that the last time I mentioned Lu Xue, I had acted as if I did not know her at all. I had even remarked that she seemed a bit strange. So how was it that in the blink of an eye, I was now claiming we were long-lost friends? I merely gave a general introduction. "This is Rian." At my prompting glance, Lu Xue reluctantly let go with own hand, as if terrified she was about to lose something precious. With a languid and unwilling demeanor, she shook Xie Rian's hand. "Oh, I am Lu Xue." After speaking, she quickly withdrew her hand, and grabbed my sleeve again, as if declaring her territory. Xie Rian maintained her polite smile, and asked me in a low voice, "Will Miss Lu be staying for dinner tonight? We might need to prepare in advance. The kitchen has currently only prepared dishes according to your tastes." Lu Xue's ears twitched. Only then did she cast a somewhat strained glance at Xie Rian. Her expression was subtle, as if to say, "You know Jiang Heng's tastes. Who exactly are you?" I thought for a moment, and said, "Then prepare 2 extra meat dishes, preferably with more chicken. But I will go let Butler Yang know." Xie Rian nodded. After agreeing, she cast another glance at Lu Xue. This time, her gaze carried a trace of probing and assessment. Clearly, she was full of suspicions regarding Lu Xue's identity, and the strange, intimate interaction between Lu Shui and me only left Xie Ruyan even more bewildered. As their eyes met, invisible sparks instantly crackled in the air. The undercurrents surging beneath those smiles were completely lost on me. Standing right beside them, I was completely oblivious to their mutual sizing up. After casually giving the instructions, I led Lu Shui upstairs. Once inside the study, I locked the door, shut the windows tightly, and drew the curtains. Still feeling uneasy, I even personally set up a protective barrier. Only then did I sigh and sit down in my chair. But it is safe now. Come on, let us start from the beginning. I had just sat down steadily when I heard a swish, and Lu Shui suddenly sprang up, pouncing right toward me. Lu Shui. The moment the words left my lips, my vision suddenly blurred. The young girl who had been lunging at me vanished without a trace. But the very next second, a little fox appeared in my arms. It was a snow-white fox, no bigger than a small puppy. Its tail was incredibly fluffy and soft, with a habitual, gentle flick of its tail tip. It wrapped securely around my wrist. Her adorable pointed ears twitched, and her bright, silver-like eyes were misty with tears. She blinked at me, carrying a mix of grievance and profound joy. The little fox opened her mouth and let out a few soft, sweet chirping sounds, like a proud little declaration of victory. That demeanor of hers, even though she had clearly mastered her human form, she was still genuinely acting spoiled like a tiny cub. In the cultivation world, the existence of foxes was the most unique among all spiritual creatures. As recorded in the notes of the Yue Hermitage, humans and objects are of different kinds. Foxes exist somewhere between humans and objects. The paths of the living and the netherworld differ. Foxes exist somewhere between the living and the netherworld. Immortals and demons walk different paths. Foxes exist somewhere between immortals and demons. Foxes are born with innate spiritual intelligence. They can communicate with both the yin and yang realms, and they can also cultivate the immortal path. They are one of the creatures easiest to achieve the Tao in all of creation. And in my past world, as the number one figure in the cultivation realm, I naturally forged an indissoluble bond with these spiritual beings, because the holy land I resided in was incredibly rich in spiritual energy. Spiritual creatures frequently gathered there. I never drove them away. As long as they were docile, did not harm people, and did not destroy things, I allowed them to come and go freely. Back then, I was taking a stroll in the garden one day, and happened to spot two large, snow-white foxes pressing their front paws together, bowing in reverence to the moon. This is an extremely ancient cultivation method for foxes. Just as described in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, foxes would look up under the moonlight, gaze toward the horizon, and synchronize their breathing to absorb the spiritual essence. But the strange thing was, foxes typically worship the moon on the night of the 15th of the lunar month. Yet that day was the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, the Chongyang festival. The moon was still a crescent hook, definitely not the most ideal day for cultivation. I was curious, but I did not approach them. Instead, I took a detour to avoid them, wanting to give them some space. Who would have thought? The sound of me accidentally stepping on a dry twig startled the two foxes. They glanced back at me, then swiftly darted into the bushes and vanished. When I walked a bit closer, I unexpectedly discovered a little fox left behind in the brush. It was a fox cub barely larger than the palm of my hand, curled up into a fluffy little ball. Seeing me approach, the little fox shrank back in fear, all the fur on its body standing on end. I looked down at it. It seemed extremely weak, trembling uncontrollably while trying its hardest to maintain its stance without collapsing. What happened? I muttered softly. Those two big foxes ran away, and actually left this fragile little thing behind. Thinking the cub might be injured, I carefully crouched down, intending to pick it up and check on it. But the moment I reached out my hand, this little creature suddenly leaped up, but it jumped too forcefully, lost its balance in the air, and crashed right into my leg with a thud, sliding down to the ground. The little fox hit me pretty hard. Its soft paws weakly clawed at my trousers, as if trying to climb back up. But before I could even make another move, it passed out completely right at my feet. Was not this a blatant scam for sympathy? I did not know whether to laugh or cry. I looked down at its pitiful little state, then glanced up toward the direction the big foxes had fled. After hesitating for a moment, I picked the little thing up and took it back to my residence. From that day on, this little fox completely attached herself to me. As I raised her, I gave her a name. I called her Xiaoju Little Nine. A fox met on the 9th day of the 9th month. The name suited her well. However, I never in a million years expected that after I left my original world, Xiaojio would not only successfully master her human form, but even cross between worlds to find me. The little fox in my arms was still wrapping her tail around my wrist, chirping and squeaking coquettishly. Speaking of which, I was the one to blame for her cries. While reading ancient texts, I saw that since ancient times, foxes cultivating a human form had to first learn human speech. And to learn human speech, they first had to learn bird language. They even had to learn the bird languages from all across the lands. At the time, the little fox had already developed spiritual awareness, so I thought she needed to start learning these things. I brought back a parrot first, planning to swap it for other birds once she learned it. The little fox did not even understand her own fox language yet, so she just learned how to chirp GGG first. From then on, her cries sounded just like a little chick. Fortunately, fox cries are naturally delicate and cute anyway. If you did not listen closely, you would not find it too odd. I comforted Lu Shui for quite a while, before reaching out to rub the soft ears on top of her head. Stop clinging to me, Ga. We have serious matters to discuss. The little fox, that is, Lu Shui, looked up at me, her bright eyes filled with grievance. She gently nuzzled against my hand, clearly very reluctant, acting thoroughly spoiled. I could not do anything about her. I said, since you have already found me, we will have plenty of chances to see each other in the future. There is no need to be this clingy, is there? Saying that, I tried to lift her out of my lap. However, she would not budge an inch. Her two small paws firmly gripped my arm, and her big, fluffy tail coiled tightly around my wrist, as if she were terrified I would throw her away. Actually, I do not really know what happened either. The little fox finally spoke, sounding deeply wronged. Her voice was delicate and soft, trembling slightly. Everyone was setting up that array, right? There was so much light. I saw your shadow, master, and I wanted to rush over to you. But then that light hit me, and it hurt so much. I passed out from the pain. When I woke up again, I was in this world. She babbled on, waving her little paws, making a chaotic mess of gestures. Clearly, recalling that scene still left her with lingering fear. Light, what shadow of her master? I was completely lost in a fog, unable to make sense of any of it. The little fox tilted her head up, looking at me with watery eyes, and explained somewhat anxiously. It was them. Those people in the cultivation world. They set up an array, saying they wanted to bring you back to life, master. So many people I did not know were there. They said they were people you had met when you were alive. They were all there. Every single one of them. And then they made all this light appear. It hurt so much. I was stunned. They wanted to bring me back to life. My voice carried a mix of uncertainty and profound shock. Ever since I realized Lu Shui was Xiaojio, I had been harboring many questions. Just me arriving in this world alone was already a bizarre enough experience. But now, even the fox I raised had followed me through space and time. And she even mentioned that the cultivation world tried to resurrect me. This was entirely beyond my expectations. I looked down and rubbed the little fox's snow-white, soft head, asking gently, tell me in detail, what exactly happened back then? Lu Shui earnestly raised her eyes, trying hard to remember. Her dark pupils were full of seriousness. Master, you came up with that method to resist the heavenly tribulation. But it was not completely successful, right? Afterward, those people in the cultivation world felt they owed you. So they wanted to bring you back to life. Bring me back to life. I frowned, pressing for details. They said because of some restrictions, they could not resurrect you in our original world. They could only send you somewhere else. The little fox waved her paws as she spoke, trying to describe the scene. Later they found a way, saying they could send you to another world, and muttered something about spiritual energy recovery helping you revive. So they set up another array. She explained it all in a jumbled, fragmented manner, which drove me a bit crazy trying to understand. But gradually, I managed to piece together the gist of her story. After I fell under the heavenly tribulation, the mighty experts of the cultivation world banded together to try and revive me using an ancient array. However, my fate was unique, and my actions had defied the heavens and violated natural laws. Therefore, they were completely unable to resurrect me in our original world. Left with no other choice, they came up with an alternative plan. They decided to send my soul to another world, because the universe is vast, with countless parallel dimensions coexisting. Perhaps in another dimension, I might have a glimmer of hope for survival. The little fox mentioned a crucial detail. She waved her front paws with effort, gesturing as she spoke. They seemed to have found a parallel dimension. They said if you were lucky, you would be sent to a place that had a connection with our original world, a space-time intersection, or something. They said they would influence each other. A space-time intersection. My eyebrows arched slightly, hearing her say this. Some memories surfaced in my mind, regarding research conducted by later generations in the cultivation world. Some studies suggested that intersections existed between different parallel dimensions. These intersection points could cause mutual influence or changes. If utilized properly, OWN could even alter the rules of both spacetimes. And it was precisely because of these theories that I was able to descend into this new world. It seemed the people in the cultivation world did not realize their efforts had succeeded at first, until some great expert divined that I successfully arrived in the new world, and that the dimension I was in shared a space-time intersection with theirs. This must have greatly encouraged them. The little fox spoke with righteous indignation. I did not understand all that complicated stuff anyway. I just heard them say they needed to gather certain things to trigger a spiritual energy recovery, and they wanted to set up another array. I thought they just wanted to make you suffer the heavenly tribulation again. It was absolute nonsense. Reaching the peak of her anger, the little fox rubbed the top of her head against my wrist, and added sullenly, "You already sacrificed yourself for them once, master. I would never allow you to sacrifice yourself a second time." So I secretly snuck into the core of that array, and ended up following you to this world. I listened, slightly entranced, but my hands did not stop. I continued smoothing her fur and scratching her chin, then let out a soft sigh. So, that was how it happened. I looked down at the little fox in my arms, who had risked her life to follow me to this world, and said with a complex tone, "I was wondering how I managed to survive that heavenly tribulation. Turns out that all of this was orchestrated by them behind the scenes for my sake. But you knew, I was not going to live long anyway. If my brief life could buy the cultivation world a chance at survival, then it was well worth it." Although my tone was light, my eyes carried a sense of weariness and complexity. Inscrutable emotions flickered within them. The little fox melted comfortably under my scratching, letting out a few soft hums. Her voice was sweet but laced with dissatisfaction. "That is not true. You clearly had many ways to extend your life, master. Besides, that heavenly tribulation was so fierce. It looked incredibly painful just watching it. You must have been in so much agony. I just did not want you to endure that kind of pain ever again." I gave a soft hum. The first 2 strikes hurt a lot, but it did not hurt after that. The little fox's head swept back and forth against my palm, as if trying to comfort me so I would not ever hurt that much again. I smiled, and used my other hand to stroke her fluffy tail. "You can combine your 9 tails into OWN now." "After I left, who taught you how to do that?" "Before I crossed over, the little fox's cultivation was lacking. She could not take human form. When facing punishment, she could not even merge her 9 tails. She used to constantly sway her big tails around, clinging to me, demanding massages. With only 2 hands, trying to pet 9 tails was an impossible task. Gave me a headache every day. I constantly hoped her cultivation would advance, so she could at least merge her tails into OWN. The little fox's tail stiffened. After a long pause, she reluctantly admitted, "Those people taught me. After my death, the great experts of the cultivation world felt deeply indebted to me. They channeled all their desire to make amends toward my clan, and the pet I had when I was alive, as the only animal I had ever kept, and OWN that had awakened spiritual intelligence. The little fox naturally became the primary object of their care. Not long after I left, under the combined efforts of numerous powerhouses, she not only vastly improved her cultivation, but also gained the ability to take human form." I let out a laugh, and tapped her forehead. "You benefited from their help, yet you show them no gratitude." The little fox whined defensively. "They were not truly being nice to me. They were just doing it to alleviate their own guilt." I stayed silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Why should they feel guilty? I went to my death willingly. No one forced me into it. Besides, my lifespan was short to begin with. Dying a meaningful death was a far better ending. There was nothing wrong with it. The little fox softly retorted, "Of course they should feel guilty. You were the most powerful and the most popular person in the entire cultivation world, master." I chuckled. "It was not that exaggerated. You are projecting your own feelings onto everyone else." The little fox hurriedly argued, "No, I'm not. After you left, the house you lived in was sealed off with protective arrays. No outsiders were allowed in. That person June something. She even coughed up blood facing your residence. And the birds that used to come mooch off your food, the tigers and the rabbits, they all brought flowers in their mouths to offer you. June something. I searched my memory. June Jing was a famous female cultivator in our realm. She was gentle, kind-hearted, and widely admired and pursued by many, but in my impression, she was quite aloof. Every time we met, she spoke very little, and we rarely interacted. That she actually coughed up blood over my death. Yeah, they all said she was secretly in love with you. The little fox spoke bluntly, and there were so many others. This girl, that girl, I always thought they acted weird around you. Sure enough, as soon as you were gone, they exposed themselves. They did not even try to hide their secret crushes anymore. I facepalmed. Do not talk nonsense. It was probably just because we were fellow cultivators. They were just expressing their pity and sorrow. The little fox shot me a glance with her watery eyes, but did not argue with me. She had seen through her master a long time ago. He never had an ounce of self-awareness. He was handsome, had a great personality, and was always stepping in to help or rescue someone. He had unknowingly provoked the feelings of countless infatuated men and women, but because they did not confess directly, he genuinely remained oblivious most of the time, and on the rare occasions they did speak up. Knowing he could not return their feelings, he felt it was inappropriate to maintain too close a distance. As a result, fewer and fewer people confessed their feelings, terrified that if they were rejected, they would not even be able to remain ordinary friends. Yet, those who kept their love a secret, along with the multitudes who admired his grace and majesty, and all the people who had directly or indirectly received his grace, added together, it was a staggering number of people. This resulted in my reputation reaching an unparalleled peak after my death, which only compounded the cultivation world's guilt toward me. By the way, I have not asked you yet, how did you end up becoming a celebrity? I remembered the information I had found on her, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. And why did you use the broken-down car trick 3 times in a row? Your execution of these schemes honestly leaves me speechless. The little fox wagged her tail shyly. I did not have any food to eat. Then a lady told me she would treat me to a meal. I told her I was looking for someone. She said that as long as I became a star, the person who knew me would see me and come find me. I was speechless. Did it ever cross your mind that I only knew your fox form? If you turned into a human, I would not recognize you. I was dizzy with hunger at the time. The little fox hung her head in dejection. And after I signed the contract, I could not back out. As for the breakdown, it was not a real breakdown. It was an illusion, because I did not learn my other spells very well. I was not very good at them, and I was afraid I might accidentally hurt someone if I messed up. So I had to rely on illusion magic. The Fox clan excels at illusion magic. It is practically their unique innate talent. Their car did not break down. After fixing it, they would find nothing was wrong. I arched an eyebrow. You did it for a role. Thinking I was upset that she used illusion magic, the little fox huffed indignantly. I had no choice. My manager is so fierce. She forced me to fight for that role. If I did not get it, she would scold me for not working hard enough, and would not let me eat. Even though I do not gain weight no matter what I eat, she still forbade me from eating, saying I needed to manage my figure. What about that Uncle Lou? Why did you give him a talisman? I asked curiously. Can you draw talismans on your own now? The little fox looked around guiltily. Her tail quietly slipped off my wrist, no longer daring to cling to me like a spoiled child. That is a long story. I gently pinched the scruff of her neck, narrowing my eyes. How long of a story? The little fox stammered for a good while. Well, I sensed talisman energy on him. I thought he was a fellow cultivator, so I tried to make a connection. But later I realized I was wrong. It turns out he was often hanging around with an evil Taoist. The little fox rarely encountered anyone who understood talismans. She was so excited at the time that she did something stupid. Talking about it now feels so embarrassing for a fox. Besides, she only gave the man a tiny little talisman. Why was Jiang Heng being so strict about it? The little fox sheepishly tucked in her hindquarters and tail. I thought back for a moment. Was that evil Taoist named Ding Yilin? The name rang a bell. Uncle Lou had mentioned once that his wife's niece was a talent manager who knew a mystic frequently active in the entertainment industry. That person was indeed Ding Yilin. So you two have met? The little fox blinked innocently and said cautiously, actually, I do not know him that well. Once I realized he did not know anything, I never saw him again. It is a good thing I was the one who found you. I ruffled the fur on her body. Do not go giving talismans to random people anymore. I did not expect you to have made such progress. The little fox was confused. She remembered only giving that man named Lou a very ordinary bad luck charm. Why was her master praising her so solemnly for it? Well, never mind. Anyway, now that she had found her master, she could finally get all the pets, hugs, and attention she wanted. Since I was not angry, she decided to let the subject drop. She would rather enjoy the massage she had missed for so long. The little fox coiled her tail around my wrist and guided my hand back toward her head, complaining in a voice that was both aggrieved and pitiful. It has been so long since anyone brushed my fur. My coat is practically all tangled now. I am so pathetic. I looked at her glossy, sleek fur. What a little drama queen. Even though she could take human form now, she still told blatant lies just to get some affection. In the living room downstairs, Xiaorian glanced toward the study upstairs, then checked the time again. She cleared her throat softly. Uncle Yang. Butler Yang hurried over immediately. Third miss. Is something the matter? Is dinner about to start? Why did the third miss ask so early today? It is still more than half an hour until our usual dinner time. After Butler Yang's initial surprise, he suddenly had a realization. According to the grapevine, Mr. Jiang had brought back a young beauty today, who supposedly was a famous celebrity, and they had been upstairs for several hours already. Butler Yang understood immediately and decisively changed his tune. However, since we have a guest today, it is best to serve it a bit earlier, so the guest is not kept waiting. I will go tell the kitchen to hurry up, then go upstairs to invite Mr. Jiang and the guest to the dining room. Xiaorian nodded calmly and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Yang." She pondered for a moment before adding, "Winter is approaching. Let us give everyone in the house an extra seasonal bonus." Butler Yang tried his best to hide his beaming smile. "Yes, thank you, third miss. I will arrange it right away." He understood perfectly. As long as he contributed to the third miss's life's major event, promotions and raises would be right around the corner. Meanwhile, the little fox had not even enjoyed a few minutes of her fur grooming massage before she was interrupted by Butler Yang's knocking. She let out a dissatisfied squeak, jumped out of my arms, and shifted back into her human form, muttering all the while, "I think that Xiaorian is acting a bit weird." I dispelled the barrier and pulled open the curtains. "Why does everyone look weird to you? Ruyan is a very good person. Do not overthink it." Lu Shui rubbed her nose, thinking to herself that it was not overthinking. Every person she had ever labeled as weird turned out to have ulterior motives. She had never been wrong once. Lu Shui's feeling that Xiaorian was weird was not just baseless gossip. She had factual evidence to back it up. If nothing else, just take tonight's dinner as an example. Before I even took my seat, Xiaorian had already adjusted my chair for me and took the initiative to ask about my dining habits. Once I sat down, Xiaorian poured me a cup of warm tea before turning to ask what she wanted to drink. During the meal, Xiaorian used serving chopsticks to meticulously serve me, constantly checking if the dishes were to my liking. It was hospitable, thoughtful, and attentive, but there was an indescribable vibe to it that made Lu Shui feel incredibly awkward. Owen could not really blame her for being slow. She was simply never good at social dynamics. In the cultivation world, Lu Shui had not yet shifted forms and was constantly under my protection. Everyone treated her like a precious treasure. She was born with an innocent and naive personality. When she arrived in this world, even though she entered the chaotic entertainment industry, her manager was highly capable and rarely let her suffer any grievances. Therefore, she was oblivious to subtle, indirect social maneuvering. She just felt Xiaorian's actions were flawless and perfectly dignified, completely failing to realize that the other woman was positioning herself and me as the hosts, while treating her as merely an outside guest. I did not realize anything was wrong either. I had long since grown accustomed to Xiaorian's daily service. In my eyes, it was just Xiaorian who was usually cold to outsiders, showing extra patience toward my friend. I simply thought Ruyan was a truly kind person. Lu Shui actually called her weird. I would have to tell her not to say that again. After the three of us finished dinner, in that seemingly friendly atmosphere, Xiaorian sincerely invited Lu Shui to chat in the living room. Coincidentally, Lu Shui and I had finished most of what we needed to discuss, so we did not head back up to the study. Xiaorian's attitude was gentle, her wording was polite, and she possessed an elegant aura with rich life experience. When she set her mind to winning someone over, it was truly an effortless victory. She subtly made Lu Shui lower her guard. Lu Shui even began to think this woman was quite nice, concluding she had probably been too sensitive before. As the night deepened and the moon rose over the horizon, by the time Lu Shui rose to leave, Xiaorian had already extracted most of her basic background information, except for the truth about us. No matter how naive Lu Shui was, she would not reveal she was a fox. The fact that we were both transmigrators, if that got out, would not we be captured for dissection and research? Our consistent story was that we had known each other since we were young. But Lu Shui moved away later, so we had not seen each other for a long time. Until this accidental reunion. As for which year we met, how exactly we met, who else knew us, or why we had not mentioned each other before, all these questions were vaguely brushed off with a single sentence. Xie Rian faintly sensed some unusual discrepancies. Her peripheral vision swept over me, yet she maintained an understanding facade, never prying. I see. Miss Lu should come over more often in the future. Since you have not seen each other in so many years, you will need time to get reacquainted. Next time I can even introduce Miss Lu to Aheng's other friends. Butler Yang stood not far away with his back to the group, privately clicking his tongue where no one could see. Look at his family's third miss. With those words, first, she established herself as the host, and the other as the guest. Second, she reminded Lu Shui that after years of being apart, she lacked true understanding of Mr. Jiang. Third, she directly stated she was familiar with Jiang Heng's friends, implying their bond was extraordinary. Multiple layers of meaning in a single paragraph. Butler Yang thought of the palace dramas his wife often watched, and could not help but wonder, if the third miss were an own, how long would she last? She would probably make it all the way to the finale. Unfortunately, all Lu Shui heard was 4 words, come over often. She was more than happy to do so, and immediately agreed. Sure thing, my next film project does not start for a month, so I do not have much work right now. I will have plenty of time. Xie Rian's smile stiffened. Butler Yang kept his back to them, not making a sound, but he struggled to keep a straight face. Must not laugh. As a professional butler, he absolutely could not laugh out loud. Xie Rian had dug her own hole, and there was no way out. Lu Shui happily tugged at my sleeve, asking me to walk her out. I originally wanted Xie 11 to drive her home, but Lu Shui said she had already alerted her assistant, who was waiting just outside the residential complex. So I only walked her to the complex entrance, telling her to be safe on the road, and to send a text once she got home. Lu Shui obediently agreed. She opened the car door, but as she stepped inside, she paused for some reason. She did not rush in, but instead turned back to look at me. I was still standing a few steps away waiting for her to get in. The late autumn night was cool and damp, and the mist seemed to cling to her dark eyelashes. The flickering shadows could not hide her radiant beauty, or her soft, gentle smile. The 100,000 miles of the Milky Way above, and the stars scattered across the sky, paled in comparison to the shimmer in her eyes at that moment. Even the wind passing by her seemed to slow down, tangling in her clothes as if reluctant to leave. Her hair fluttered gently. Lu Shui suddenly called out, Jiang Heng. I was startled. What is it? It was not a dream. She had truly found Jiang Heng again. Lu Shui's heart finally settled back into her chest. She gave a brilliant smile, and waved her hand. Nothing. I am going now. She closed the car door, and spoke to the assistant in the driver's seat. Wait a moment before driving. The assistant was confused, but followed her instructions, and stayed put. Through the car window, Lu Shui watched me walk back. From this angle, she could see my tall silhouette. I was walking under the moonlight, treading through the night further and further away. My demeanor was like that of an immortal, strolling back toward a celestial palace, never to return to the mortal realm again. Lu Shui almost uncontrollably pressed her hand against the glass, her fingertips curling slightly, in a gesture that wished to hold me back. That afternoon in the study, I had said nonchalantly, the lightning only hurt for the first 2 strikes. It did not hurt after that. That was a lie. I did not know that when the cultivation world set up the array for me, it would project images of the past through time. Lu Shui had seen every single one of those images clearly. That day was my 25th birthday. The twilight was vast. The last rays of the sun cast a golden red glow over the desolate mountain peaks. All the masters of the cultivation world gathered there, but they all stood far away. Only I stood at the mountain's summit. My long hair whipped wildly in the mountain wind, yet my posture remained as straight as a spear. The array was complete. It only needed me to act as the catalyst. My hands moved with lightning speed, my long fingers drawing talismans steadily, amidst the increasingly fierce howling gales. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like a river, surging and rolling toward me. Small sprouts that had just emerged grew at high speed, turning into waist-high shrubs in the blink of an eye. Saplings became towering trees with lush foliage, covering the mountainside. in vibrant, lush greenery, bursting with life. A moment later, the leaves turned red and yellow. The late autumn scene lingered briefly before silently rotting away. Entering a harsh winter, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. Smoke and fire rose together. Yet I remained as eternal as the sun and moon, never moving a single step. I bit my tongue hard to draw blood, drawing the final stroke of the talisman with absolute clarity. With 2 fingers pressed together, I made a sharp, decisive sweep forward. My voice was crisp and clear, soaring straight into the clouds. Someone pleaded in a low voice, "Please, let heaven have mercy." Others clenched their fists and waited, for the sign fate would give in the next moment. The sky suddenly plunged into darkness. The last sliver of the dying sunset faded reluctantly at the foot of the mountain. Everyone was plunged into total pitch blackness. Then a thunderous boom. A massive sound erupted in the gloom. Heavenly lightning rolled in, carrying purple sparks and blue light, tearing through the near-total darkness, and striking directly at me. I could not withstand the massive force. My face turned pale, as I fell to Oni, the impact making a bone-chilling sound. I gritted my teeth and kept my fingers poised. I coughed up blood, spraying it onto the ground. Like a blossoming firework, I messily wiped my mouth, my gaze sharp and bright. My other knee gave way as well. I was forced completely to the ground, and my once upright back was now bent. I let out a soft laugh, composed and calm. From where the people of the cultivation world gathered, suppressed sobs and chaotic voices could be heard. Someone said with deep worry, "Can't go on like this." Someone lamented, "Heaven is destroying our cultivation world." Someone cried out, "He is going to die." The flashes of lightning illuminated the area, showing my face now as white as paper. Crimson liquid meandered down from my jaw. The wounds on my arms, shoulders, and neck were fully exposed. In the most wretched state of my life, it was as if all the spotlights on a stage were focused entirely on me, as if I alone held all the color in the world. I struggled to crawl back up, forcefully pressing my arm to snap a dislocated joint back into place. The lightning circled above my head, seemingly waiting for me to admit defeat and retreat. I tilted my head back to look up, opening my palms. Those once jade-white palms were now covered in dust and grime, yet they were still beautiful, as if they could shine even in this pervasive darkness. I flicked my fingers slightly, and a yellowing leaf flew to my fingertips. I put the leaf in my mouth and tasted it, feeling its bitter flavor. Behind me, the people were frantic with anxiety over my pain. Yet, under the heavenly lightning, I smiled faintly. I stopped trying to stand, maintaining a sitting position, and once again used my fingers to draw the talisman. When Lu Shui saw this vision, her fox fur stood completely on end. She pounced like a madwoman toward those great masters, and demanded, "How could you just watch him suffer? How could you?" No one could answer her. Everyone bowed their heads. An elderly seer let out a long sigh, and cried out, "The eye of heaven is closing. Own escapes out of 9. Sect leader Jiang is our only hope." Lu Shui froze in place. She stared at the final image of the empty mountain peak, her eyes turning red. She was shivering with cold from head to toe. Lu Shui's assistant poked her head out from the driver's seat, asking with concern, "Are not we leaving yet? You do not look well. Are you feeling all right?" She peered toward the direction Lu Shui was staring. There was no one there anymore. That guy just now was really handsome, even more so than the celebrities in the industry. I wonder what his background is. But since he lives in Bitao Courtyard, his family must be very wealthy. Seeing Lu Shui so reluctant to leave, could he be her boyfriend? A flurry of guesses crossed the assistant's mind, though she did not dare let them show. Lu Shui's fingers against the window were now ice cold. She slowly withdrew her gaze, knowing that if they did not leave soon, they would attract security. "Let us go." I watched Lu Shui's car drive off before turning to walk back, but as I reached the gate, I ran into Jiang Hongren coming back from another path. I looked confusedly toward the direction he came from. "There is not a gate over there, is there?" Syrian had told me that Mr. Jiang had gone to the Xie ancestral home to play chess and fish with old Master Xie. He was supposed to have dinner there, and maybe stay the night. I had planned to call him later to check his plans. Why was he coming back from the other side of the villa? Jiang Hongren walked with his hands behind his back, saying leisurely, "Fate brought me there, so I went to help someone with a small favor. I was suspicious." "What kind of fate?" Jiang Hongren looked up at the sky, trying to change the subject. "The weather is lovely tonight, is not it?" But as he tilted his head back, a cold breeze blew down his collar, making him shiver. Remembering what Xie Rian said, I realized, you lost at chess. Jiang Hongren's eyes shifted. No, I did not. My skills are so great. How could I possibly lose? Impossible, never happened. I continued my deduction. If you lost to old Master Xie, a loss is just a loss. There would not be any lingering trouble, nor would it affect how fast you got home. So, you definitely lost to someone else. Jiang Hongren. It was not that my side was weak. It was that the opponent was too cunning. I glanced at him. Someone who can play chess at the ancestral home, with old Master Xian, and lives in this complex, specifically in the direction you just came from. The only person who fits is named Wang. Jiang Hongren was speechless. I do not believe you actually guessed that. Did you secretly use divination? I said calmly. If I relied on divination for every little thing, I would be exhausted. Acute observation and clever deduction are enough to judge most things. I do not need to rely on the mystical every time. This complex was my base for the time being, and I had already noted the information on all the neighbors. Jiang Hongren admitted reluctantly. Fine, I lost to old Wang, and now I owe him a favor. I said helplessly. You made a bet again. Jiang Hongren straightened his face, speaking with righteous indignation. How can you call a contest between chess players a bet? When Jiang Hongren lived in Southwest Mountain Village, he was a gambler. He did not play traditional poker or mahjong. Instead, he loved betting on fishing, chess, and other casual intellectual games. There was an old man in the village who was an expert fisherman, so everyone called him the king of fish. Jiang Hongren envied his skills, and constantly dragged him out to go fishing. But it was not just honest fishing. They would compete with each other. Who could catch 3 fish first, or who could catch more in an hour. Jiang Hongren lost every single time, and after every loss he would go back for more. Since they were all neighbors, it was not right to bet money, so he would bet things like choosing auspicious wedding dates, naming the village children, or divining which direction a lost chicken or duck had gone. So when Jiang Hongren said, "Fate brought me there, to help with a small favor," I guessed he would lost a chess match, and had to go appraise something for someone. As for that contest between players, I said diplomatically, generally speaking, it is only a contest if the skills are somewhat equal. Jiang Hongren's chess skills were even worse than his fishing. In common terms, he was terrible but addicted. Jiang Hongren was still unconvinced. Old Wang is not much better than me. He just has too many schemes. I was momentarily tricked. As soon as he finished speaking, someone behind him coughed twice. Did I just hear someone talking about me? Speak of the devil. Jiang Hongren really should not talk behind people's backs. He turned around awkwardly. Old Wang, why are you out here? The man was Wang Shichang, the one he would play chess with today. He waved the object in his hand. You left your hat at my place. Jiang Hongren touched his head, and realized something was indeed missing. No wonder I felt so cold just now. I am getting old. My memory is really going. Wang Shichang handed him the hat, and turned his gaze toward me. So this is the grandson you can't stop talking about. His eyes flickered with genuine admiration. He truly is a handsome and striking young man, with such a dignified presence. Standing here by the gate under the moonlight, he looks like someone who stepped right out of a painting. I cast a quick glance at the old gentleman's face, my eyebrows twitching ever so slightly. Thought to myself, no wonder Jiang Hongren mentioned helping someone out. By the looks of it, this old gentleman's family is indeed in some trouble. I gave him a polite nod. Greetings, Elder Wang. I'm Jiang. Wang Shichang let out a hearty laugh. I have been listening to old Jiang ramble about you for ages. I thought he was just bragging, but seeing is truly believing. Wang Shichang teased Jiang Hongren with great energy. If I had not seen him myself, I really would not have believed it. Looking at Jiang Heng's bearing and poise, there is no way a terrible chess player like you could have raised him. He had led troops in the southwest when he was young, and hit it off immediately with Jiang Hongren, who often visited there. They became close friends instantly. Jiang Hongren huffed and puffed, feigning indignation. What are you talking about? I raised him with my own 2 hands. He is my disciple too. He sounded a bit guilty toward the end. With my current abilities, forget about him. Even if his own founding masters were to show up, they might not have been able to teach me. This sort of thing mainly relies on innate talent. It is a gift from the heavens. Ordinary people simply can't catch up. Although he had not taught me much, he was not about to lose face in front of an outsider. Face must be maintained. Since Wang Shichang did not know the truth anyway, I was not going to contradict him. Wang Shichang had spent the whole afternoon listening to Jiang Hongren's boasting, hearing all sorts of rumors about me, how remarkably handsome I was, and how incredibly powerful I was in the mystical arts. Now, he could not help but nod and smile. Looking at him now, you certainly know how to raise a child. As for my own grandson, forget it, let us not mention him. I am afraid I won't even be able to sleep tonight if I do. Jiang Hongren poked fun at him. Even if you do not mention him, you still can't sleep. Wang Shichang gave a wry smile. Stop exposing my weaknesses. He looked at me again, and said with regret, I did not expect to run into a heng just now. I do not have a greeting gift on me. I suppose I will have to make up for it tomorrow. Then you would better pick a good own, because a heng is about to give you something great right now. Jiang Hongren said with a laugh. Wang Shichang was taken aback. He looked at me. After organizing my thoughts for a moment, I said, this is a duplicate line in original adjusted for flow. Do you happen to need a talisman? Jiang Hongren could draw talismans too, but he truly lacked the talent for it. He failed often, and the effects were never ideal. He was better at dragon seeking and point acupuncture, feng shui and geomancy. He had some understanding of physiognomy face reading, but he was not a master of it. As for plum blossom divination or ziwei do shu, he was completely clueless. After all, polymaths are rare. Being a master in just own field is already quite an achievement. Jiang Hongren gave a smug smile and said to Wang Shichang, did not you say you have been having trouble sleeping? How about this? Promise to play chess with me for a week, and I will have a heng give you a talisman. I guarantee you will sleep like a baby tonight. That would be fantastic. Wang Shichang said in pleasant surprise. It is just a week of chess, right? No problem. Jiang Hongren turned to me, satisfied. Go back and write own for him. Nothing too elaborate, just enough to let him get some sleep. But I agreed. Drawing a talisman was no big deal for me. It is chilly out here. Elder Wang, why do not you come inside for a bit? Wang Shichang declined. I will just stand out here and chat with Brother Jiang for a while. He did not want to intrude late at night and trouble people to serve tea and act as hosts. Check the time, then I will be right back out. I drew the talisman quickly in my room. Barely 10 minutes had passed by the time I returned. I overheard Jiang Hongren and Wang Shichang talking about an ancestral grave. I handed the prepared talisman to Wang Shichang. Just place this under your pillow. You do not need to do anything else. Wang Shichang accepted it carefully, tucked it into his front pocket, and thanked me. This is truly a godsend. You have solved a real headache for me. Jiang Hongren laughed. A heng's talismans are incredibly potent. He does not give them out to just anyone. You will see for yourself tomorrow. After chatting for a few more minutes, Wang Shichang took his leave. Jiang Hongren and I finally headed back inside. I thought about the snippets of conversation I had just heard. Is there something wrong with the Wang family's ancestral grave? Jiang Hongren nodded. He said everyone in the family has been sleeping poorly lately, feeling quite listless. And since he heard there is some strange activity at the ancestral grave, he wants to go and take a look. That is quite strange. The Wang family has always been based in the capital, have not they? I asked doubtfully. Their ancestral grave should be in the capital or nearby. Why would they ask you to go? None of the families living in Bitao courtyard were simple. This old master Wang Shichang was one of the heads of the two Wangs. Part of the elite owned xie, two Wangs, for great houses. The Wang family's roots in the capital go back generations. Given the depth of their connections, they must know at least one or two masters of the craft. Why would they seek out Jiang Hongren, someone who just arrived from out of town and is new to the capital? He is not sure if there is truly a problem either. At his age, he does not want to make a fuss over nothing. Jiang Hongren explained. It just so happened that I mentioned it while playing chess. I said if I lost to him, I would go take a look with him. Just think of it as a casual trip out. Well then, these two old gentlemen certainly have a playful spirit. One uses feng shui as a gambling stake, and the other treats an ancestral grave visit as a casual stroll. I remained silent for a moment. Has anyone looked at the Wang family's ancestral grave before? Logically, if it were convenient, they should have consulted the same person again. Jiang Hongren had asked Wang Shichang for details. The grave was only moved a few years ago. Supposedly, they hired a very famous figure in the capital's circles, someone with the surname Yen. However, Jiang Hongren has lived in the southwest for years, only traveling out on rare occasions. He was not very familiar with the recent state of the mystical arts circle. He had never heard of the man's name before, but since the grave was not peaceful, Wang Shichang originally planned to find that Mr. to ask him about it privately, but he learned that the man had somehow sustained some injuries, and quite serious ones at that. He had only recently returned to the capital from out of town, and was still confined to a wheelchair. Wang Shichang did not want to disturb a sick man, And since he happened to run into Jiang Hongren at the Xie residence, he decided to let Jiang Hongren take a look first. He was not sure of Jiang Hongren's specific abilities, but he figured, if there really was some extraordinary situation, it would not hurt to look for a more powerful master later. I pondered and said, I have an appointment tomorrow, otherwise I could have accompanied you. Before going to Rueli, I had promised Guan Yen from Zhangxing Media to meet and have a chat. At the time, it was because I did not know Lu Xue's identity. I thought that by visiting Lu Xue's company, I might uncover some clues to help my investigation into her. Now that I have reunited with Lu Xue, going to Zhangxing is not actually necessary anymore. But I am not the type of person to break a promise at the last minute. After some thought, I decided to keep the appointment and clear things up. Jiang Hongren said, I am still quite capable, you know. Besides, look at old Wang's sturdy health. You can tell the ancestral grave can't have any major issues. He shifted the topic. However, I recall you are supposed to go to school tomorrow, right? You already took several days off for the Rueli trip. Are you going to take more? He knew how I gained admission to the university, so he naturally was not worried about the school administration. It was just that my classmates and peers might start to have some misunderstandings about me. When things get busy, I truly can't be in two places at once. My voice carried a hint of regret. If I had known, I would not have become a student. It was not just me who was troubled. Guan Yen was currently sprawled on her bed, clutching her phone in distress. I am meeting Jiang Heng tomorrow. How can I convince him to enter the entertainment industry? She still remembered the day she walked into the wrong private room. The day she first met me, the person eating at the same table as me had casually called out the name of her company's major shareholder. It stands to reason that this young man with such extraordinary looks and aura must come from a remarkable family background. Would someone like that really agree to enter show business? Guan Yen carefully recalled my attitude that day. She faintly felt that I was not interested. But he looks like that. Guan Yen thought with heartbreaking conviction. For him to look like that and not enter the industry, to not let the general public see his face. How is that different from a crime? As she thought, she considered the location she had set for our meeting, a cafe near the company. When she chose the location, she thought being close to the company would be good. She could take me on a tour to show me how reliable and powerful Zhangxing truly was. However, she now realized a much larger drawback. Our meeting spot was so close to Zhangxing. What if other managers took a liking to me too? Especially that big shot currently managing Zhangxing's little princess, Lu Xue. Word was she was looking to promote new talent recently. If she tried to snatch me away, Guan Yen would not stand a chance. Before even convincing me to join the industry, Guan Yen was already paralyzed with anxiety over someone stealing her prospect. She scrolled through our chat history, sighing with the restless melancholy of a young girl in love. After tossing and turning all night, when Guan Yen met me the next morning, she had 2 large dark circles under her eyes. I was a bit surprised to see her state, Miss Guan, did you not sleep well last night? Would you like to order an iced coffee? Guan Yen looked at the culprit behind her sleepless night, and said mournfully, iced Americano, no sugar, thank you. While waiting for the coffee, she scanned the surroundings like a thief. Once sure there were no suspicious characters, she let out a breath of relief. She thought it over. Since I agreed to meet her, there was still a great chance of success. Guan Yen adjusted her posture, just as she was about to launch into her carefully prepared long-winded pitch. I spoke first, my voice full of apology. Miss Guan, I am very sorry regarding your proposal from last time. Since I am currently still studying at university, it is not quite appropriate for me to enter the entertainment industry. Guan Yan's heart went cold. Oh wait, a direct rejection without even a sliver of room for negotiation. She tried to struggle. Actually, when a newcomer first debuts, there is not that much work in the early stages. You do not need to worry about your studies. I can coordinate all the work to fall on holidays. It won't delay your classes at all. I shook my head. I have many other matters to attend to. I am not looking for an excuse. I am truly very busy, with many things that need doing. Guan Yen was nearly ready to swear an oath to the heavens. It is no problem. Rest assured, your personal affairs will always come first. She tried to persuade me from another angle. Besides, do not you like Lu Xue? If you join Zhangxing, you will be her colleague. You will be able to see her all the time. Mentioning Lu Xue made me hesitate for a split second. I was not actually a fan. My previous chat with Guan Yen about Lu Xue was just a probe. Naturally, I was not moved by Guan Yan's words. I just realized that since I was currently near Zhangxing Media, I wondered if Lu Xue was at the office. If she was, I could invite her for lunch. Guan Yen mistook my hesitation for interest. Her eyes lit up as she prepared to push harder. But then a familiar, slightly deep voice came from beside us. Truly, life is full of chance encounters. Guan Yen and I turned our heads together. I saw someone walking toward us. A pair of long legs beneath a suit skirt, wearing low-heeled leather boots. She had thick eyebrows and a high bridge to her nose. Her features were sharper and more defined than most women. When she smiled, she possessed a heroic sort of beauty. This person. Was not she the passionate lady I had randomly met previously at the Qianshan Hotel? She had once told me quite bluntly, "Do not be so stingy with your beauty. I have an exceptional memory." I had glanced at her business card once, and remembered her name was Wang Ling. Before I could even stand up, Wang Ling stepped right up to me, and gave me a smiling, leaning hug. "What a surprise that you still remember my name. Long time no see, baby." Guan Yen was flabbergasted. She pointed a trembling finger at me, then at Wang Ling. "Mr. Zhang, Miss Wang Fu." Owen could not blame her for overthinking. The reality within the entertainment industry was just like this. Purely heterosexual relationships were rare. Most people were bisexual, swinging both ways. According to industry rumors, Wang Ling was bisexual. Though she seemed to prefer men, she would had several relationships that were unknown to the public, but were an open secret within the industry. Now here she was, hugging me with such intimate posture. It looked as if there was a history between us. Guan Yan's thoughts involuntarily went into the gutter. Wang Ling and I heard her call our names, and spoke up in unison, surprised. "Miss Wang, Mr. Zhang." We glanced at each other, then looked at Guan Yen, our eyes reflecting the same question. "You know, Guan Yen, it is over. Such chemistry. Who would believe there is not something going on between them? Heartbreaking. Simply heartbreaking. Just last night she was hoping she would not run into this big shot who manages Lu Shui, fearing she would see me and try to steal me away. Who knew they already knew each other? When I asked about Lu Shui before, could it have been a drunken man's interest is not in the wine. As for the busy studies, it must be an excuse. In reality, it is because he already knows Wang Ling." Guan Yen looked at me with despair and grievance. "Is this the real reason you rejected me?" I did not know this short-haired girl had such a convoluted and imaginative mind. In an instant she had already concocted dozens of episodes. Soap opera about the relationship between Wang Ling and me. It is truly inconvenient for me. Rejecting what? Wang Ling looked at Guan Yen and me curiously. "How do you two know each other?" I explained. "It was a chance encounter." Miss Guan asked if I wanted to enter show business. "You certainly can." Wang Ling rubbed her chin. "That is a great idea. Why did not I think of that when I first met you?" She let out a melancholy sigh. "I was too busy thinking about how to pick you up. Beauty truly is a distraction." Guan Yen choked and coughed violently. She knew it. The relationship between these two was definitely not ordinary. I facepalmed. "The way you phrase things makes it easy for people to misunderstand." Looking at Guan Yan's face. "If I did not clear things up today, my lifelong reputation for purity would be finished right here." Wang Ling laughed, pulled up a chair, and sat at our table. She said to Guan Yen, "Do not misunderstand. We have not dated. We just had a pleasant collision in the restroom last time." Guan Yan's upper body jerked back. She sucked in a sharp breath. So scandalous. Not dating, yet doing it in the restroom. Looking at her face, which practically screamed the industry is truly a mess. I glared at Wang Ling for being deliberately misleading. I was frustrated enough to laugh. "Stop overthinking. We just exchanged a few words back then." Guan Yen was half doubting, her gaze darting back and forth between us. I ignored her, and asked Wang Ling, "How do you know her?" Wang Ling shrugged. "We are from the same company. I am a manager too. Baby, if you want to enter the industry, come to me. Why go to someone else?" I have no intention of doing so at the moment. I am here today to turn down Miss Guan. Guan Yen listened to us talk. It really did seem like we were not close. She tentatively chose to believe we might be innocent. She took a sip of her coffee to calm down, and clarified Wang Ling's identity. "Sister Wang is Lu Shui's manager." Now I was genuinely surprised. "You are Lu Shui's manager. It is actually you." I had looked at Lu Shui's files when I was investigating her. A few pages covered her team members, but when I saw her chance encounter scheme with Director Do, I was certain she was just seeking specific resources. So I did not flip through the rest of the pages, and naturally had not noticed who her manager was. Hearing my tone, Wang Ling arched her eyebrows. "You know Lu Shui." I weighed my words. "We have known each other since we were very small. We are friends." Wang Ling frowned, muttering, Why has not that girl ever mentioned this? Having such an incredibly handsome friend. She suddenly thought of something. Her eyes widening. Your name would not happen to have he in it, would it? She still did not know my name. We had forgotten to ask during our brief meeting last time. I answered truthfully. My name is Jiang Heng. Wang Ling had an epiphany. Lu Shui had mentioned me many times. Wang Ling used to suspect that person might be the object of Lu Shui's secret crush. She had tried to probe her several times. Later, she noticed Lu Shui's state was not that of a secret admirer. So she stopped asking. So it was you all along. Wang Ling stirred her coffee with a spoon, sighing with emotion. One of the top 10 mysteries of the industry has finally been solved. The person Lu Shui kept rambling about has been found. Now even Guan Yan understood. So the thing she mentioned refers to this Heng. When she and I were chatting on our phones, she even said, Lu Shui and I were very fated. That Lu Shui's favorite poem contained my name. It was not fate at all. It was special treatment for a specific person. Good heavens. The clown turned out to be herself. I have not seen her in a long time. When you told me, I was only slightly suspicious. I really did not expect it. At the time, I only felt Lu Shui was familiar, as if she knew who I was. But how could I have ever imagined that the little fox I raised had followed me here? Guan Yan's brain started working at high speed again. Fact A, I am the Heng Lu Shui has mentioned hundreds of times. Relationship, unknown, but intimate. Fact B, I and Lu Shui's manager, Wang Ling, once had a mysterious and pleasant encounter in a restroom. Conclusion. The correct answer is that I am a modern-day Poseidon. Constantly playing both sides. Incredible. Truly incredible. Own is a top-tier star with hundreds of millions of fans. Just nominated for Best Actress this year. The other is a famous gold medal manager, with massive connections and ruthless skills. Even though I am not in show business, I am the man behind these two titans. Guan Yan's expression was too distorted, laced with a hint of excitement. Wang Ling threw her a glance, knowing she must be imagining all sorts of nonsense. Fortunately, Guan Yan would not go around blabbing, so she did not care. Wang Ling said to me directly, Does Lu Shui know you are here? She does not. I did not tell her. Perfect. Then do not tell her yet. Wang Ling felt a mischievous urge. There is a private hot pot place next door. Let us go wait for her there. Tell her to come for lunch. We will give her a surprise. Lu Shui did not know Wang Ling and I had met before. Seeing us together out of the blue would definitely give her a shock. I imagined Lu Shui's reaction. The little fox, so startled her fur stands on end, her tails popping out. I could not help but smile. But I won't tell her. Wang Ling turned to Guan Yan, asking out of politeness, Want to join us? Guan Yan waved her hands frantically. I still have things to do. Are you kidding? A gathering with the harem. She did not know if it would be a bloodbath. Why would she, an outsider, join that mess? However, Guan Yan was not willing to just give up. She gripped her coffee cup, looking at me hesitantly. Why do not you think it over own more time? I shook my head. No need to reconsider. I truly do not have the time. Even if I did, I did not go to film school. I have not had professional training in singing, dancing, or acting. I am not suitable for this kind of work. Guan Yan knew no time was just a polite excuse. When someone wants to do something, they can squeeze out time even if they truly do not have any. The opposite is also true. When someone does not want to do something, they will claim to have no time even if they are free. I simply was not interested. Guan Yan was relentless. Think about it again when you get back. If you change your mind, just contact me. We have each other's contact info anyway. She decided to go back and study online simping techniques. She would send me good morning, good afternoon, and good night every day, making sure I never forgot her or this opportunity. Wang Ling crossed her arms and interjected indifferently. If he wants to try, he will come to me. It is much more convenient. Wang Ling was the company's big sister, even though she was poaching her prospect to her face. Guan Yan was furious but did not dare speak up. She whispered, as the saying goes, first come, first served. Wang Ling replied with shameless openness. There is also a saying, the latecomer takes the prize. In the end, Guan Yan still left, turning back with every step. Before leaving, she gazed at me and said in a heavy tone, You must reconsider, otherwise, you are practically committing a crime. I was bewildered. How did this turn into a crime? Wang Ling, however, vaguely understood what she meant. She burst out laughing. She finished her coffee in one gulp, stood up and said, Let us go. We will wait for Lu Shui next door. I will send her a message right now. When Lu Shui received Wang Ling's message, she was at Zhangxing Media talking with Director Do. Her initial rise to fame was due to her role as the second female lead in a historical drama directed by him. Thus, Director Do was essentially her mentor. The two of them had maintained close contact ever since. The entertainment industry is built on relationships, where directors often recommend actors to own another, and actors frequently support each other's careers. She had recommended several candidates to Director Do, and he had introduced her to influential connections. As such, their relationship remained quite tight. Director Do currently had a major production to film. He had finished the casting calls, and already settled on the female lead, the main male lead, and the supporting cast were mostly finalized as well. However, there was one vital role he simply could not fill. Director Do was pacing around Lu Shui in frustration. Maybe we should change the setting for the Zishan character. We could make it more like you, and just have you play it as a woman in disguise. Lu Shui raised her hands in surrender. Director Do, even if I agree, the screenwriter would not allow it. It is an unwritten rule in the industry. Screenwriters are at the bottom of the production food chain. The joke in writing circles is that a script can be decided by the director or the producer, but never by the screenwriter, except for those at the very tip of the pyramid. Most screenwriters truly have no say in their own work, but the screenwriter for Director Do's current show happened to be exactly one of those peak figures, a top-tier titan of the industry. Hearing her mention the screenwriter, Director Do immediately let go of the idea. Alright, fair point. He felt the cigarette pack in his pocket, pulled one out but did not light it. Instead, he rolled it between his fingers, sniffing it under his nose, just to satisfy the craving. I will just keep looking for someone. Honestly, Lin Mai is always setting me impossible tasks. What kind of character is this? Coco. And completely untouchable in his majesty. Good grief. When he described it to me, I thought he was performing a rap, while Director Do was venting. Lu Shui, knowing the situation well, smiled and said, Mr. Lin only has these impossible requirements because he refuses to settle for average directors. So many people want to film his scripts, but he only trusts you to get it right. This was not mere flattery. It was the literal truth. Lin Mai had been in the industry for 8 years and had written 6 original scripts. Every single one was both a critical and commercial hit. He was a bona fide genius screenwriter. In the industry, the moment word got out that Lin Mai had a script, investors and production teams would swarm him, practically begging for a chance to collaborate. Continued from line 80. Earlier this year, he finished a historical xianxia drama called The Celestial Apprentice. He handpicked the investors and production team to work with. The male and female leads were only cast after his personal approval. Now they were searching for the role of Zishan. In the script, strictly speaking, he was not a primary character, but Lin Mai had a profound favoritism for this role. The character did not even have a name in the script, because he always appeared in a purple robe. Everyone just called him Zishan Purple Robe. He was the female lead's golden finger, the figure who influenced every major choice in her life. Every one of his appearances was a highlight, especially his debut, which was breathtaking. The bright moon breaks the endless night. An immortal arrives as flowers fill the city. Director Do had been captivated just by reading the script, realizing instantly that this was the soul of the story. Lin Mai had written Zishan to be near perfect, so the requirements for the actor were naturally astronomical. His exact words were, I know, it is impossible to find someone who fits 100%, but they should at least be 50% there. If we can't even get half of it, we might as well change the role to a bearded old man. Director Do thought even 50% was a tall order, but he could not bear the thought of Lin Mai actually changing the character into a cliché bearded old man. So lately he had been obsessively searching for his Zishan. His current grumbling was not true dissatisfaction with Lin Mai. He actually agreed with those high standards. It was just that the search was making him go bald from stress. He had looked through every recommendation from all the major talent agencies. No one was right. Do we really have to hold a public audition? Director Do was nearly crushing the cigarette in his hand. He started broadening his options. Or maybe we should scout at film schools. Maybe we will dig up a hidden gem. Lu Shui thought about it. Unlikely. Zishan needs a very commanding presence, and students are usually too green for that. Director Do scratched his head. Then what are we going to do? They both fell silent, pondering if there was any other solution. Right then, Lu Shui's phone rang. She opened it to find a message from her manager, Wang Ling. Wang Ling told her to come for hot pot for lunch. There is a surprise. Wang Ling was being mysterious. You will know when you get here. Director Do asked casually. Who is it? Sister Wang wants me to come for hot pot next door. She says there is a surprise. I bet she probably ordered fried chicken for me. Lu Shue's love for fried chicken was common knowledge. Wang Ling usually controlled her diet strictly, forbidding her from eating it, but occasionally she would provide a surprise. By ordering some as a treat, Lu Shue saw it was about lunchtime, and invited Director Do. Are you busy, Director? If not, come with us. That hot pot place is decent. The beef and lamb are quite fresh. Director Do felt they were not strangers, so there was no need for ceremony. He worked with Wang Ling often, and quite admired the spirited young woman. Lu Shue figured it was so close she could just walk over, so she did not tell Wang Ling she was bringing a guest. She simply walked over with Director Do. Wang Ling was planning her surprise for Lu Shue, while Lu Shue was oblivious, bringing Director Do along, thinking it was just a casual lunch. This lack of communication created a perfect information gap. Following the details in Wang Ling's message, Lu Shue found the private room. She knocked on the door and entered without waiting for a reply. Sister Wang, Director Do was free, so I invited him along. She stopped mid-sentence, staring blankly at the person sitting next to Wang Ling. How was Jiang Heng sitting here? And with Wang Ling, of all people, I could almost see two furry ears perk up on top of Lu Shue's head. I let out a soft chuckle. Wang Ling was holding her phone, recording. She had started the moment Lu Shue pushed the door open, capturing the entire look of bewilderment. She laughed while saving the file. I told you this silly girl would be shocked. Jiang Heng, I will send you the video. While waiting for Lu Shue, the two of us had already exchanged contact information. I smiled slightly and accepted the video without hesitation. Saving the file, Lu Shue was dazed. She looked left and right, blinking in confusion. You guys? She shook her head, making sure she was not seeing things. Sitting in the private room were indeed her manager and me. I had returned from the restroom earlier. Director Do, arriving 2 minutes later, patted her shoulder. He asked curiously, "What are you two? Why are you just standing at the door instead of going in?" Now it was Wang Ling's turn to be surprised. She quickly stood up, ready to play along. Director Do stepped past the dazed Lu Shue, smiling warmly. He did not put on airs at all. Xiaowang, I was just discussing the script with Lu Shue today. When she said you were having hot pot here, I decided to crash the party. You do not mind, Wang Ling of course did not mind. I am delighted you could come. If I had known, I would have chosen a much better restaurant. Director Do waved it off. Hot pot is all about the atmosphere. Even the fanciest restaurant is just a meal. He remembered the text Lu Shue received, and joked, I heard you prepared a surprise for Lu Shue. She guessed it was fried chicken. Think I can steal a piece of it? Wang Ling burst out laughing. Not at all. I ran into her friend today, so I wanted to surprise her. All she can think about is her stomach. They were right at the entrance. Both Wang Ling and Lu Shue were tall, completely blocking Director Do's line of sight. He could not see me yet. Director Do laughed. Oh, friend is here. Then am I intruding? Someone from the industry? He asked curiously. A student. Wang Ling stepped aside, introducing me. Jiang Heng. This is Do Junjie, the director. I stood up with a slight smile. Hello, Director Do. Director Do was instantly frozen in place. It was like a bolt of lightning had split a pitch-black night sky. Can you guess? This is Zishan. Wang Ling and I exchanged a look, completely confused. Wang Ling asked in surprise. Zishan is? Do Junjie explained. Zishan is the character I have been searching for. I have been going crazy looking for him. I have lost half my hair from the stress. Seeing Jiang Heng now was like a starving man who had not eaten in 10 days. Finally laying eyes on a bowl of steaming rice, he strode over quickly, staring at me with burning intensity. How old are you? I considered for a second, deeming the question harmless. 19. Do Junjie was overjoyed. Lin Mai Zishan was described exactly as a jade-like youth, appearing to be roughly 18 or 19. This was a coincidence of cosmic proportions. He asked further, are you still in school? Is it convenient to take leave? Do you have any interest in the entertainment industry? I paused slightly, replying diplomatically. I am currently at university. My workload is heavy, and I have other commitments. My time is not very flexible. However, this standard polite refusal did not work on Do Junjie. He waved it away dismissively. No problem. Which school are you at? I will have a word with the administration. I can resolve all of those issues. Director Do had run the Spring Festival galas and directed multiple classics. He was a household name. Handling such a minor detail was effortless for him. I was momentarily stuck, preparing to refuse him directly. The now recovered Lu Shue walked in. She asked the waiter to serve the dishes and pulled Do Junjie down to his seat. Nourish. Let us chat slowly. Lu Shui poured tea for everyone, then leaned toward me. How do you know Sister Wang? I gave a brief explanation, omitting Wang Ling's bolder remarks. I only mentioned the engagement party and the chance encounter while I was discussing business today. But Lu Shui knew her managers' preferences and habits very well. She knew instantly that Wang Ling had fallen for my face. She was likely harboring all sorts of ulterior motives. She looked at Wang Ling warily. Sister Wang, do not eat where you sleep. Jiang Heng is my friend. You can't mess around here. Wang Ling teased her on purpose. Keep the good things for yourself. How could I bear to let such a handsome guy just slip through my fingers? Lu Shui's eyes widened. Oh wait. I, however, did not quite know what they were talking about. Dou Junjie chimed in blindly. Exactly. Keep the good things for yourself. Lu Shui, you had a friend like this. Why were you hiding him? He is the living embodiment of Zishan. You watched me go bald while doing nothing about it. Lu Shui said with difficulty. Director Dou, Jiang Heng is not an actor. He has no plans to enter show business. So what? Dou Junjie did not care at all. In the old days, we cast everyone through open calls. Many people only ever acted in own film. Once the role was done, they went back to their lives to do whatever they wanted. It is not like you are forced to stay in this circle forever. Besides, the production team for this drama is perfect. The role of Zishan seems tailor-made for your friend here. A match made in heaven. Seeing Lu Shui about to object again, Dou Junjie turned serious. Do not forget, Zishan's scenes are almost entirely played against yours. If we do not pick the right person, it will affect your performance too. Your friend looks so much like the character. Half the job is already done. It is such a rare find. He looked at me without concern. Jiang Heng, you have never acted before, and never studied performance. To me, that is not an issue at all. I am the best at teaching actors. Even the most wooden beauty can give a peak performance in my crew. Even if you know absolutely nothing about acting, I have the confidence to make you shine. Listening to him. This role consists entirely of scenes with Lu Shui. Dou Junjie looked like a very honest man, but he was someone who navigated the world of fame and fortune. He was exceptionally sharp. The moment he heard my question, he knew there was hope, and he knew exactly what the hook was. So he began to explain in detail. The character does not interact much with other actors. He is primarily responsible for raising the female lead and teaching her cultivation techniques. Moreover, it is because of his ascension that the lead resolves to walk the path of the celestial. That is the core of the whole show. This time I was truly interested. Raising the female lead, teaching her cultivation. Is not that exactly how Lu Shui and I spent our previous life? So I said politely, Director Dou, could you share some of the plot? After all, some scripts, especially original ones adapted for VIPs, are under high secrecy. Forget strangers. Even the actors often only see a portion at first. The rest is only revealed during filming. Lin Mai's original script was indeed one of those highly classified projects. Even Lu Shui, the undisputed female lead, had only received a third of the plot. Wang Ling was aware of this too. She was afraid Dou Junjie would refuse, which would be embarrassing for me. Just as she was about to explain why he could not, Dou Junjie hesitated for only a second before agreeing. No problem at all. I will explain it all to you slowly. He was determined to win over the soul of the celestial apprentice today. Continued from line 417. What is a little plot summary and character setting between friends? No problem. Wang Ling and Lu Shui were sitting across from me. Dou Junjie patted Lu Shui's shoulder unceremoniously. Lu Shui, swap seats with me. I need to talk to Jiang Heng. Good grief. Now he was after me. Wang Ling looked at Lu Shui, who used to be the apple of Dou Junjie's eye. Incite. Looks like you have been dethroned. Dethroned, please. I also felt talking diagonally across the table was awkward. I stood up and said, do not trouble yourself. I will swap with Wang Ling. Lu Shui looked aggrieved at the person across from her. Her familiar manager. Wang Ling gritted her teeth. What is with that disappointed look on your face? With the seating fixed, talking was indeed much easier. The waiter pushed in the cart, checking each dish with us own by own. After confirming everything was there and correct, the waiter withdrew. Perhaps because this place was right next to Jiangxing Media, and there were several other agencies nearby. The staff had seen plenty of stars. Seeing a top-tier star like Lu Shui and a director like Dou, they did not lose their composure. They just stole a few extra glances. Wang Ling used the serving chopsticks to serve us, urging everyone to eat while they chatted. Order more if it is not enough. Dou Junjie took a couple bites of lamb, using the time to organize his thoughts. The character of Zishan was essentially perfect. He began to explain the setting to me. The drama is called The Celestial Apprentice. It is a female-centric epic, but unlike previous Xianxia dramas, the lead does not start off wanting to become an immortal. Her initial goal is simply to survive. Because she is of mixed blood celestial and demon, her mother was a celestial, and her father was from the demon race. So she suffered immensely from childhood. Her father died shortly after her birth. Her mother was severely injured by her sex pursuit. By the time the lead was 3 or 4, her mother died protecting her. The lead fell down a cliff alone, landing in a pride of lions. The sect hunting them assumed she was dead, and left. Unexpectedly, a lioness protected and raised her. That is her basic background, which relates to her later personality shift. Do Junjie explained it all very clearly. Zishan is the most unique character in the script. He was originally the master of the lead's mother. I calculated the generational relationship. So, the lead's grandmaster. Do Junjie laughed. Not just her grandmaster. If you play this role, your seniority will be incredibly high. You get a huge advantage. The mother was a celestial apprentice. This term does not refer to real gods. It is an honorary title for the cultivation sect. The mother came from a prestigious background. The Tianyuan sect, one of the 4 great sects. Each of the 4 sects has a legendary hermit master. Their ultimate backer, the Tianyuan sect's master is Zishan. Why was the sect hunting the lead's parents? Because the lead's mother was the most talented disciple of the Tianyuan sect. She had practiced their most sacred, forbidden techniques, only to elope with a man from the demon race, and give birth to a child. Since she could no longer serve the sect, the Tianyuan sect was determined to silence them all. The female lead lived among the lions for over a year, until she was discovered by a hunter. The hunter took her home, and raised her until she was 13. The hunter and his wife were childless, so they raised her as their own daughter. The couple treated her exceptionally well, forming a very deep bond with her. Later, the hunter fell ill, and the family lost their source of income. The female lead went out, and sold herself as a servant to a wealthy uncle's house, to get the silver needed for his treatment. Wang Ling was listening intently by the side. Did the lead forget her childhood memories? Do Junjie shook his head. She inherited her mother's natural talent. She was extraordinary from birth. She never forgot. Wang Ling was a bit surprised. Then does not she want revenge? Do Junjie smiled and said, according to standard logic, with such deep-seated blood feuds, she should be driven by vengeance. But this script is unique. The twist is that initially she has no desire for revenge. Her mother only wanted her to be an ordinary person, and she herself just wants a peaceful life. She does not want to cultivate. She does not want immortality. And she does not want revenge. She wants nothing to do with her ancestors' affairs. Her greatest wish is to live just a few short decades, in a world of peace, simply as a mortal. But since this is a Xianxia drama, and she is the lead, she has her own destiny to fulfill. The immortal realm selects new disciples every year. The uncle's daughter signed up, and the lead went along as her servant. This part of the plot is a bit more traditional. Through a twist of fate, the lead's true talent was discovered.